If we ever need to cut out, can we just shut the mic off?
And welcome to GFNY World Championships here in New York City. My name is Gabe Lloyd and I'm joined by Dan Schmaltz right here in Fort Lee, New Jersey. We're having a great day here so far, and we are so excited to have thousands of cyclists joining us on the roads of New York and New Jersey for this World Championship race. I'm really excited. Dan, what are we thinking about for today? We've got so many things to talk about throughout the course of this broadcast, but first and foremost, it is 6 o'clock in the morning.
It is 6 o'clock in the morning.
And where are thousands of our fellow compatriots right now?
Our fellow cycling compatriots, as you can see right now, are on the bridge. Some are shivering, some are not. Some have been prepared. So I've done this before. I've been on that bridge when it's been a little wetter than it was today. And you really have to adapt and overcome. I think I employed a trash bag. So to be able to keep myself warm out on the bridge today.
Great, old school.
Yeah, old school. I would recommend that they huddle together, get whatever kind of warmth they can, because the wind can whip up the Hudson River when you're on the bridge.
So this bridge is the George Washington Bridge, one of America's biggest, most iconic bridges, and maybe one of the most iconic bridges in the world. And this is where this bike race starts. It is no better start for a World Championship race than on the George Washington Bridge, where everybody is right now. You can see a lot of people, as Dan was talking about, doing what they can to stay warm. Some of them in those nice branded GFNY wind vests and other sorts, but it looks like everybody is getting ready. Now, Dan, you were in this situation a few years ago. It looks like people are in very specific places. Talk us through how and where you start your GFNY World Championship experience.
You will earn your place in the corral as they speak, because there are thousands of people on the bridge this morning. Yeah. So if you have placed well in one of the previous GFNY events, you're going to be near the front, and that makes a big difference. This is a race that's more akin to a marathon, because there are so many people in this race. Usually the Tour de France is only going to be about 180, 190 people.
Sure.
This is thousands of people. So you have to be near the front, be in the front corral. You're going to have a much better chance of staying with the groups that are in the front. And I know in years past, when we did do this last year, last time we did this, which was 2 years ago, before the world, reset itself, we did have some people who were some pros that did the race, Dan and Luis Lemus, who's there today, and they arrived late. So they were at the end of the corral, and they had to basically chase to get back onto the front group. And Lewis's time for the race was actually faster than the person who won the race that year, because he just crossed the line at a different time, just had to run, get up, get connected with everybody else.
We do run this race based on what we would call gun time, not start time. So the gun time means that when we start the race, we are looking for the first person across the finish line visually, not looking for the fastest time to achieve the completion of the course.
Exactly. Lewis had the best time, but he did not win.
Right. Okay, so we have starting corrals on the George Washington Bridge for the start of the GFNY World Championship race here in New York City. This is also as I've said, the championship race. So there are 40 races now around the world for GFNY. I have a list here in front of us, in fact.
It's amazing.
It is amazing.
They're everywhere. I mean, fantastic. Rockford, Illinois, which I've been to. I know Rockford pretty well.
I do not know Rockford. If I were to visit Rockford, what would I find?
You would find a city in the middle of Illinois. It's just where it is. I think Cheap Trick's from Rockford, so there's a little a little trivia for everybody out there. A very timely tidbit there if you're looking to go see Cheap Trick, or maybe go by Rick Nielsen's house.
Sure.
I think he's still there.
Well, it looks like we've got a course map up right now, and I think we have some course cues in front of us here as well.
Yes, we do.
What are some of the key features of today's GFNY World Championship course?
As we're rolling out for 103 miles, the riders are going to come off the bridge and they're going to go down a road that all New Yorkers know as River Road. It goes right along the river. It actually drops down to the level of the river, so you're right at the bottom, and then you're going to climb out of there. There's a couple of rolling climbs as you go along, and then the big climb at the end is called the Alpine Climb. It terminates at the ranger station at the top. This is a very well-known local New York City climb. Any day of the week you'll see people out there doing repeats on Alpine. They'll go to the bottom to the boat basin, then they'll ride to the top. So it's about a mile long, I think, as I recall. It's around that sort of distance. And that's going to be the first sort of effort that comes during the day.
Okay.
The leaders, there's always somebody that's going to take off on River Road. It usually happens every time I've seen this race. Somebody makes an effort to go on River Road. It's going to be wet out there this morning, and there are portions where you are descending on River Road that you're going to be descending at speed. So they're definitely going to have to be careful. This morning when it's wet, going on River Road, you can't win, but you can lose today.
Sure.
So you can definitely fall off your bike if things don't go well, if you're not paying attention. And once you get to Alpine, that's an effort, but usually the main competitors are going to be looking at each other and going to make sure they don't get dropped.
So then we continue north up into New York State. We go to past Piermont, where I think that's like sort of a local cycling stopover.
Very much so.
Okay, like some cafes and such.
Absolutely.
Maybe?
Yes, there's cafes there, and each cycling group has their own favorite cafe. The Runcible Spoon's been there for years. That's a very well-known stop, but depends on your preference of pastry and coffee, so everybody has their favorite. So, but definitely a destination that everyone comes to. When they come from New York City, they're going to ride River Road, they're going to go 9W up to Piermont, up to Nyack.
Right, so you're pretty much riding straight north up along the Hudson, and the Hudson will be on your right as they're heading north, and then you're heading all the way up to Bear Mountain. And so the climb at Bear Mountain has always been really decisive. We've always talked about like getting there first. It can be sort of the point at which the race splits.
Yes.
And then, so as a local, tell us a little bit about that climb.
That climb is one of the larger ones in the area, and it does get harder as it gets towards the top, as you get towards the Perkins Memorial that's at the top of that. Named for George Perkins, who was the first director of the Palisades Park Service. So built in 1934, probably a WPA project if I had to guess, but I'm not sure.
It's an interesting bit of information.
Yeah, I don't want to put it on the WPA, maybe somebody else did it, but it is from 1934. Interesting tower at the top. There's some steep grades as you go up Bear Mountain, and again, is at the 50-mile mark. It is a big climb, but a lot of times there's going to be somebody who kicks up the pace, and maybe you're trying to shed some weight or get rid of some racers during the race. Usually that's where, still watching each other. That's sort of the game that everyone's playing. It doesn't mean it can't not happen a different way, but that's usually the way it's shook out in the past.
Gotcha. So today we do have two distances. We have GFNY 100 and GFNY 50, which is also known as Bear. So that means, as Dan was just talking about, Bear Mountain is at the 50-mile mark. That is the halfway point. There will be a number of competitors today who will call that their end, right? So GFNY is an amazing infrastructure where everybody will get onto a bus and they will be transported back to our GNFY village right here in Fort Lee, New Jersey. This village is absolutely stunning. If you're in the area, you should really just come down and hang out because it is truly a spectacle. We have jumbotrons in the main plaza.
It's amazing. There's jumbotrons everywhere. There's food. There's the beer tent, the beer and wine tent for once you're done with your race.
Yep.
So it's a great place to come back to.
Yeah, I mean, participating in a GNFY World Championship New York City event is truly spectacular. So if you'd like to register for next year, go to nyc.gnfy.com. You can sign up right now throughout the day. There will be a slight discount for registering early, so we encourage you all to do that because this is a bike race like no other.
Highly recommended.
Yeah, so after Bear Mountain, that's when the 100 race really starts to take shape. The past few years that you and I have done this, commentating-wise, and probably the year you raced it as well, when you were in the front group.
Let's go with that.
Yes.
When I was in the front group.
History is written here today. that is when we start to see decisiveness occur, groups starting to whittle and whittle and whittle.
Mhm.
Why does that happen after Bear? What's that terrain like through those New York neighborhoods?
Once you get off of Bear and you survive the descent, which is going to be 50 miles an hour, barreling down Bear Mountain there. On one side is the mountain, on the other side is certain doom. So don't go over the edge. It's serious business out
Okay.
there. So after you get over that climb, you're going to make your way to Gate Hill, which is a sneaky hard hill. So it's another one that starts gradually, then you sort of level off, and it just seems like it never ends, and at the end it gets hard.
Okay.
So if you've done it before, if like Ricardo Paqueta, who's done this race, I think maybe 5 times,
Yeah.
so has hit the podium a lot, he's going to know what to do out there. He's going to have the advantage of experience.
Okay.
So he's going to know who he's with, and part of the interesting aspect of this race is that when you get into a group, you don't necessarily know who you're riding with. You don't have. It's not like the local races here where we've seen each other's tricks so many times and we know what we're in for. You could be with a group who could be people from Colombia, they could be from Mexico, they could be from France. You don't know whether they're strong or not. So if you go up Bear Mountain and they've kind of hung with you, you can kind of suss out what to do.
Okay.
So, and it's a roll of the dice. You know, you might take a shot on Gate Hill and then somebody just chases you back and they're like, that wasn't great. So now you're dead. So it's you're trying to learn each other's strengths as you go through Bear and you go through those.
Yeah, I mean, just like any other bike race, in effect. So your experience is that you understand your own strengths, but your experience also helps you identify the weaknesses of your competitors out there, and I think that's what really starts to occur. We started to talk a little bit about the competitors themselves. Ricardo Paqueta, rider from Italy in 2017. He was the champion here at the World Championship event. He is back. He is looking for a bit of redemption. 2019 did not quite go his way. Jeremiah Bishop took the championship that year. Paqueta, odds-on favorite. It's a lot of the other staff from GNFY who work this series, this 40-race series around the world. They've identified him as one of the riders to watch today. Dan, in our experience, where do you think we will see Paqueta? Will he be aggressive? Will he be following? Will he be decisive at any point in particular? What do we think?
He likes to get a group down to where he can manage it. So, and as I remember from the past edition, 2019, those groups really formed after Cheesecoat, which is a different climb.
Okay.
After Gate Hill. Cheesecoat is short, steep, and brutal. You just sort of claw your way up it.
And that would be on the return route after Bear.
Yeah, it's after Gate Hill.
Okay.
You descend from Gate Hill and you hit the Cheesecoat, and there's an 18% section of that.
Yikes.
So that's one of those sections where you can, once you get like a couple meters between someone and yourself, you can kind of capitalize on that as you get through the descent and start rolling your way back.
Cool.
And then I think that Ricardo has the advantage of experience.
Yeah.
You know? He knows what he's in for. He's done this plenty of times. So maybe he's going to try to take hold of the race, but I know that he likes to have a group coming back with him.
Right. Well, he will have some people coming back with him, and we will get to that throughout the day. I just wanted to sort of go through a number of other athletes who are racing with us today who are actually defending champions and also champions of other GNFY events that we'd like to recognize just before we get our show underway. Jill Patterson of the USA. She won here in 2019. She's also already won a GNFY Manta event this year.
Wow.
So
Yeah,
Jill,
she's one to watch.
Yeah, definitely one to watch. Now, let's talk about how the women's race is actually concurrent with the men's race. Is that
True.
right?
It is.
Talk us through what that means.
That they will be running the races at the same time. So since it's a blended field, the men and the women are out on the course together at the same time. There's not separate fields for the women. So the women can get into a group with a group of men, and then they can work as they go through the race. So it's a little different for the women's race because they might not be in the same front group as the men. So if you're trying to watch a competitor, you have to keep an eye on who you need to keep an eye on. So
Right.
you have to kind of make sure that you know where your competitors are.
But it's perfectly okay for the women to work with the men.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
That's a strategy, to be honest. If you're not, it would probably not be at your it wouldn't be in your best interest not to work with them.
Sure. Well, if you're in the cycling world, you know that there's always been drama in the cycling world. And one of the things of drama since the 2 years that we've last seen you was a bit of this dialogue around whether or not women who race within the men's field should be allowed to work with those said men. In GNFY, that is perfectly okay. So if you see anything, you're watching the live stream or somewhere around the world and you think you know everything about how bike races should be done, just remember here at GNFY, we not only allow it, we encourage that the women use the men around them. All the racers out here are racing for the same finish line. Genders are all equal out there when it comes to strategy and getting yourself across the finish line first.
Yeah, absolutely. And if the strategy is presented to you or offered to you, you should absolutely take advantage of it.
Yes,
so
of course.
All's fair in bike racing, Gabe.
Especially
well, most everything, but yeah.
Most fair. Jill Patterson is here. That's going to be great to see. We will do our best to keep you up to date on where she is. Now, Camila Cortez, defending champion from Colombia. If you're watching our Spanish stream, the Colombian commentators, I'm sure, will be talking about her. Mm-hmm. Camila has won here at the World Championships in 2013, 2015, 2016, 2017, and 2018, stopped only by the one and only Jill Patterson.
Amazing.
Cortez,
yeah.
One to watch.
Definitely one to watch. And it's going to be interesting this year because the last 2 years have kind of shaken the Etch-a-Sketch, you know? We don't know who's going well. We don't know who's doing what. So hopefully everybody's on form. And I would assume that Camila is going to be on form because she has won so many times before.
Right, so. She wants to represent well. We have a huge following in South America, and that's awesome. If you have found this feed on our YouTube channel, we do have a Spanish feed. It is an amazing broadcast team. We encourage you to find that feed so you can get all of the action in Spanish. Absolutely. We also have Gabriel Corrado of Colombia from 2014. So those are our returning champions, Camila Cortez, Ricardo Piqueta, and Gabriel Corrado. Winner of GNFY European Championships in 2020 is Hannah Fandel of Germany. She is here in New York City for the World Championship event. GFNY Asia Championship from 2019 winner May Ann Mars of the Philippines here in New York City. Winner of GFNY North American Championships from 2020, separate from the World Championship event here in New York City, this Ana Maria Hernandez Delgado of Mexico here in New York City. And the North American Championship from 2021, Leon Santa Maria of Colombia and Alejandra Echeverri of USA. All of those athletes here in New York City on the George Washington Bridge.
Yeah. On the George Washington Bridge, shivering right now, getting ready. So they're going to be going. So it seems like it's warming up out there. It's going to be a pretty great day to be cycling, actually.
Yeah, absolutely.
You would think that you would want maybe sunny and hot, but that's not necessarily the best conditions for going out and doing the best sort of effort.
Right, I totally agree. In fact, today's conditions right now are at about 66 degrees Fahrenheit. The high by 11 a.m., which is when we anticipate the winners to come across the line here in Fort Lee, New Jersey. It's only going to be 71 degrees Fahrenheit. The entire time should be overcast as well. Mm-hmm. Now, when you're going hard in a bike race, overcast is like a little umbrella over your head the whole time. The sun is not beating down on you. I believe in 2019, or I think it was 19 last time we did this, mm-hmm. The sun was out. That was hard. That created a lot of attrition in the front group especially.
Yes.
I'm sure it created attrition elsewhere that we could not see. But today, with a little bit of shade provided by the atmosphere, that could really change the dynamic of what we see out there, possibly even changing strategies because some athletes are going to benefit by those cooler temps. However, we have athletes from all over the world mm-hmm. who've traveled here many great distances, and some of them are used to hot, steamy conditions.
True.
So we'll see what happens. It's a bike race. Anything can happen. And as we've learned
and
over the
will.
years, yes, anything will happen. I mean, many times with all these names that were provided at the beginning of the day, a lot of times there's another guy that pops up that we have not heard about before here at GFNY. but he will make a name for himself.
It's amazing. Somebody always rises to the occasion in the early parts of the race. I like to say that somebody just gets excited on River Road and just gets out there and flies, fries, and dies. You know, you never know what's going to happen. Sometimes they make it, sometimes they don't.
Yeah.
Cedric Haas, the Frenchman, who is not racing this year but has been notorious for his early breaks all by himself with his only his CO2 cartridge for company, as I remember on his seat, has been a classic. So somebody's going to have to take up the Cedric Haas mantle this year.
I cannot wait to see who the Cedric Haas replacement is this year. Cedric Haas is one of our favorite racers. He's actually now the director of GFNY events in France. So Cedric, still a part of our GFNY family. He is here in New York helping with staffing needs today. In fact, we were told he's on the rough road section, making sure that everyone's being taken care of well there. So great to see Cedric still part of our family, even though he will not be the one with the breakaway today.
Everyone's going to be in great hands with Cedric then.
Yeah.
So, but speaking of to the weather today, just expanding on what you were saying, Gabe, it's nice to have that sort of mist out there too, because that will cool you down, especially if it's 60 degrees. If you're not going to overheat today.
Okay.
So you're going to have that mist coming at you, and it doesn't sound pleasant, but sometimes just having that sort of mist and moisture on you all day really is refreshing.
Yeah, so. The mist and moisture is a double-edged sword. It keeps you cooler, but it also will potentially
it'll be on the road too, won't it?
Be on the road, and it could make things slick. This is an urban environment, one of the busiest places in America, if not the world, and on the roads you will have a little bit of debris, you'll have a little bit of oil just from vehicles. Debris for me in slick conditions like today is just the absolute worst. In fact, I had a friend who had this little device on their bike that would actually sweep gravel or any debris off their tire that they put on just for days like today. Because what happens on days like today, the water becomes like glue and just adheres all sorts of stuff to your tires. And on these small road tires, that debris can work its way through the rubber, through the inner tube, and before you know it, you no longer have air in your tires.
It's true. Very true.
Today we do have a little bit of what we call neutral support. I saw them parked in the parking lot at the hotel last night, so I know that neutral race support is present. However, as you will see shortly here, once the race is going, it is full gas, and we have had this sort of barrier of 4 hours that we've talked about in years past. That would mean that you'd have to average 25 miles an hour over the course of 4 hours while you're going up all these hills that you've already talked about, which
no easy task. Yeah,
you have to go well over 25 miles an hour when you can, and if you're out of that group, you are out of contention.
Yeah, and when you have a wet road surface, as we have this morning, going up and down River Road's it's more of a park road than it is like, you're not going to have a lot of vehicle traffic on River Road. So you will have branches falling down, you have leaves falling down. And there are some potholes. It's been winter here, so winter always chews up the roads a little bit in this area. Yeah. So you will have occasions where you're going to have potholes in the road, and if you're back in the middle of the pack, you're surrounded by other people. You know, sometimes you don't see it, somebody doesn't point it out. You know, you're going to have to keep your head on a swivel as you're going through these areas.
Absolutely, and sometimes you just have nowhere to go. Right? Like that can just be the reality. You can see this thing coming in front of you that you know is going to make your day not so great, and you really can't do anything about it unless you're like Matthew Vanderpool and can just do anything.
Just fly through the air, right?
Yeah, Superman.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens. I'd like to mention 20 riders that have finished all 9 GFNY New York City 100 events. 20 of them. Significantly, remember, this is the 10th year. This is the 10th anniversary of GFNY World Championship events here in New York City. Let's go through this names of lists here. I know you know some of them. Some of them a little better than others even. But Alan McIntosh, and then Alex Ostroy. What's your take on Alex?
I think Alex is probably going to win today.
Definitely. If you are betting money on today, take Dan's word for it and put it all on Alex.
All on Alex. Maybe for the age group, maybe he'll win like a climb or something like that.
The age group on a very specific bike color, that would be the category.
If you sort it enough, everybody's a winner, right?
That's right.
So, blue-eyed, New Jersey guy, Bill, I'm born in November. Maybe I just get out in the course and I win this one myself, right? So, you never know. I could get away with that one. But Alex is a great supporter of cycling in the city. He's run teams. He has a clothing company. He is just very involved in the cycling in the sport itself.
Very cool. That's great to see him out for his 10th attempt at being the world champion here at GFNY. Alan Warner is here. Bruce Arminate, Edwin Adams, Eric Villaruz, Frank Howard, Grant Johnson, Haho Theo, Jim Ringen. Sorry, Jim. Sorry, Jim. Kenley Gonzalez, Martin Skotnicki, Michael Waldner, Michael Painter, Michael McLaughlin, Renee Villaruz, Sonny Raposo, Peter Walder, John Cecchini, and Robert Chamon. Thank you guys for coming back to GFNY. Apologies if your names weren't perfect, but we are so happy that you're here, and we're looking forward to you guys having a great race today.
Congratulations, guys. That's a big milestone for everyone. Let's talk about the men's race a little bit, and we're getting some World Tour riders coming to these races.
Who would that be?
That would be Francesco Manuel Bongiorno. He's ridden for pro teams such as Bardiani, just retired from the Pro Tour, so he's recently in the Pro Tour. A climber.
Okay. Has
some great results in his palmares. Has a couple of podium places in the Giro d'Italia on stages.
Which is
happening right now. So that race he's been involved in. He's been in breaks. He's finished second to Philippe Gilbert and ahead of Sylvain Chavanel. Two exceptional Pro Tour racers, legendary guys. So he's been in breaks with that sort of talent. So he is going to be someone to watch today.
Wow, that's so cool that riders of that pedigree come to GFNY to really show us what they've got, right? Like, this is one of the world's biggest bike races at this point. Thousands of competitors from all over the world, nearly 3,000 from the United States alone. But we have riders from a multitude of countries. Let's look at this. Colombia has 859, Mexico 529, Brazil 329, Puerto Rico 195, Canada 195, and Chile with 159, and those are just the top countries that made the list.
Really a world event. It's amazing.
Yes.
Yeah, phenomenal.
Very cool. So who else is on our race to watch here? We have Paqueta, we have Bongiorno.
We have Luis Limas. Let's see what Luis has today. He's become sort of an ambassador for GFNY. He's become involved in the broadcast, and he's done media for GFNY.
Gotcha.
So Luis has been very involved from Mexico. Another former World Tour racer.
And an Olympian.
For Mexico. So definitely a great past. Has a very quality rider. So we'll see what Luis is able to do today. I'm very curious. He says he hasn't been training, but that's a bike racer saying they haven't been training. So.
I believe that, yeah. I mean, it's an interesting thing when you get involved in promoting bike races. You pretty much become somebody who gets to talk about other people getting a workout instead of getting a workout yourself. So we'll see what happens to Luis here today. It could be his first workout of 2022.
It could be.
Yes. Flavio De Luna, another Mexican to watch, staple of GFNY peloton. According to our sheet here, he's won several GFNYs in the past. Several.
He's looking to add this one to his win sheet.
That would be amazing if somebody who's won a number of GFNY events. Remember, 40 of these races take place around the world.
So many opportunities. We have the
event.
two-time GFNY Florida champion, Leon Santamaria from Colombia.
Whoa.
Let's see what he's got.
Yeah.
Florida, I think, is going to be a very different sort of terrain than what we have here today.
Very different, yes. I I have a story, but we will get into that later. Florida's very different.
I'm gonna put a pin in that one. Let's get back to that. All right, sounds good. Writing down. We're gonna need Gabe's Florida story.
There'll be a period of this race that we will get into that. Argentinian pro Omar Salim Azim has shown that GFNY in Uruguay. So he's the boss of Southern Latin America. The boss.
Let's see how the boss does. Omar,
okay,
from Argentina, probably not going to be a stranger to any sort of altitude or climbing. So let's see what he can do out here.
Yeah, Uruguay is, as I'm told, a beautiful country. I haven't been there yet. I hope to be there someday, though. So we'll see if he brings that pedigree here. Lots of other national and international top riders. Ben Gorodeski of CRCA Blue Ribbon Cycling has come to our attention here on this list, as well as in another conversation that we had earlier. Ben just keeps coming up. Why is Ben such the rider to watch here?
Strong local racer. Last time we did this in 2019, Ben just took off. So he was at the front of the race. He was out there doing his thing. Eventually got caught up by the group and held in there for a while.
Wow.
So,
okay. So Ben will be in the first corral.
I believe so.
Okay.
Yes.
Great.
Yeah. So he will have the opportunity to see what's happening up there. So whether he can take advantage or whether he becomes a part of it, we have yet to find out.
We have yet to find out. We have a number of age groups here today as well. 18 to 34, 35 to 39. Looks like 5-year breakdowns all the way up to 75 plus.
Go.
So a number of athletes really making GFNY their swan song component, but also really just keeping that fitness going. We have male and female under 90. And 90 and over categories even. That sounds
90
amazing.
and over categories. Wow, that's a goal for later in life, isn't it?
Yes, I agree.
That's amazing.
There will be an awards presentation at 3 p.m. We will no longer be on air at that time, but awards will be handed out at GFNY World Championship Village here in Fort Lee, New Jersey. So if you're in the area, you're welcome to come down. You should also follow GFNY_world on social media. That will give you some of those tidbits of information, and maybe we'll see that each of these age group awards happening.
GFNY has a daily podcast also, so Daily Coffee with GFNY.
Oh.
So that's quite amazing to keep track of everything.
We should be on that show.
I don't know why we're not on this. Maybe, are we on it now? Is this it? I don't know.
I think so.
But with 40 events throughout the world, there's no shortage of things to talk about. So,
definitely not. I mean, every day you could talk about a different aspect of a race somewhere around the world. That would be something to talk about. So, looks like some stuff is happening on the George Washington Bridge right now. The riders may be getting some pre-race instructions and some other things. We can't hear what's being said, but it looks like we're getting close. It looks like we have a 30 minutes, so we're at 6:33 by my watch, which means we're about 27 minutes until the official start of today's race.
Until go time, yeah. It's probably these last minute reminders about the course, safety issues, I would say, and a lot of nervous people up at the front of the line there, I would assume.
A lot of nervous people. We were talking briefly about all these different sections of the course. Dan, you have such a great knowledge of everything, but I'd like to also talk about the finish of this year's race. You actually did a little bit of course inspection yesterday, so talk us through what's the shift in this year's race versus past events.
The biggest shift that's happened this year is that River Road the course used to finish up Dykeman, the Dykeman Street climb, and that road has been torn up. So it's just the weather has had a really bad effect on that road. It's impassable. It's closed.
So just a question. So when you say it's been torn up, it hasn't been torn up by a road crew?
No. It is not a road crew. It's a factor of the weather and the conditions on the road.
Okay.
It's basically heaved up the asphalt into huge chunks. I wouldn't even say it's off-road. It's just impassable.
Oh.
So that's why they had to adjust the finish to come from an opposite direction this year.
Okay.
So instead of coming up Dykeman and heading south on Hudson Terrace here, we're going to go all the way down River Road, and they're going to be going down the Dykeman climb, which is That road is rough also. So
Okay.
the competitors that are coming down that road, that's a fast descent, 30, 40 miles an hour descent.
Wow.
So there's going to be some rough patches there. They are going to encourage everyone to be careful when they go down that. But if you're racing it,
Yeah.
you're just going to grip it and rip it down there. So hope for the best.
Well, in years past, we've seen very small groups making it to this point. One year, I believe we had about 6. I think in 2019, it was 4. So with those smaller numbers, hopefully that creates some safety. However, it's the front of the race.
Yeah.
I mean, these guys and girls are going for it.
They're going to be going for it. You can be fatigued at that moment because that is a climb before you get to that descent. So if somebody attacks and tries to maintain that momentum down the climb, you're at 180 beats per minute at your heart rate. You're not thinking straight.
Absolutely. I mean, not to pick on Louis Lamas, but that is the point actually when he was in contention for the win here, and then he just started to straight up cramp.
Yes.
And he just was unable to hold the wheels of, I believe Mike Marguerite won that year.
Yes.
So, there's a lot that happens in those final few miles. I mean, 100 miles at this speed with all the elevation and the pressure of world championships, it really just gets to you. So that final mile could be absolutely critical.
That's when the knockout blows are going to start happening.
Right.
That's when people will get knocked out of the race.
So one of the things I was thinking about is that today's weather forecast is that the wind is, well, we'll call it negligible. It's about 4 miles an hour right now.
Yes.
But it is meant to increase as we get to 11 a.m. At that point in time, it'll be 9 mile an hour coming from the south, so up the Hudson.
Yes.
So because of this new finish, so it's going to be a lot of basically sort of headwind as we come back south from Bear.
Yes.
Maybe not block headwind, but enough, right?
Enough to notice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then we go down River Road, we turn around, and then we have this very short but crucial segment back on this Hudson Road here, right?
Yes. Yes.
It could be tailwind.
It could be tailwind. You're going to come off of River Road. You're going to take a 90-degree turn, and you're going to go on the bike path on Hudson Terrace. And right away, that's going to be 18%.
Oof.
That's a steep little section right there.
No tailwind's going to help you there.
No, it'd have to be 100 mile an hour tailwind. So, right then, if this is the first time anyone's done this finish, so even Paqueta, who's done this race so many times, isn't going to know what this finish is. I'm sure he's gone out and looked at the finish and know what he's in for.
Yeah.
Anyone who wants to win this race is going to have to do that. But it's an unknown. So if you could hit it at that corner, you go up and then you go under the bridge. You go under the bridge through the George Washington, and then you go up again.
Wow.
At like a 3 or 4% for the final kilometer.
Wow.
So it's definitely going to be a punchy attack and try to hold type situation.
This will be different than the entry, though. Like the beginning of the race, we start on George Washington Bridge, and then we come off the bridge onto River Road. But what's the transition from George Washington Bridge to River Road? Is it the same or different than
Coming back?
Going out.
Going out, I think they come down and around, and they do start at the beginning of River Road.
So did they use that bike path on that 18% component to go into it?
I don't remember how they did it in years past, but they're going to have to go through there somehow. Yeah,
okay.
Because they do the entirety of River Road, and they will get a look at the conditions of Dykeman Hill as they go up Dykeman Hill.
Okay.
So you'll be able to look over to the left and you go, I'm not going to go over there because
Gotcha.
that's like certain death over there because
Okay.
it is really torn up.
Okay. So there'll be a little bit of opportunity for athletes to get a sense of what that road looks like, and
True.
possibly. But you're going the opposite direction. You're going to be surrounded by people at that point, even if you're at the front. Versus coming back, heavy attrition will occur. You're going to be in a box yourself.
Yeah.
So, it's going to be a completely different scenario.
Amazing how different descending and climbing a hill are, right? The
That's
descent
right.
takes 5 seconds,
Yeah.
and then the climb takes 2 minutes. It's a
That's
completely
right.
different world, right?
My wife, son, and I rode a route at home yesterday that we always ride, but we rode it in reverse just because.
It was a whole new world.
It was
wasn't
completely different. I was like, why haven't we done this before?
I don't even recognize this place. You had to call for directions.
Yeah. Wow. So a lot of things can happen. We will do our very best to keep you up to date on all of the time splits and who is doing what. We have a great team out on course today that's going to feed us as much information as possible. If you guys have any comments for us to maybe help us out, please feel free to leave a comment on YouTube. That is the place that our team will be checking and then handing us that information. So be nice, be courteous. Remember, it's a public forum and we're all here to support each other. But, you know, we also want to do our very best job to give you the right information. So leave that comment in there and our team will get us that information in a timely fashion.
Just looking at the bridge, Gabe, it looks pretty misty out there over the Hudson River. It looks like we have a little foggy morning going on.
This is such a weird moment because you know you're about to go super hard, and with the weather being in the 60-degree Fahrenheit range, you know that you do not need a lot of clothing. But you're standing there right now, like look at our announcer on the bridge. He's getting everybody excited, but he's got a jacket on.
Sure.
Right? Like it's those kind of conditions right now. It's very tricky. And so you're not quite getting what I'd call iced. So like before like a cyclocross race or something, when it's like 30 degrees out and you're standing on the line and you're just like, whoa, like that's not quite happening at the moment, but you can see the jackets, long arms, long sleeves, stuff like that happening. It's a weird dynamic for these early morning starts.
It's true. I know that when I did the GFNY and it was raining on the bridge, I just bought an old windbreaker to get the rain off of myself, and like 5 miles in, it was in the trash.
Okay.
I just threw it out.
Yeah.
I just had that plan that I was going to have this disposable covering in the beginning of this.
Right.
So I'm sure there's some people that are doing the same thing.
I'm sure, yeah. And actually the benefit of local racers as well, a lot of the Central Park and Prospect Park events that take place here are at 6 in the morning.
This is a late start. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can get a 5:30 start in the morning in Central Park. So
great.
Yeah. Sounds fantastic, doesn't it? Sounds like a lot of fun.
It's like I miss those days, but I also
It's something that's nice to say that you've done once, right?
Yeah.
I've raced at 6 a.m. in Central Park, but
Yes.
the reality of it can be quite daunting sometimes.
Yeah, I certainly remember waking up at 3 a.m. to make my start time in Central Park.
Yeah.
And then
A lot of coffee involved with those races.
Yeah.
That's a coffee.
Well, not dissimilar to today. I was in the race hotel, the DoubleTree, right down the street here in Fort Lee, and the lobby was packed at 4:30 in the morning when we were making our way here to the broadcast booth. So all these athletes have been up for a number of hours at this point. They all have to get themselves to the George Washington Bridge. They all have to go to their very specific start corrals. Start corrals are defined by past results as well as probably discretionary call-ups, we'd call that, right?
Sometimes it just comes down to if this is your first GFNY, it's when you registered.
Okay.
So it can come down to that. So if you're late, maybe you're in the back. So that's another reason if you're going to do GFNY, register early.
Yes, then you can do so right now, nyc.gfny.com. You can register for next year's event right now. You get a slight discount by doing so. And as Dan said, the added bonus of potentially a better start spot for next year.
Get yourself an edge. No reason not to.
No reason not to at all.
I did see as I was driving in this morning, I did see cyclists out on the highway that you'd never see cyclists on, but it was closed with the police and they were able to ride through everything else. It was really quite something to see these people out there.
Very similar experience. It was amazing. Just a swarm of green jerseys everywhere. And as you'll notice, every athlete out here today does wear their green jersey. It identifies them, but also is one of the unique features of all of our 40 GFNY events around the world, whereby you wear that green jersey when you are participating. So you will not see individual team jerseys. Sometimes you'll see team shorts, but that will be the only team apparel worn out there. You must wear a GFNY jersey when racing out here today.
And I'm sure there's people that have a closet full of these by now. I'm sure Ricardo Paqueta has probably one for every day of the week by this point.
I would think so.
Yeah, he's got a lot of...
Just from New York alone.
Yes. He's got a lot of laundry to take care of. But yeah, it's very interesting. This race is special because it's not a very team-oriented race.
This race in particular.
This race in particular. Usually you're going to have a Tour de France, 8-9 guys in that race with you.
Yeah.
This race, maybe you have a couple friends that came with you.
Yeah.
Maybe they're the same level you are. Maybe they aren't.
Right.
So
there is a cycling team designation on our finish sheet here, but as far as Dan and I understand, that team tactics maybe aren't necessarily part of today's strategy. So, that is a little unique, right? In that that is what follows the marathon model here.
Yes.
Whereby our individual athletes are really, it's about pacing yourself hydrating properly, using elite water bottles throughout the day. Great nutrition from SIS, the official nutrition sponsor of GFNY, and any other nutrients they can get themselves. There's a great rest stop up at Bear Mountain. But pacing and individual efforts are going to be the scores of success here.
Yeah, it's almost like being in a breakaway all day.
Yeah.
Usually when you have a breakaway in a bike race, you're trying to figure out who's fast, who's not. You see who's pedaling well, who's not pedaling well. So that's part of the mystery of this race. You have to figure out who you're racing before you start racing.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of animation early on. I always love seeing these start corrals where everyone's nervous, looking around, sort of looking each other's bikes over, seeing what's going on. And then also seeing some recognizable names. I mean, I have Nelson Vales on my list here. I mean,
The Cheetah.
The Cheetah.
Yes.
I mean, he's an Olympian, representing the United States in the 84 games in sprint. I believe he won a medal there as well. So Nelson Vales still very much a part of the cycling world, and he is known. You can't not find him really at a cycling event. So you're going to have some eyes on riders like him. Patterson will be there. Piquetta is up in that front group as well. Number of other names here that are going to be interesting. Gabby Epstein is here today.
Gabby.
Yeah.
Welcome, Gabby.
Welcome back, Gabby. Had a child. I was thinking about Gabby the other day, and I was wondering. I think his child is now 10 or something.
It must be.
Yes.
Yeah.
Amazing.
It's amazing. Nothing grows faster than other people's children and other people's pets, right? You have no idea. You come back and you think that everyone's still 8 years old and it's like, oh, they just graduated college.
Right.
Yeah.
That happened
sounds
to
about
you
right.
recently.
It did happen to me. My daughter is just finishing her first year of college. I tell that to people. There's Nelson Vales right there up at the front. Yeah, the cheetah out there representing it. But yeah, I did tell a friend that I saw the other day in the village, and I said, yeah, my daughter just finished first year of college. He couldn't believe it. So, nobody ever thinks of everybody aging, but, it happens.
It does to all of us.
We're having a little wisdom moment here, Gabe.
Well, that's what happens when you become a dad.
But Nelson Vales is a New York City legend, won all the races, raced for Toga, and eventually made his way up to the U.S. national team as a sprinter.
Yeah.
So it's great to see Nelson out there.
It is great to see Nelson out there schmoozing with everybody as he does so well.
Yeah, he's really fun. If you ever get a chance to go out and meet Nelson, he's a great guy.
I believe that's his bike that was leaning against the corral there as well. It's painted in the cheetah scheme.
I did see cheetahs.
Yeah.
I saw cheetah spots on there, so that must be the case.
I wonder if MPH Paint did that one. That was a cool paint job. We've got so many great names on this list. I'm sure we're going to start to be refining this list down quickly as we get into the start. Our unofficial time on your screen shows just about 45 minutes. By my watch, I'm showing about 13 minutes until the start, but we'll keep you guys up to date on everything that happens as it happens.
Yeah, I do see the shivering masses out there on the bridge. You do just want to go out there and give them a hug and warm them up, but I don't think that's going to be the case. We're too far away, Gabe.
Yeah. Well, it's always interesting in this race where no matter who's here or what the conditions are, whether it's pouring rain, as you've experienced, or bright sunshine, it seems that going fast from the beginning is the predominant strategy amongst everyone here. And do you think that's just because everyone is very excited? Is that Marco?
That is Marco.
All right.
Marco Quezada, official photographer, getting his shots before the race begins. He's going to be on the lead moto taking still photos.
Great.
So he'll be out there all day. You'll recognize the helmet.
Yeah.
But I think at the beginning of the race, you're just so excited to be here.
Yeah.
The adrenaline starts flowing. And at the beginning of the race, everybody feels great.
Yeah. Everyone has fresh legs.
It's hard to resist that temptation, isn't it? It's like, oh, I'm near the front. Why don't I'll just try a little attack and see how that goes.
I was having a conversation about that strategy with somebody who's about to partake in a 200-mile event in Kansas.
Oh, boy.
And they were talking about how they can't understand why everyone goes so fast at the beginning because clearly it's going to be a long day. And I said, well, you will see for yourself when you get on that start line. And you sort of forget that you have 199 miles to go on that day. And today there will be 99 miles to go for all of these athletes and a significant amount of elevation to cover. Much different than that race that my friend is doing in Kansas in a few weeks. This race today, A lot of up and down, Dan.
Yeah,
Oh my goodness.
a lot of up and down.
I mean, when
Yeah.
I used to ride around here more frequently up and down 9W, I mean, sometimes just going to get something at the Runcible Spoon and back was an effort.
Yeah.
We are going much farther than that today, all the way up to Bear Mountain, and then some people will get on a bus and come back to the village and hang out and have a coffee with us. Others are only halfway.
They're only halfway, and that will be just basically the beginning of the race for some of these people. That's when it starts to get, the action starts to happen.
Yeah, isn't that interesting in a bike race where you're covering a massive amount of distance and a massive amount of elevation shift, and your race technically has not even begun.
Yeah.
And so it's just the amount of discipline that's required in order to get yourself in the right spot at the right time. And that's really the beautiful balance of a lot of these experienced athletes, is where they are clearly showing their pedigree by being able to position themselves well, so that when they're at the foot of that Bear Mountain climb, they're still ready to go.
Yes.
You know, somebody like a normal person like me now, if I got to the foot of Bear Mountain at the front group, I'd be done. Just done.
Yeah, it would be over. You have to be in incredible shape just to get dropped at Bear Mountain in this race.
Yeah.
So,
Exactly.
yeah. You'd be surprised.
This is a true championship event. I mean, truly the best rider wins here today. We talked about team tactics, maybe not the forefront of the strategy here at this cycling event. This is much more of the marathon model, whereby everybody is doing an individual effort through and through. So you'll see a little shift in some traditional moves by some of our local heroes and some of our experienced riders out there today. Thousands upon thousands of them. We were given just the first few sheets, and that sheet ended at nearly 1,400 riders. And
so if you're going to do a breakaway, be within the first 1,400, or we won't know who you are.
We're good at making up names, though. We're both dads.
Yes, we'll give you some sort of name. So could be Shorty McBike Rider, right? Or, depending on what shorts you're wearing, because that's something we also have to do. If teammates are out there, maybe you have your team shorts on. That way we can figure out who you ride for.
Yes.
If you're going to be super stealth, maybe you buy the GFNY shorts, and then we won't know if you're a teammate with someone else.
Right. The matching
Should be a
kit.
stealth.
I appreciate matching kit.
Yes.
Right. I mean, you got to look pro for a day.
There's nothing more important
That's
than
what
looking.
GFNY is all about. Being pro for a day is really the thing that makes this event different than so many other events, where you are treated first class.
Absolutely.
Through and through, all of the touch points for all of the athletes, whether you're in the front corral or the very last corral, you are truly treated well here. And this is a great experience in the heart of New York City. So go to nyc.gfny.com. Sign up for next year if you haven't done so already, because you do not want to miss this race and be a pro for a day.
Absolutely. And I do hear from people in the area, they always say, oh, we're just going up 9W, I can do that any weekend. I'm like, it's completely different when there's thousands of people on the road at the same time.
Yeah.
And the roads are closed, you have access, you have rest stops. It's a completely different experience.
Yeah, all those touch, and there's so many moments before and after. We were talking about the village earlier that's behind us. Village, when you finish your race at GFNY World Championship events, you are treated to a meal. There's some wine. There's all sorts of amazing things that you can do. There's a great awards presentation. Then there's all the touch points of like shuttling your bags, right? Like all these thousands of people that are on the George Washington Bridge right now, half of them are going to stop. There's Nelson Vales.
Morning, Nelson. It's a great, the logistics are just worked out so well, and they're done by cyclists. There's a corral here where you check your bike in, so you don't have to worry about where you leave your bike.
Right.
You know, it's one of those classic things at a bike race. You just end up leaning against a tree somewhere.
Yeah.
There's no trees in this scenario. You can leave your bike there, check it in, check it out. It's watched, it's safe, it's not going to run away on you, so it's phenomenal.
Yeah, all the details are taken care of here for this great world-class event. So Nelson's still in his own corral there on the side.
A corral of his own.
But everybody else looks like they're organized inside the corral there.
Nelson the sprinter, not necessarily his course today, so
Well,
you never know.
you never know. It's a bike race. Anything can happen.
Maybe Nelson takes the early flyer.
Yes.
Let's see if we can have that happen today. That would be fantastic.
Looks like this is our founding family here, as it were. Uli and Lydia.
And their son.
And their son out there on the
Getting
front.
the picture out in front of the race.
Yep.
So that means it's getting to be time.
The celebrate. They got to really time the celebration. All right.
They got to get the jumping photo. I'm sure Marco's taking that picture right now,
Yes.
so they're getting everything ready for everyone to go. So,
awesome. Yeah, I'm showing about 6 minutes to my watch, but we'll see where we go here.
the nerves are jangling right now, Gabe.
Definitely. I mean, these riders have now been standing on the bridge for, well, actually over an hour at this
Yes.
point, so they are definitely ready to go. Looking forward to getting themselves underway. I'm sure all of our pacing vehicles, police presence here today, very significant.
Mhm.
We've shut down one of the biggest thoroughfares in the country.
Yeah, there's no bigger bridge, is there?
No.
A lot of people go over the George Washington Bridge every day, even on a Saturday morning at 6 a.m.
Yeah.
So the closure is just pretty amazing.
It is unprecedented. It's just really phenomenal to see the amount of detail that goes in. I mean, think about the dream that Yuli and Lydia had years ago. Be like, wouldn't it be cool if we started on the George Washington Bridge?
Yeah.
I mean, most people, including myself, would be like, well, that's impossible. And they're like, we're going to make this happen.
Yeah.
And they did.
Astonishing, and I don't know whether they called their local alderman or how that worked, but that's incredible to get that bridge closed. New Yorkers will realize it's impossible to get these things closed.
It really
that only
is.
happens for like the New York Marathon,
Yeah.
or maybe if there's an astronaut having a parade of some sort.
Astronauts have parades here?
They used to. I'm
I
an
think
old
so.
guy.
Buzz Aldrin.
Buzz Aldrin. I think Buzz is still with us. So if Buzz needed a parade, they'd probably put it over the George Washington Bridge, but
Yes.
who can tell? So
Well, we remember just a rundown of what we're about to go through here today. This is GFNY World Championships here in New York City. Right now, we are in the finishing village at Fort Lee, New Jersey. There will be two distances covered today by our athletes: GFNY 100, which is the full distance, and GFNY 50, or the GFNY Bear, as it's called, because they finish at Bear Mountain, and then they are shuttled back here to the village. It's also known as the long and medium course, so there's all sorts of nomenclatures going on here today for all of our different events.
you go medium, but you still have to climb up Bear Mountain.
Yeah, no matter what, you get the big climb in. We're going to start around 7 a.m. this morning. The first rider should arrive to Bear Mountain by 8:30 in the morning, and we expect the first riders to return here to the finish line for the full 100 or long course by 11 a.m. The broadcast here will end at 12:30, but the podium presentation will take place at the village at 3 p.m. So if you're in the area, you are welcome to come on down and experience that and cheer on all of the athletes who have participated here today. We have a number of returning athletes. We have thousands upon thousands of athletes from around the world here. We have 20 finishers who have done this event for the 9 times. Today will be their 10th, because this is the 10th anniversary of GFNY World Championship event. Big thank you to our sponsors, Elite Water Bottles and SIS Training Nutrition. Without your support, we would have a hard time pulling off what we pull off, so thank you so much for your continued support here today. Riders are going to be headed north up 9W towards Bear Mountain. They're going to pass the Runcible Spoon whether they like it or not, and they're going to keep on going all the way up there. So half of them will stop, the other half will come on back through the neighborhoods and roll their way back to the finish line here in Fort Lee. Number of amazing athletes. Jill Patterson is here, Hannah Fandel, Alejandra Echeverri, Ana Maria Hernandez Delgado. Those women are here today. From the men's side, we have Ricardo Piqueta looking to get another World Championship win today. Francesco Manuel Bongiorno, though, World Tour rider.
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno. We'll see what he has in his legs here today. We'll see if he comes out hot and swinging, or if he's going to play it close to the vest. Only time will tell. Luis Lemos, the Mexican Olympian, now part of GFNY staffing, will be out there racing today. Flavio De Luna will be out there. Leon Santa Maria, Omar Salim Azim, and Ben Gorodeski with Luis Lafredi will also be out there today. Age group breakdowns, 18 to 34, and then 5-year increments all the way up to 90 will be happening out there. So keep an eye on all of the race within the race and you can follow results at gfny.com throughout the day. If you'd like to sign up for next year's event, go to nyc.gfny.com or just go to gfny.com itself. I'm sure you'll find a link to register for next year. You'll get a little bit of a discount, and as we've spoken about today, you will get a better starting position next year the earlier you register.
Jersey too?
That's right, a jersey.
Yeah.
My name is Gabe Lloyd. This is Dan Schmaltz, and we are going to be bringing the action to you all day long. If you're looking for the Spanish feed, we do have an amazing broadcast team from Colombia. They're in the tent next to us, and they're doing a great job. So check out our Spanish feed as well. I'm sure there's a link to that at gfny.com.
I see motion.
I see motion. Wow.
I think the clock is ticking.
I see 7 o'clock on my watch here, and so I have to imagine we may be racing.
That's the precision that you like to see.
Yeah, so we're going to have an official race time switch over here, and it looks like we are underway, going fast, because this race, ooh, it is happening there.
It is on. So we will see if we can break the 4-hour barrier this year.
4-hour barrier has been this test for all athletes, and no one has ever done it.
It's a tough ask.
Yeah.
25 miles an hour over all of these climbs? No thanks.
And a lot of twists and turns. We've talked about some of those in our earlier broadcast today, with the turns at some of these crucial points are going to really decide this race, and then just some technical stuff. So we're coming off the bridge, and then I know that we've got some roundabouts and some other stuff that's going to hit those racers early, so that'll knock some speed off. Then you're climbing up River Road, that'll knock speed off. Bear Mountain itself will knock speed, and I'm sure there's 1,000 little things along the way.
There's so many ways to have your energy sapped, isn't it? And it's all, look at the race is already strung out. Somebody's already gotten excited.
Yeah. Which is great to see. This is the familiar sight that we have missed since 2019. This is the first time back since the pandemic. We were booked on our calendars for 2020, and then unfortunately it had to all come close down. But now we are here. Great to see that inflatable banners on the Pro for a day.
Ready to go.
That's great to see. So our race is happening. We are here live in New York City. We're coming off the George Washington Bridge right now, riding on some of America's busiest highways that have been shut down for the GFNY World Championship event. This is the very beginning of the race. Our official race started about 2.5 minutes ago. And this lead group looks like they've already split themselves off.
There's already a pack already.
Okay.
This is some of that early enthusiasm that we've talked about. It can go both ways.
Yeah.
So maybe it will split the race up, and that will be good. Or you can just kind of burn up all your matches right away.
Yeah, so here's this first sort of turn up onto the ramp of sorts. It'll scrub a little bit of speed, but this is a car ramp, so it should be very easy for these riders.
A hairpin, but not the biggest hairpin issue that you'll ever see.
Yeah.
I did see some matching light blue bikes out there, so maybe we do have some teamwork going on up here.
We'll see what happens, though. I mean, so it's tight hairpin. We're now back onto city streets, and we're going to be winding our way through portions of New Jersey, right? So that's what happens, right? So we start ourselves on the border between New York and New Jersey, and then we come into New Jersey itself, I believe, right now. So they're in Fort Lee right now.
This is Fort Lee right now, and basically you get to the state line after you get through Alpine. You go to 9W, and you get to the infamous for locals state line sprint point at the top of the hill. And then nobody's going to be sprinting there. I don't know if the New Yorkers will do it just out of, habit. But then you are in New York. The majority of this race takes place in New York State.
Right.
So they will be going out there from Jersey into New York State.
So a lot of individuals out there on the front right now. What do you think the strategy is when they're on the front? Is it to just simply stay safe, or what? I mean,
I think if you're looking to have a big day today, that's number 134, and I do remember that name. That is Alan Carrillo, who is out there getting out ahead of the game. Sometimes you do want to be, when you see conditions are going to be a little sketchy, you want to be at the front.
Yeah.
You want to be able to see any hazards on the road. You want to be able to know what's going on. Sometimes you'll spend that little extra bit of energy to just not have any trouble, any problems, any troubles, or any sort of hazards out there.
So that rider, Alan Carrillo, he's from Mexico. He has a number of top 20 to 10 finishes over the past year, and he's a former triathlete as far as we're told. So a strong man and used to the individual effort.
Yes.
You know?
So this would not be intimidating for him. This is a walk in the park for this sort of race for him, but distance in triathlon and distance in bike race are two completely different things.
That can be completely different. At least he didn't have to swim for an hour and a half before he started this segment of his day.
Different kind of wet today, right? Yeah.
You can see the road surface is a little bit dark, right? So that would indicate to me that it is still wet, as I spoke about earlier. This morning, when it's wet like this, a lot of road debris sticks to the tires, and that road debris, as that wheel turns over and over and over, that debris, if it stays put, can wedge its way into the tire, possibly through the tire, and make it flat. So hopefully everybody gets through the first portion of today in good shape.
Yeah, that's one of those things that just, you always seem to find the glass on a day like today, don't you?
It's bizarre.
Yeah.
I mean, you ride for weeks, and then you have a day like today, and all of a sudden you don't get 20 feet. So hopefully everybody today has a good day out there. We do have neutral race support. This is like being a pro for a day.
Absolutely.
So we have a number of motorcycles with that lead group. We also have some neutral race support vehicles stationed along the course. So when you sign up for GFNY World Championship events, you are treated like a pro through and through.
And they will get water bottles out on the course, as I remember. They will provide them if you're in the lead group.
Great. So elite water bottles going to our lead groups, courtesy of some feed motorcycles, probably some SIS nutritional gels as well.
Absolutely.
Those are great. They're huge. Have you ever had an SIS gel?
I have not had an SIS.
Massive. It's like getting a pint of liquid gel.
It's like getting a piece of pie.
Yes. Yes. So,
that sounds great.
So you definitely get a ton of nutrition from those SIS gels. So big thanks to them for continuing to be a supporter of GFNY World Championship.
Liquid pie out on the course.
You should suggest that to them. Maybe.
I will. Yeah, SIS.
Meringue,
liquid
maybe?
pie. Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Can you imagine
I can.
a lemon meringue out there when you're on the road?
Love that. Wash that down with an elite water bottle.
Delightful. I'm gonna have to
So
get
good.
out of here right now and grab one of those.
So riders looking for the win or the podium in their age group, they need to get to the front right now. All right, that's where they're at. This is the first part of the race. The thing, though, as Dan was talking about, you can't win the race, but you can certainly lose the race right now.
Yes.
Looks like we're now on River Road.
We are out on River Road. This is one of the newly paved sections, so this is still in the beginning before they get to Dykeman.
Okay.
And this asphalt is perfect.
Ooh.
It is. It is great. So,
It's pretty much the complete opposite of another section of River Road.
yes.
Okay.
As soon as we get, when you turn off of this, that goes down to the basin that's at the bottom of this before you go to Dykeman, and then you will go on to Dykeman, you'll notice that there are some water barriers, some Jersey barriers as they're known in the past,
Okay.
that would keep you off that. You're going past the Jersey barriers, you're going up that climb, and that's where the rough road is.
Oh, wow. So we
So
are going up that.
We
rough
will be
road.
going up soon,
Okay.
shortly.
Well-
And it looks like it's a compact group,
Still, yeah.
not too aggressive on the front just yet, but
From our vantage point, I mean, I'm breathing easy.
yeah, the place I would want to be would be right near the rear third of that.
Yeah, just hanging out. I mean, as best you can. You want to have the slowest fast race possible, which simply means like finding that spot where you're spending the least amount of energy. A lot of these athletes now have power meters on the bike, which measures the output of power from their legs transferred to the rear wheel to make them go forward. And when you can understand how to use those numbers, you pretty much just need to make that number as low as you possibly can make it at this point in the day. So right now, that is your strategy, whether you're trying for the win or not.
We've got a
looks
like
like some
attack off the
aggression.
front.
Yeah, somebody decided they want to lift that power meter rating here, though.
Somebody's going to toss on the cape and see if Superman shows up. Huh?
Is Jill Patterson in this group? I believe she starts with the front?
She starts in the front corral, so she could very well be in this group.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's her with that blue helmet out there. Our picture's a little choppy right now, but
And when we find out what the numbers are up here,
Yeah.
as we go along, we'll be able to tell who's who.
yep.
And it is nice that they do have the numbers on the front of the bikes for us.
For us, yeah.
So we'll be able to check out who's there.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see what Jill's strategy is here today. As we also mentioned, women and men can race together, but also work with each other. That is completely okay. We don't have any penalties for women working with men or any of those nuances that have maybe been part of the cycling dialogue over the past few years. Today at GFNY, Jill Patterson and Camila Cortez and a number of other women who are in this front corral.
If you can hang in the group.
Yeah, if you're there, you race. You know?
We have two off the front, maybe with about a 5 or 10 second lead here.
Now, I think locals are going to be rooting
Here's
for
where we start going through the rough stuff.
Oh, this is rough stuff? Okay.
This is where they're gonna head up the hill. You see the barriers, and you can see the road surface now. See on the right side how torn up that is?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where you don't want to be on the finish, on the downhill.
So as locals are... Wow.
You can see how the road is just destroyed.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, it was no exaggeration when we were saying it was pretty rough stuff.
Is that brick now?
I think there is a little bit of brick underneath there. If you tear the road away, it's a pretty old road. So once you tear away the asphalt, you're going to have other sort of like
that'd be kind
stuff
of
going on.
Amazing to get back to the brick surface.
A little downhill Roubaix here for everybody, right? Yeah. Keep it exciting.
Oof. So it looks like the asphalt just sloughed off the brick.
Yeah.
There.
The elements have not been kind to this climb.
Wow. That's amazing to see. I just, wow. So we have a group, looks like the front two that had started off just briefly before we were speaking have been reabsorbed already.
A little test of the legs that lasted maybe 2 minutes.
Yes.
So, okay.
Okay.
And avoid the piles of debris on the side.
Wow.
So this is, they're on a climb right now. So they're going to be getting up to the top of this, and then they'll be heading down again. There's some rollers that go along River Road that are not small climbs. They're actually pretty big. You're going to get like maybe half a mile long, 6 to 8%. And then once you get to the Alpine Climb, that's the longest climb at the end of River Road.
So the Alpine Climb is at the end of this road. Some athletes will have a strategy of actually doing this, like getting away early and then doing something what we call sag climbing. So that would be getting to the base of the climb first and then taking the climb at your own tempo. You allow the group to catch you, and then you just sort of work your way back up to the speed of the group, but you get to ride slower than the field on purpose. That was always my go-to. So we'll see what happens. So I would be this guy right now, like off the front, and everyone's like, oh, he's going for the breakaway. No. All he's doing is just trying to make that climb slower for himself. And that's it's an interesting tactic that I learned over the years. Maybe some of this rider is trying that as well.
I would think this would also be a safety attack too. When you're getting on these descents, you just want to be able to pick your line, see any road hazards, be able to get out in front of everything.
Yeah, and I think like some of these athletes will, like our rider that just came from the World Tour, Buongiorno. He may be used to having motorcycles around him while he races, but a number of these other athletes will not be familiar with having motorcycles around them. So thinning out the pack or just riding by yourself like this is, as Dan just mentioned very, very accurately, it's a safety maneuver for themselves to get themselves out of harm's way.
Absolutely. And when you're in an open field like this, you don't know everyone else. You don't know their level of skill. I'm sure everyone in the front corral's probably a pretty experienced cyclist.
Yep.
But you don't know when you haven't been in a pack with any of these people before, so you don't know what their tendencies are, what their methods are of descending. So
I'd love to read you this like historical tidbit that we were provided by the staff.
I would love to hear it.
I've been riding this road forever, and Yuli provided this. This area between two forts, GFNY's resident historian Armand Minasessian provides us with this. On November 16th, 1776.
Oh,
wow.
Okay.
British forces overwhelmed and captured Fort Washington. After the battle, surviving Americans fled across the river to the safety of Fort Lee. That's where we are right now.
Correct.
Margaret Corbin was a Patriot nurse at that battle who remained beside her husband operating a cannon. When her husband was fatally wounded and unable to operate the cannon, she immediately took his place, efficiently loaded and accurately fired the cannon until her left arm was nearly severed. Margaret never fully recovered from her wounds, yet her bravery and devotion did not go unnoticed on the battlefield. A few years later, her valiant service was recognized by the newly formed U.S. government as she became the first female recipient of a lifelong pension. So that happened on River Road.
Way to go, Margaret.
According to the GFNY historian here.
It's
all
phenomenally tenacious.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
Margaret.
Yeah.
Good on her.
I do know that over here in New Jersey, this is where Alexander Hamilton was shot.
Alexander Hamilton.
Exactly. Of the fame of the Broadway show.
Yeah.
Because they did have to.
Wait, is that where the duel takes place?
That's where
on
the
River
duel.
Road?
I don't think it was River Road. It's near Fort Lee, somewhere
I would
around
have done
here.
it under the bridge. Like, that would have just been the best spot for Instagram for that bar.
That would be a great place for it. I think that Hamilton remembered going to the bridge that time, yeah.
Yeah.
But dueling was illegal in New York State, so they had to go across the river.
Oh, it was okay here in New Jersey.
It was okay in New Jersey. Anything goes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're like, you got a situation, you need to figure it out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do what you got to do.
You got to take shots at one another. Do it in Jersey. Yeah. See how that goes.
Yes. Well, shots are being had out here right now on River Road as this field is trying to keep the pace high. You can see the shape of the field is, I'd say it'd be 3 wide or so. It is ebbing and flowing though, so that means that speeds are shifting. Right now, race is pretty on, although I would have to say, based on past years, Dan, that I'm seeing a relative mode of caution by this group. I believe, if my memory serves me well, that on River Road in the past, this is the point that we have seen some separations occurring in years past, and right now I'm seeing aggression, right? We're single file at the moment. But for all intents and purposes, this group that started on the George Washington Bridge is all still here.
They are all still here. It would be a very audacious move to happen right now, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Be like sort of Jackie Duran, Thomas DeGent type of thing.
Thomas DeGent won, though.
He
so,
did.
I mean,
Worked out for him.
Yeah, you can't count that old man out. As he called himself that on Twitter, by the way. I did not just call him an old man.
He might be all of 30 years old.
He's
30.
younger than me.
Baby. He's a baby.
So, are we on Alpine? Is this Alpine?
No, we are not on Alpine yet. We are still rolling through the rollers on River Road.
Okay, so our first classified climb of the day will be Alpine, which is at the end of this. And that takes riders up to Route 9W. The length of the climb is 1.6 kilometers. The vertical ascent is 106 meters. The average gradient is 6.4, but it maxes out at 10.2.
And that's at the end of the climb, yeah.
That's at the end.
Yes.
Save the best for last.
Best for last. You go around a corner, then it angles up, and then you're at the ranger station. But we're still making our way through River Road here. Everyone looks to be going through safely so far, which is a good indication of how everyone's kind of taking it easy. So I would recommend it.
Yeah, I mean, according to
you can see the potholes on the road. On the side, there's these leaves. If you're back in the pack and you're doing the regular GFNY, if the road is filled and you're out on those outer sides, maybe just take a break, relax, and get to where you can choose your line.
Yeah, as you've said so well, I love this phrase that you've created, and I hope it's not too cliche for me to repeat it, but you cannot win the race there, but you can certainly lose it.
Yeah, you can see the rough surfaces out here. And there's nothing wetter than leaves on a wet road.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that will slip the rug from under your feet very quickly.
Yeah. So we are unofficially, according to our screen here, we are about 18 and a half minutes into this race, and we are about 10% into today's event. Okay.
That's all.
Yeah. When we get to Alpine, that will be just about 10. According to this, am I reading this right? About 10 miles in?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. It'll be at mile 9,
Okay.
or kilometer 14, where we start the Alpine Climb.
Okay.
So it's coming up. You'll know that there's a roundabout,
Okay.
and you'll see the basin down there. There's one more roundabout before this, and then there's a roundabout that goes up Alpine, so we'll be able to notice that from there.
Okay.
It's unusual to watch a bike race on a road that you've always ridden looking backwards
Yeah.
on film. It throws your senses off. It's like, I don't remember that,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
it's usually you're facing the other direction, and as I come up River Road, I always look over to across the river. There's a big blue cube in Yonkers that you can always notice. That's where you notice the beginning of it. It might be too misty out to even see Yonkers today. So
Possibly.
you never know.
Yeah, I mean, we can barely see the river in this shot even. I mean, just because of the mist.
I can assure you it's there.
Okay.
But yeah, you wouldn't even know.
Yeah.
But right along the Hudson River here, beautiful place to go on a weekend if you want to take a ride out of New York City.
Yeah.
Highly recommended.
You notice all these rocks here on the side, according to our historian Armand. I love these historical quotes they gave us.
Fantastic.
Historical notes from Armand. By the late 1800s, the Palisades were being heavily quarried for building foundations, city streets, and piers in New York City. If you've ever ridden on New York City pave, so that'd be down in like Wall Street area, I'm assuming?
Village, Wall Street.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chances are you've ridden on blocks of rock quarried from these very cliffs.
Wow. See if they look familiar. Distinctive color to those rocks, though. It's almost a reddish color to them.
Right.
And as you see the Palisades from far away, they have like a gray slate look too. Fascinating rock stuff. So we do have a couple of guys taking advantage of the descent again. This could again be that sort of defensive descending.
Yeah.
So you can see the speeds picking up.
Yeah, I mean, you see some road patches here. We've already ridden through some pretty heavily destroyed sections of this road, but the road patch is very noticeable right now to me. So I'd say defense is your best offense at this point. According to our race notes, again, this is where the attacks begin, and I do remember that as being an accurate point of reference here. So attacks starting to come. I don't know if selections will occur that are necessarily decisive, but this is where our Ben Gordescues start to come to the front. Right?
That's where you get that sort of really take a flyer, feel good.
Yeah.
You know the road if you're a local, and you're like, you know what you're in for. You know what kind of pace you can hold.
Right.
So maybe you take a shot at it.
Yeah, I mean, I sort of feel like we're going to be seeing opportunistic moves, as it were, as long as everyone's getting themselves in the right position. But it's a weird amount of time, about 21 minutes into this event right now. But we have, 3.5 hours.
It's a long day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you really still got to pace yourself. The overcast conditions will be an interesting marker, I think. With that sun beating down on your back normally, your dehydration really takes into effect. That's when you see salt-stained jerseys and whatnot. With the overcast conditions, it's just like that. It's like an umbrella between yourself and the sun, and that little bit of diffused light will possibly allow some of these riders to dig a little deeper or possibly be a little sillier with their tactics.
Yeah. You could be definitely overly optimistic at this point.
Yeah.
So
we are still rolling. We're not at Alpine yet.
No, we have not reached Alpine.
Okay.
We are going around the roundabout, and that's the basin, so we're hitting the base of the climb right now.
Okay, great. So now we are at Alpine. So this is the 1.6 kilometer ascent, averaging 6.4%, but saving the best for last. Dan's favorite part.
The favorite part, the steep portion. So let's see how this is going to go. See what we have as far as attacks or aggression.
I think they should just take this back to cobbles.
You want the cobbles back on the road?
Yeah.
I would love it. We can just talk to the Palisades Park Commission and see what they can come up with.
I think they'd take our advice.
I don't see how they couldn't.
They'd be like, Dan and Gabe think this is cool? Yes. Let's do it.
Now, I think that this is still rolling. Now, that might have been the first early roundabout, and then we might have another roundabout that comes about. Let's see here. We have somebody off the front.
Who would this person be?
Once we get a look at the number.
Well, we'll see what we can get here. One rider off the front at the moment on a little bit of red on the bike there, and we will see what happens. So one rider getting away, distancing themselves, and if they get themselves to the top, maybe we'll have our first little breakaway opportunity. Yeah. This can be the carrot that some other riders will use to pull themselves out and away.
And this is the Alpine Climb, so this is a solo attack.
Yeah.
So what? There's Gate Hill, which is going to come later, but we are on Alpine right now. So this is the effort that takes you up Alpine.
Okay.
Nicely paved too. It's been in great shape.
Okay. Oh, there's Alpine. Okay. Little smaller there, but it looks like there's sort of that pitch in the middle.
There is a pitch in the middle. It turns around and then it comes up to the end, and it's a real challenging climb. That's why everybody does come and do this climb for regular sort of training.
Yeah.
So
I used to go down to Boat Basin and then just do this.
that makes it official when you start at the boat basin.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another. If you would have gone around that roundabout to the bottom, that would be your official boat basin.
Gotcha.
And they did have a time trial up this a couple of years ago, as I remember. So
cool.
I did it. I did terribly. So
Oh, I'm sorry.
it's okay.
Is it because you just completed the GFNY?
I will use that excuse.
Yeah.
Correct.
All right.
Yes. So we have a solo attack here, and
He's looking back. He's like, "Where is everybody? I don't see it."
am I not doing this right? You always get a little nervous when you're the only one attacking and everyone else is just like, okay.
Yeah.
Like, what am I doing wrong here?
All right. So here we are. We've got a nice little 10.2% pitch in the middle. I think this rider's already passed that segment, actually.
I would think he would be beyond that.
And then, so now he's on a 5.2% pitch. It's a little undulating, but for the most part, this is a weird section, right? So if I may speak from my own personal experience, this is the point where if you're feeling really good on a day, you could throw it back in the big ring and like get on top of it.
You can.
You can. I'm not sure that's advisable though. You have a long way to go.
There's 90 miles to go.
Yeah. I mean, it's one thing when you're doing repeats. It's a whole other thing when you're actually racing here.
Yes.
So, but my point in raising that is that it's a weird sort. It's not false light. You're still climbing for sure. However, riders who are strong, who are really feeling it, want to create that gap, they can create that gap at this point in time.
Yes. You can definitely winnow the pack right now.
Yeah.
So, and since it is an individual race game, you are not using up your teammates, you are using yourself up. So that's maybe not that wise.
Right. Do we have an identity on this rider?
We do. We have a number 72, has 200 meters. Fortunato Ferrara of Italy.
Okay, Fortunato
We have the
Ferrara.
Italian off the front. Now he has just reached the front of the race, and he's about to go under the bridge that's going to take us to 9W. So he has got his gap of 200 meters.
Okay.
200 meters would be a lot to hold for 90 miles.
Yeah.
That would be an amazing effort, and we would have to sing his praises to the heavens.
Just dangling there for hours.
That would be something that would be extraordinary. Not
Yeah.
saying it couldn't happen, but it is unlikely.
Okay. So, chase group of 100 plus riders also on this bit of information coming from race director
Yes.
Julie Fumi. So thank you for that.
I would think that Mr. Ferrara is out there hoping for company.
I would think so. It's hard to tell what his cadence is from this shot here at the moment, but
We've got to look back, and we look like we've got to split at the race. The race is definitely heated up. There's a group of 3 chasing.
okay. We assume Ben Gorodetsky is part of this because everyone said he would be.
Where are you, Ben?
Yeah.
Where you been?
Okay, so for Fortunato Ferrara of Italy was that rider who got himself up Alpine. He's on that BMC, which is that red bike. He's now has 2 more riders with him. We'll see if we get some intel.
Now, I think this is a chase group.
That's Fortunato.
Is
there
it
in the
Fortunato in the
BMC.
red BMC?
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. So now we have a group of 3. We've got some long socks on the front there.
Woof. Wow.
Mhm.
Arrow.
Yeah.
Arrow. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah. If this group gets together.
Yeah. But again, I mean, this is so early. I
Mhm.
mean, they're not really working that well together at this point. I mean,
They're not taking
the
quick
rotation is not good.
Yeah.
Oh, is this our solo Fortunata? So
I
that mean that
think it-
Fortunata has some buddies behind.
Yeah, I think it is. I think he's looking back at that group and he's like, hey guys,
Oh, there we go. Okay.
maybe those 2 bikes mean these 2 people know each other.
Ah. Okay.
Maybe this could be a couple of Italians that traveled together and maybe not.
Possibly.
Or maybe they just have the same bike.
They only sell red BMCs in Italy right now. It's part of Italy.
That sounds, that's what I remember about Italian cycling, yeah.
Yeah.
All BMCs.
We'll see what happens there. Let's see.
All right, we've got a group of 4. So Ferrara looked back and said, hey, these are the guys, these are the ones I'm looking for.
Yeah, so Fortunato is in there, and then we're getting some identities on this group, I believe, of 4 now. All right.
Now we've got a group of 4. Now we've got... They are working.
So it looks like Fortunato won GFNY Santa Fe.
Oh, really?
Ago.
Oh.
All right.
So I'm assuming Santa Fe, there's some elevation out there.
There
I remember the area.
Also a lot of wind. Oh my goodness, wind every corner. So he is, to me, that means he's good at pushing pedals.
Yes.
Which could be to his advantage.
All right, so we've got 3 out front. Maybe somebody dropped off. So it looks like a lead group of 3, and now it's getting a little furious back here, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can see everything stretched out.
So the Alpine Climb has really split this group at this point, right? That's what we're seeing. That it's strong legs have come to the front, and we're going to try to keep our eyes on...
And that might be, is that... Oh, we can get the number on the woman racer right there.
Is that Jill?
It could be.
Yeah, that'd be awesome if Jill was able to make that selection. We do, from our vantage point, we do not see 2 women in that group. We see 1 woman. We're trying to identify her.
Once we get a number on her, we'll be able to say who it is.
Yeah.
But playing the game.
Playing the game. That's great. I mean, you got to have the legs to back up the game, though.
Yeah, you can't just... Yeah, it's not like they're pushing her to the finish.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, she had to be able to follow wheels up that climb, ride very hard, but also manage that effort so that she can go another 90 miles.
No one's going to wait for her.
No. So we have 3 away right now. Fortunato is part of that group, and we are going to get some identities on the other 2 for us right now.
And then we have a couple chasers. So this might be our Florida racer. It looks like he's got the Sebring Championship. So that was the other champion from the Florida winner.
Okay.
You can look. It was at Leon Santa Maria.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
So Leon Santa Maria of Colombia.
We'll make sure to get a number on them to make sure we identify them correctly. But it looks like this looks to me like a chase group of 3. This is not the front group because there's Mr. Ferrara on his red BMC, if he is still at the front, or it's the other red BMC that got knocked off of there.
We will see what happens here with whomever we have here. We're going to, right now though, we are on 9W, and so
we're just hearing that they might have had to hand out other jerseys, so that might not be our Florida champion. So once we do get a number for everybody, we'll be able to identify everyone correctly.
All right. Very good. So we're headed towards Piermont and Nyack right now.
Yes.
How much time does it take, like a normal person, to get from the top of Alpine to Piermont and Nyack?
That's a good question. That's probably about a 20-minute ride, somewhere in that.
Is that like Mike Marguerite pace, or is that your pace?
That's my pace.
Okay.
I don't think I've ever done Mike Marguerite pace. One day I'll find out what that's like.
All right. So about 20 minutes is the average time to go from the top of Alpine to entering Piermont. You sort of get to state line, right?
Yes.
And then you go down a hill.
Oh, look at that field, strong out.
And Jill's at the back of that.
Yeah, smart.
Yeah. And so this group is still approaching state line.
Yes.
Okay.
There are going to be some rolling hills. It won't look like they're climbing, but they're going to do some up and down and up and down. It's New York flat, right?
Okay.
There's no such thing as like a flat road out here along the river. There's always somewhere that's going to go up and down. After you get through Piermont, you descend along the by Stony Point. That's pretty flat, but you're only going to have about 2 or 3 miles of flat roads. There's no flat here.
Okay. So if we're in Nyack by 7:45, we're doing pretty well.
Yeah, they're kind of cruising. So we are...
But a big group. So that, to me, that's a very distinctive point. I know we are told that we have a separation on the front of 3.
Mm-hmm.
But look at this group. I mean, you have a lot of winners in here, very experienced riders in here. and it looks like they are using each other. They're really taking advantage of the peloton effect. Are we going downhill right now?
We are going downhill. It's a sweeper that goes down. There
Okay.
was just an exit to the Palisades, and you go down around here, and you go under this bridge. And you're going to be going down a little more. I think this is up where just before you hit state line.
Okay. Does this mean that these riders are past state line?
Not yet.
Okay. All right.
Let's see where they
That's
come
where
up
the
here.
observatory is, the Columbia University Observatory.
It is in the area around here, yeah.
Okay.
Let's see where we'll see the sign for the state line.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to come up and around, and they're going to go down and then up to... But you can definitely cruise along through this section. If you work well together, you're going to be able to hold a gap.
Yeah.
But it is still anybody's game. You can still have the winner coming from this second group on the road.
Okay.
Absolutely. Especially when you start to get to the bigger climbs, those time gaps can kind of disappear.
Right. I mean, over the years, like, as we saw Mike Marguerite and Jeremiah Bishop, winners from 18 and 19, they came from this large group, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it was much too early in the race for them to show themselves. And oftentimes that's the thing in a bike race. The winner is not somebody you actually talk about.
Right. Yeah.
They stay hidden. They do a great job just sort of letting other people do the work. And I have to assume that this will be the case today. This is a very hard course. It is a very good World Championship course here for GFNY World Championships.
Yeah, everybody kind of getting in that tuck position as they're going down the rollers out here.
Okay.
So let's see
So
where
this
we're coming
is
to.
not yet to state line at this point, right? But this, I don't know. I feel like that's the climb out of state. Where are we?
I think they've on the descent of state line.
Okay.
So
That's what I
we
thought.
got a little video breakup, so you lose that continuity and you kind of forget where you're at.
Yeah, a little lot, but to me, that looking backwards, it looks like the climb back up to the observatory. So that's the old IBM sort of office there on the left, and so we're definitely getting our way up towards Piermont and Nyack.
Now I think that we got word that one of these riders, this is the chase group.
Is that Chase group or that you're right? That is Chase because of
the front
bright
group has the
shorts.
long socks and the red bike.
Okay.
Yeah. So and that I have heard that might be Louis Lamus. So
Really?
yes.
He's really
Yes.
packed.
White helmet, blue bike.
White helmet, blue bike, Louis Lamus.
All right, Louis has come to play,
Wow.
and he has the GFNY shorts, so he's using that as to his advantage.
Okay.
Sneaking in there so people can't tell where he's at. Crafty, I like it.
Well, Lewis is an Olympian, and you know the years and years worth of miles in the legs will certainly help him out and give him the proverbial advantage at certain points throughout this day. However, it's going to be a big day out there, so let's see what happens with Lewis. He's found himself in this position before as well. Remember, Lewis was in a good selection in 2018 in this race, and on the decisive moments up River Road at the end, he started to cramp. So you really need to measure your effort here, no matter what your pedigree or background is. Conditions today are slightly different though than 2018. 2018, bright sunny day, a little bit more hot and humid. Today is just humid. So perhaps that'll help him out. Lewis is now part of our staff.
Yeah.
GFNY, so he's very busy.
Have to support the other staff members on a day like
Yes.
today, so
Yeah.
hoping that he's out there doing well.
As do I.
Good working group.
Yeah.
So I believe that this is the second group. We're just going by the sign for Tallman. So that's the second group is going by the Tallman sign.
Okay.
And this group, 9W, gonna start going through the rolling hills of 9W.
So how close are we right now to Piermont?
We are Piermont's just to the right of these guys.
Okay.
So this is the section of
So they
9W
made
that
good
rolled
time.
along. Yeah,
So,
they're doing great.
Wow.
These guys are working well together. Nobody's shirking any duties. They're putting the pedal to the metal.
So what is the strategy at this point in time? Because these guys are going really hard, but very early. I mean, we're still in the first 15% of this race.
Yes.
The big heavy lifting of this race is very much yet to come.
We're 17 miles in. That's the first station right there.
Okay,
yeah.
So Piermont Aid Station number 1 is on the right. That's a really cool feature of participating in GFNY if you're not in the breakaway per se. If you're in any of the corrals, you're here in New York to get a great experience. There are these amazing aid stations along the way where you can take a break, use the restroom, and refuel, and then get back onto course. So definitely sign up for next year, nyc.gfny.com.
Yeah, you can see all the aid stations are huge. You can get whatever you need there, whatever you have to go through. We have a wave at the camera.
All right.
Always a pro move.
Yeah, very pro. So we're still on 9W, though,
we are.
Right? Riding north, going up a climb at the moment. And so we're past Piermont. Now we're just sort of in the midst of Piermont.
Yes.
No snacks being taken by this group at this time.
And if you're in the front, you get the bottles from, I think, the moto or from the car, but you do get it on the road. Okay. You're very much a pro for the day.
So elite bottles from our support crew, SIS gels also available. And let's see if we have any race intel here from.
We are looking through. Lewis is in the second group, so we have a group of 3 away. And then we have Mr. Ferreira in that group, one of our favorites. And in the group behind, we have Luis Lemus, who is the Mexican Olympian and former World Tour rider. So they are probably trying to close that gap. I think you would want to have 6 more than you would want to have 3. And we have somebody here. He is asking the moto, probably asking for gaps, I would assume. So I would assume he's asking for a gap. So I'm not sure how that moto is going to be able to get it to him, but maybe he's asking to see what they have.
So he's showing some experience there. I mean, it takes a little bit of confidence to be able to drop back to a moto like that, have a conversation, and then just ride yourself right back onto the participation of the group. However, I would also say to remember that you are only 3, and so each of you need to participate equally if you want to have any chance of success here.
Yeah.
So doing that, maybe pro move of dropping back, maybe, use that effort when you need to. Just focus on the task at hand.
And when there's 3 of you, you want to keep those other 2 guys happy.
Yeah. You don't want to start making enemies too soon here, and so we'll see. We don't have any intel on what they're talking about or how they're feeling about each other at the moment, but I would encourage, hopefully, that they're working well together.
They look like a pretty well organized group here.
Yeah, so Ferreira in that lead group.
I believe it is. I've seen Ferreira on that red bike. I seem to recognize it. We're kind of in an impressionist phase here with the video feed, so we'll be able to get what's going on as soon as we go from Rembrandt to Chuck Close for my art nerds out there. We'll be able to find out what's going on.
I love that reference. Alan Carrillo possibly in this group. Remember, he had some distinctive shorts earlier on when our feed was tighter, and we'll believe that could be him in this group. So we're going to see if Carrillo is in this group with.
Yeah, as soon as we get those numbers, we have people out on the course feeding us information.
We haven't found Ben Gordeski yet.
Ben has not popped up in the front groups, so it looks like it's a very international flavor to these first early rises.
I also haven't seen Gabby Epstein yet.
Yeah.
I thought Gabby'd be just taking a flyer off the front.
Yeah, Gabby, local strong man.
He's a dad. He's dad watts.
Yeah, he has dad watts.
Yeah.
Okay, we have the 3 men in the lead. They have over a minute with number 72, Mr. Ferrara.
All right, so Ferrara in that group, their lead is now over 1 minute over the chasers and the rest of the peloton. So
that's a tenuous minute at this point in the race.
Yeah, I mean, they pretty much need to blow that up to a 5-minute gap if they have any hope of keeping this alive for the duration. So this could be another sort of sag climb type of maneuver where maybe they just want to give themselves as much advantage as possible going into Bear so that when the real race begins, they're forcing the guys behind them to have to ride faster than they are at the critical points in the race. That's a really savvy maneuver because you're definitely playing with fire there. The safe move is to stay in the field and to let the peloton just do its job. But because there's no teams here, it's all individual effort. You're really relying on the attentive aggressiveness
And the kindness of strangers.
and the kindness of strangers.
Because you don't know
to bring
who's
that
with
back.
you know?
But you can see that bunch right behind. So this is our chase group, and then I would call that, there's foreshortening on the lens here for between the chase group and the peloton. But that gap can't be more than 20 seconds at this point. I mean,
Yeah,
they're
that's
right there.
that's a small gap right there.
Yeah.
But more aggression going out in the beginning of the race.
The question is who's being aggressive, right? Is it our World Tour riders who definitely have years of mileage at very high threshold rates to be able to sort of back up these aggressive moves? Or is it going to be somebody who is just very excited to be here today?
Yeah. Could this be misplaced enthusiasm?
Yeah, right.
Could definitely be the case. That would not surprise me.
So, are we getting into Nyack at this point?
Believe so.
Okay.
Yeah, we are getting through. We would be into Nyack, and then the next one after that is Rockland Lake.
Okay.
So we're getting through there, rolling hills. This is, definitely try to keep it together. So,
Right. I mean, Nyack is where we typically stop off for coffee and group rides, and generally actually just turn around and go back to doing your daily life.
Muffin Town, baby.
Muffin Town. Historical notes from Armand. This corridor is famous for the journeys of British spies Benedict Arnold and Major John Andre.
Oh my goodness.
While subsequent action was taken against Andre by Washington's army just west of here on Old Tepin, it was on the journey from the south of Haverstraw to here that Andre was challenged by American troops and taken into custody. He was later tried and hanged on Old Tappan.
That's what you get.
Wow.
That is justice right there.
Wow. So today, riders are going to be looking to make their way through these towns quickly and efficiently. A bit of route changes this year. They'll be bypassing the town of Piermont from above on 9W. So they're not going into Piermont as we normally do, whether a group ride or in years past. They're going to be staying on 9W and dropping back into Nyack to face a couple of steep kickers on 4th Street and Old Mountain Road before turning right back onto 9W to make their way up Hook Mountain and onto the Rockland Lake area. Little kickers can be a great place to put some distance. The rivals will be right there.
I just got a message from Mike Marguerite himself.
My goodness.
And he says that's Nick Wheatley-Schaller of Big Hit Racing in the front group. And quote from Mike, check the man's Strava, he can do this all day.
Well.
There we go.
All right.
We will try to get a number on Nick, but he is in the front. Big Hit Racing, a local racing team. Murderers Row there. That's a great team. So that is definitely somebody who's going to be out there and being able to take care of business.
Well, thank you, Mike, for that tidbit of information. Very helpful.
Yes. Mike Marguerite, keeping his hand in the game.
Yes. Okay. Let's see. So Nick Wheatley-Schaller, we'll get some ID on his number and put him into the mix.
If he's with Big Hit, chances are he's on a Specialized.
Okay.
And then we'll try to find a number for him. This is heading through Nyack.
So Wheatley-Schaller is a local hitter.
He is.
Okay, great.
Yes.
So do you have any further insight on sort of his
what I know of the Big Hit guys, big guys, lots of power.
Okay.
It's really odd, and they all just look very tall. When you see them in the race, it's like very hard to tell them apart.
Okay.
But obviously a lot of power since he's off the front of the race right now. So fantastic that he's able to get out there and put the wattage down.
All right. So Nick Wheatley-Schaller.
And we are in Nyack right now.
There we go. So we are on Nyack. We're diving in. So as our race notes indicate here, there are going to be some kickers on 4th Street.
Mm-hmm. Yes. They're going to be coming through here. There's going to be little steep little sections.
So this must be our 4th Street kicker, as it were.
Yes, I believe so. I'm not sure which street we're on right now. So, but let's try to figure out which one of these is Nick. If I had to guess, I might think it's like the big dude there. Let's see if we can get a number on him.
So Wheatley Shaler can be on the back there. He is joined by potentially Carrillo, and then we have Fortunato Ferrara of Italy, winner of the Santa Fe GFNY event. So I think we have a rough idea of who we have out there with us. Fortunato Ferrara on that red bike. Alan Carrillo possibly with them. That is yet to be confirmed. And Nick Wheatley Schaller as identified by former winner Mike Marguerite.
It's always good to have a former winner in your pocket and being
Definitely.
able to tell you who's who. It's fantastic.
Yeah. All right. We do also have a Spanish feed here today, so do check GFNY.com. There's also a GFNY YouTube channel with the Spanish feed. So if you would like to hear commentary.
Looks like we have somebody down.
My goodness, yes, on some barriers there. I'm not sure where this is, who that is. That could have been from the break, possibly. Gosh, or the chase group. So we will get you that information as we have it.
It looks like we had, that looked like that was probably a tight corner where somebody slid out.
All right.
So today, it's going to be treacherous.
Cirrus, thank you, Cirrus Greenspawn, for that intel there. That Nick Wheatley Schaller on a specialized Venge in the tallest one.
There we go.
As we go. So we are confirmed. Thank you,
Okay, so we have a number 244, Jorge Herrera. And then we have a 544, which I'm assuming is going to be Nick.
Wow.
We have an interesting situation on our start list. There is no 544. There's a 543 and a 545.
As is always the case. Those tall socks, though, that looks like a tall Venge, if I had to guess. So tall socks is going to be Nick Wheatley Schaller. There he is at the back there. We've got Israel Arroyo being identified from our
Jorge Herrera from Panama.
All right.
So this is the situation right now. Looks like they're going up a little climb here, so this is going to be some of those leg sapping stuff.
Leg sapping stuff, 244 from Jorge Herrera of Sindicato there. Nick Wheatley Schaller, and we're Fortunato Ferrara.
Fortunato Ferrara. Looks like we'll get. Do we have a little bit
three.
of some games? No, we're just going around the corner, so nobody's playing any games yet.
All right, so we have local intel here that Nick Wheatley Schaller, very capable. He probably rides this quite a lot. Cadence pretty high right now by these guys. What's going on? Are we pushing pedals or are we looking at each other? I'd like to sort of understand the dynamic of this climb a little bit better. It looks like it's relatively significant. Is this the part where we're riding up into Rockland Lake?
Yes.
Okay, so
that is definitely Nick in the black socks.
Gotcha. All
So-
right. So out of the saddle, everybody is a big effort there. Rider at the back, though, having a great time with everyone. That could be Ferrara.
Mr. Ferrara, who started this move,
Yeah.
is hanging on the back, and then Nick, and then we do have Jorge Herrera.
All right, Frank Lee identifying there, riding up Old Mountain Road right now.
Got you. Fantastic.
So thank you, Frank, for that intel.
I do have intel that says that all Nick does is tempo and threshold workouts for 3 hours. So I think strap in.
Okay.
Let's see what Nick has in store for
The
everyone
thing
here.
is, this race is 4.5 hours long, so.
Correct. And there's a couple climbs in there that might throw you off your tempo or threshold.
Yeah.
So
Let's see. So
going
on,
into uncharted territory for
we're
our
on
local
Old
guys
Mountain
here.
right now. As they go up, and Somebody mentioned in here asking a question about the weather, the pace, and how you eat coming into account. Yes, you're very accurate. Weather today, overcast. Are currently in about the upper to mid 60 degree Fahrenheit temp area. And with the overcast conditions, I would say that's pretty ideal for being able to really push yourself and digging deep when the sun is shining on your back and giving you a ton of exposure. That is when it's very difficult and when salts start to come out of the body much more quickly and nutrition is factored. Today, pacing will be a little bit different than that with the overcast conditions and ideal temperature.
Yes. And I think we still have hovering at a minute until we get any
according to us
information to the contrary. So we'll see. This group back here doesn't look like they're working hard. It looks like they're sort of riding together.
Right. So if you guys are following us on our YouTube feed or on Facebook feed, we can see those comments. So feel free to help us out. Remember that we're in this together, and so we appreciate all of your help and feedback on the channels here. We also have a few eyes on the course, but feel free to give us some intel. My name is Gabe Lloyd. This is Dan Schmaltz, and we're going to be with you all day today. Great to be back here for GFNY World Championship Racing in New York City. This World Championship event had nearly 3,000 participants today, all racing. Right now, this is our front group that we are looking at, and they are racing for the win. We have a breakaway with about 1 minute advantage over a chase group, and then further in arrears is this bunch here. Looks like we are now back to looking at our lead breakaway. Nick Wheatley-Schaller, Fernando Ferrara, and Jorge Herrera are in this group as they've been identified.
That looks like, is that Nick falling off a little bit here?
Potentially. Interesting move though. I mean, he could also just be sort of keeping an eye on everybody here.
Mm-hmm.
When the shoulders slump and the head goes down, that's when we know somebody's really in trouble. Is that what we're seeing?
It has the look of that right now.
Interesting. I mean,
he's got a little bit of a gap. This would be the time to rally, and looks like he's kind of rallying a little bit. Maybe he's feeling the pace, though.
Yeah, potentially. It's hard to say what's going on here. I mean, that gap, he's not really getting the aerodynamic benefit of the riders in front of him. But he seemed to have ridden himself right back up there. Perhaps he dropped back to get an elite water bottle or an SIS nutrition.
Could be.
But we will ask him in the post-race interview what happened there, if he even remembers this moment in time that we find significant. Right now we're at Rockland Lake, getting up and over Hook Mountain, a small and short unclassified climb. So riders have been climbing now for small chunks, up and down, up and down. There's never really a flat section of road here. You're always going up. Hook
Absolutely
Mountain.
No respite whatsoever.
No,
up
no
or
respite.
down, up or down. Looks like we're going through a speedier section here. So a down means there's an up coming shortly.
Yeah, so
There's
we're
no way around
heading now towards Haverstraw and the approach to Bear Mountain. We're not at Haverstraw yet, though, right?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay.
Haverstraw would be, yeah, we're probably going to be getting up near, approaching Rockland Lake. Because Haverstraw is 30 miles in, and we haven't done a 30-mile race so far, I wouldn't imagine.
No, Cirrus letting us know that Nick is not in trouble. Thank you, Cirrus.
Not feeling any trouble just yet.
No possible way. Having any issues. He's got Aero socks on. He's all
got
the watts advantage he needs.
He's got that extra little calf's worth of wattage going on there.
Yeah, 8 watts.
Half a calf.
Half a calf of watts.
Yes.
Got some media crews and support staff there, and
If I had to guess, I would think that that's race director Uli sticking out of there. Yeah.
If I had to guess, looks like it.
And he should be able to get us the numbers, which he already has.
Nick on the front right now, and he's got Jorge and Fortunato Ferrara right behind him. We haven't seen Ben Gorodeski yet here today. Maybe he'll bridge up. Everyone said that he was the rider to watch, but that's okay. Jorge Herrera joining us in number 244. in this move now, taking a pull at the front. Coming on to Rockland Lake at this point in time. Not doing laps around the lake. We're going to continue on northward, get themselves up to Bear Mountain. We're looking at an unofficial race time of just nearly 1 hour.
That's 1 hour. Everybody's still motoring. We can see local racer Nick Wheatley-Schaller hanging in there. A very international group, though. Italy, Panama,
Yeah.
New York City.
This group are working well together right now. They seem to be riding nice pace. We believe the gap 2, the Chasers, still just over a minute, though. And that minute is not really going to be quite enough to hold them all the way to the line. As I said, they really need to pad some minutes in here if they really think that this move is the decisive one itself. So I would therefore say that they are biding their time and just getting themselves to the base of the climb. They will be joined by others, and then it will be game on.
I think that back in the group, that we have a report of 4 chasers behind, and we don't know exactly where they might be. So, and that was where Luis Lamas was. We don't know if they've been caught up by the group now, or whether they're back within the group. But this 1 minute, if they're able to gain maybe 3 minutes, then it's going to be interesting when they get to Bear Mountain.
Gotcha. So right now, apparently our chasers are the ones on video at the moment. So our chasers are being followed here. Looks like they're doing what they can to get themselves up to our breakaway trio.
Mm-hmm.
Fortunato, Nick, and
Herrera. Yes. So they're motoring out here. They're hitting 9W. They're going to be getting into where the elevation starts going up. So we'll see how it's going to go after this.
Yeah, I mean, these are, as John has helped us out here with on the Facebook feed, that these are mostly flat roads. Flat is a relative term, but it's false flat, I would call it, right?
Yeah.
You're still going up, and that's the interesting thing about this race. You're following the Hudson River. Yes, it's flat, but you got to keep pressure on the pedals.
Mm-hmm.
And with the wind conditions today, there's really no tailwind to speak of. I mean, as we've been told, wind conditions are about 4 miles an hour, and with riders riding at this speed, they're not feeling that necessarily. So all the effort of forward motion is going to be through the pedals on these slightly false flat uphills, and we'll see how that affects them in the overall. That's the really interesting thing to me about this race, is that going up the first 50 miles, it's a lot of pressure on those pedals continually, whether you're sitting in or just really trying to drive that pace. You always really need to keep yourself moving. And that can be really, really sapping of power.
Yes.
You know, so the local guys really like Nick Wheatley-Schaller for his ability to ride threshold for 3 hours straight, apparently. And we'll see if that comes and pays dividends here today. Maybe add his list to Mike Marguerite and Jeremiah Bishop. Interestingly enough, we past few editions of our World Championship event, we have had American winners here with a strongly international field. A lot of Colombians and Italians, a number of other great countries. Brazil sending a lot of representatives here today. We are seeing Americans figuring it out, and Mike, being very local, knew these roads in and out.
Mm-hmm.
Paqueta, though, Ricardo Paqueta has always been in the mix in those final few miles.
Always there or thereabouts.
Yeah, and he's really hunting for that victory this year. He's not in our frame right now. Paqueta will be one to watch, though, and I'm sure that once we get into the second half of today, that he will be the name to see, and perhaps the Italian will find himself on the top step.
Now, back in the group, if the chase group has been caught, you're going to see a lot of people evaluating each other. A little bit of the side eye, trying to figure out who is who and who is doing well. You're probably looking at Mr. Bongiorno, seeing what's going to happen there. And if you don't know who Mr. Bongiorno is, then maybe you're going to get a big surprise when you come to Bear Mountain, when he kind of prances away. Yeah. So that could definitely be something.
Mr. Bongiorno is a rider who just came out of the World Tour level racing. He may have been Continental Pro technically, but he has raced the Giro d'Italia a number of times. He has finished second in Giro d'Italia stages twice, notably to Philippe Gilbert. So he certainly carries with him a bunch of pedigree, and he most likely has a lot of race sense. The difference between today and some of those races are there are no teams. Teamwork here is going to be the significant challenge for riders like Bongiorno of Italy. So though he has World Tour pedigree, World Tour miles in his legs, he can probably smash many hundreds of watts of Bear Mountain continually. It's going to still be an effort. And as we've seen on River Road the past few years, those final punchy climbs are going to be the ones that really matter. So we'll see what happens. Dan is scribbling some names down right now for us. Let's see what our updates are on our intel.
Now, I am getting information that in the front might be Connor Polvidente, who it might not be Nick Wheatley-Schaller. We are getting information that it's number 352, Connor Polvidente, and then Mr. Ferrara, and then Jorge Herrera. So we will try to get confirmation that that is our group of three up at the front. So maybe Mike Marguerite's eyes were a little off, or maybe we have a number situation.
So Polvidente is a rider for Primal Audi Denver, and that's a program obviously out of Denver, but they're well known, right? So if you race on any of the American Crit Cup or any of the American Criterium series around here, you'll come across that team. So an elite rider, domestic elite rider, if it is in fact Connor Polvidente, we will get some confirmation of that shortly. So if any of you watching the feed want to help us identify, you're welcome to give us a shot.
Okay, we're gonna try to get confirmation of those out on the road, out in the front of the race, and then we'll get that information back to you.
Yeah. So let's see where are we at. So we have 3 riders still. We're questioning who the American rider is in the group, but we do have an understanding that we have Fortunato Ferrara in this group for sure. He is the one who started this move. Let's see how he goes. He's a winner of Santa Fe GFNY, which means he knows how to win these races.
He does.
Jorge Herrera from I believe Puerto Rico. Panama. Excuse me, Panama. I love that song.
That's a throwback there.
Jorge Herrera also in the mix.
And then we will try to identify our man in the socks.
All right, so Rockland Lake, we're riding false flatties, so to speak, all the way up to we're getting into Haverstraw. Is that right? Is that where we're headed?
Yes.
Right now?
We're down near the water, actually. No. Yeah, we're heading toward Rockland Lake.
So we think we're at about Rockland Lake at this point in time.
We're going to be heading up to Haverstraw. It's going to start rolling around.
Mike Marguerite is telling us it is definitely Nick with the socks.
I'm going to go with Mike Marguerite's.
I'm going with
and I do believe I saw the big hit shorts on him there. So we'll see what's going on.
And,
we're in Haverstraw.
Ms. Shields telling us that we are in Haverstraw at this point in time. So
Sharp-eyed locals out there.
I know. I love our sharp-eyed locals.
Yeah, you have to rely on these people.
Yes. Historical notes from Armand. I love this feature. This is great.
We were able to get one in here.
The British have secured Stony Point with a perimeter of cannons. The approach was swampy and then escalated to steep and rocky. General Washington organized his best-trained unit, the Navy SEALs of back then, and used a midnight stealth sneak attack, which was uncommon at the time. His men approached with bayonets affixed to their muskets. Their muskets were deliberately unloaded to prevent any misfires, which would alert the British. Once in position, a second American unit located in the opposite direction fired muskets and made noise as a diversionary tactic. In less than 30 minutes, and with minimal loss of life and injuries, the Americans took control of Stony Point, only to abandon it within a few days. This is the first time guerrilla warfare tactics were used by Americans, and they proved to be successful.
Fascinating.
Thank you, Armand.
Fascinating.
Love this. So that's Haverstraw for you. Historical significance. You've ever seen that painting of George Washington crossing the river? This is where it happened. Right here.
The Delaware?
What? Was that painting?
Yeah. Crossing the Delaware?
Fine, Dan. You and your historical accuracy.
It is
I
called
just had
Washington
this vision
Crossing
of
the Delaware.
Washington Crossing in the midnight and all this stuff, and I had that painting in my head.
Yeah. No, during the Revolutionary War, New York was occupied by the British.
It was.
Nearly the whole time.
We can get into the Delaware details if you want, but
Yeah.
fine.
Until the race goes to Delaware, we're going to stay away from that.
Fine, here we are. Haverstraw with some historical significance. George Washington himself taking and then releasing pieces and parcels of where we're at. Looks like the road is a little rough here at the moment, right? I see some cones, I see some breaks in the pavement here. A little narrow, twisty, turny descent as we're coming into Haverstraw here. Have you ridden this far north recently, Dan?
I have not ridden this far north recently, but this road condition is typical of the spring in this area.
Yeah.
Usually the winter kind of tears things up. So that will definitely be happening today. You will be surprised by some potholes out here. So we are probably in the Stony Point area right now.
Okay.
So then we're going to be down, this is down along the water. So it starts going up from here. We hit Baby Bear, and then we hit Rio Bear.
Wow. All right. So we are getting close. I mean, I think we're within sort of a half an hour of Bear.
And it does sound like the second group on the road has been caught.
Okay.
So there's these 3 riders and then a big group. The last we heard, which was 15, 20 minutes ago, there was a 1 minute gap.
Okay.
So that may or may not still be the case.
Okay. We'll see if the tall socks of Nick Wheatley-Schaller help get them up to the top of Bear Mountain in record-breaking time. Watts are saved there, and then put those watts to the rear wheel, get yourself up to the top. They will not stop for snacks, as so many of our GFNY World Championship participants will. These guys will keep on going, pushing themselves back through. They'll actually come back down, I believe. Sort of on their map, it's an out and back.
Yes,
right?
it is.
And then they turn right and head into the rolling neighborhoods of New York to make their way back to our Fort Lee finish line. That's right. Register now for 2023 GFNY.com. The sooner you register, the better your start position will be for next year. You also get a slight discount when you register now, so don't hesitate, and especially if you're online right now, your internet is already in your hands. So take advantage of the opportunity, GFNY.com.
Keeping a pretty good pace here. We're hovering around 25 miles an hour, so that could be that magic 4 hours.
Are you serious?
So we're going along the water here. We're going to hit Baby Bear and then the Big Bear.
Okay. So by your thing, so 40 Ks an hour. You've got a nice spreadsheet here in front.
I do have the spreadsheet. So if they are to make the start of the Bear Mountain climb at 8:38 in the morning, they are doing 25 miles an hour.
Okay. So currently it's 8:11 in the morning, and they've already passed Haverstraw. So
they are Haverstraw area, yes.
Yeah.
So they're right on.
They're on pace. So
they're thereabouts.
Yeah, our timesheet says that if you're there in Haverstraw by 8:12, that they are on pace to ride 25 miles an hour. But they're just at it though, right?
Yes.
It's not like they're ahead and then they can fall back into that 25.
And to be honest, to these guys out at the front of the race, breaking 4 hours means nothing if you don't win the race.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
All right. Well, the 4-hour barrier is always something cool to talk about, but yes, winning the GFNY World Championship event is the primary focus of all of our athletes here today. All right. So Nick Wheatley-Schaller, Jorge Herrera, Fortunata Ferrara are all here. Working together is going to be the name of the game here. And we will see how well it goes. Looks like Nick really understands and knows these turns. He's sort of given himself a little bit of a baby gap so he can ride his momentum back onto the wheels in front. As we start to approach up, we're going downhill a little bit for a bit, but the big climbs are still yet to come.
They are yet to come. So we're coming up to the Bear Mountain climb. which is going to be, I believe, about a 3-miler.
Oh,
Let's see what we got here. We're going to count that as 3 to 4. It's serious stuff.
right. So Stony Point aid station will be our next big sort of indicator of progress here. So George Washington abandoned it because it was not in Delaware, and he left it. And he
It meant nothing to him.
and so we took it over and we made it an aid station. And that will be our indication of progress. If they reach that point, I believe by
8:16. So let's keep an eye out. And Bear Mountain, 7.3 kilometers if we're going to use the notation that almost every cycling fan knows. So that's what they're in for shortly.
Okay.
But
Great.
there is the climb that comes before that, that everyone likes to call Baby Bear. It's right there.
Okay.
It's going to be after Stony Point. They go through there. And then we go over Baby Bear, and then we head up Bear Mountain. And you can see Baby Bear, not insignificant.
Okay.
It's definitely something you're going to notice. We're out in the boat basin here. So
See that. It's our grassy point, apparently. Thank you, Douglas. So riders continuing on. They are headed north, wind from the south today, although, as we're told, it's only a 4-mile-an-hour wind, which would barely move a flag, so relatively insignificant. However, the significant portion of weather intel is that it's overcast. With the diffused light, as it were, it will certainly help these riders because the beating down of sun is just wicking of any type of salt and electrolyte energy inside you, so they don't have to worry so much about that. However, taking drinks from elite bottles and taking SIS energy gels as much as they can will be to their advantage.
yes, correct.
For the day. All right, you guys, well, we're going to take a short break here to take a commercial break, so do stick around and we will be right back. And welcome back. I'm Gabe Lloyd. This is Dan Schmaltz, and you are watching the GFNY World Championship event in New York City. Our race is well underway. We are headed towards Stony Point, New York at this time. We have a breakaway of 3. Nick Wheatley-Schaller there in the all black, a local New York rider. He is joined by Jorge Herrera from Panama and Fortunato Ferrara of Italy. These 3 riders have what we are told to be over 1 minute advantage over the peloton. And we're also told at this time there are no chase groups. So there's 3 riders away with a peloton chasing. But the race is still yet to come, Dan. We have Bear Mountain, the looming Bear Mountain.
Yes.
And that is when our day will really begin.
It's going to be the first decision maker as we go through this race. So we will find out whether this break has what it takes when they get to Bear Mountain.
Absolutely. If they can actually hold an advantage over anybody in the field, that would be absolutely significant. But we have Ricardo Paqueta, we have Luis Lemos, and we have Mr. Buongiorno, straight off of the Continental Pro Circuit, coming off of Giro d'Italia starts even just this past year. So
the World Tour is looming.
Yeah, the heavy hitters have yet to make themselves present, at least as far as the pre-race lists were concerned.
And we are still looking to confirm. We are getting, I don't know what Nick has done with his number this morning. If we're not able to see it, or
right.
Maybe it's improperly pinned. That's a classic with bike racers.
Yeah.
But we are getting conflicting information that might be Connor Polvidente. But I believe that our local sharp-eyed watchers are saying that is Nick Wheatley-Schaller. So we will get a double secret absolute confirmation on that as we go along.
That's right. Mike Marguerite, probably riding the rollers, is actually watching this feed and helping us out, giving us some intel from his keen eye, and his observations are always much appreciated. Mike was their winner in 2018. In 2019, our last running of the GFNY World Championship event, Jeremiah Bishop took the win here over Ricardo Paqueta. So this year is our first running back since 2019. We're so stoked to be here. This has been a great race so far. Conditions today, a little tacky on the road. You can see the patchy pavement indicating overnight rain showers. The amount of humidity that was left over in the atmosphere kept the roads wet. And as the temperatures are in the upper 60s to 70 degree Fahrenheit temperature range, the roads are starting to dry out, but with overcast skies, the riders have a bit of, let's call it shelter from the sun. Direct light, not an issue here today.
We're starting to get to the foothills of Bear Mountain now, so it is going to start getting exciting. So we'll be able to see. We've got somebody laughing on the back.
Wow.
Ah, okay.
This guy
mugging for the camera, Mr. Ferrara.
Mr. Ferrara.
He's had a lot of conversations with the moto racers today, so.
Well, he was the winner of GFNY Santa Fe, according to our sheets here. So, you know, he has the experience and what it takes to win, and he is certainly happy with his current position being off the front.
Looks like he's having a good day out there for himself.
Yeah, no Cedric Haas, but it's okay.
We will miss the maniacal early break of the Cedric Haas.
Yeah, the 2 editions that Dan and I worked in 18 and 19, Mr. Cedric Haas from France found himself solo off the front and made his way to the foot of Bear Mountain. Mr. Haas not racing, but he is in New York. He is now GFNY staff. In fact, he is running races for GFNY in France now. He's made his way to New York, and he is helping with course safety protocols today. So Mr. Haas in attendance, but not on camera. On camera, Nick Wheatley-Schaller, Jorge Herrera, Fortunato Ferrara on camera. So we're giving a little bit of gap because that generally means we're about to go downhill. And does that mean that we have hit little baby Bear?
It's coming. It's coming.
All right.
Yeah, we're getting there.
So Stony Point was a marker that we were looking for. Stony Point aid station. While we are on break, possibly they
might have gone through it. Yeah, I didn't see it. Yeah.
If they reach the start of Bear Mountain by 8:38, they will be on pace for 25 mile an hour average. And if they can continue that pace setting all the way back here to Fort Lee, New Jersey, where we are set up in our broadcast booth, then they will have possibly finally eclipsed the 4-hour barrier.
They could be getting there.
No one's ever done it before.
No one's ever done it, and that would be quite an accomplishment.
Yeah.
And it all comes down to how the race goes. Again, 4 hours is quite an accomplishment to be able to ride that fast.
Yeah.
But again, if you ride that fast and lose the race, who cares?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, they have a number of very heavy hitters behind them, from Louis Lamas and Gabby Epstein to Mr. Bongiorno.
Mr. Bongiorno.
So we'll see. Ricardo Paqueta, though, that will be the rider that we're going to keep a heavy eye on. Flavio De Luna, also a rider that we will be watching out for as we get ourselves.
We have Douglas C. Mann helping us out here, saying we're near Tompkins Cove. So good to have the local eyes on the road. Somebody who's probably ridden this many more times than I have, or maybe even the Strava local legend in this area.
Possibly.
We've
been encouraged to check people's Stravas here, but we've been a little preoccupied. So if you want to help us out, you feel free to leave a comment on YouTube or on the Facebook live feed. And if you're watching this and looking for the Spanish feed, we do have that available. We have an amazing commentary team from Colombia, but they're in the tent next to us here. And you can find that at gfny.com, or you can jump on YouTube and search around for the GFNY Spanish channel. So do check that out if Spanish commentary is your preference. We will not be offended. It's okay.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Hector and Sergio are going to be doing a great job over there.
I'm sure they are.
Yes.
Killing it.
So we're coming up Tompkins Cove, and then we're going to be heading up where we get to Baby Bear.
Okay.
So we're going to be seeing some decisive moments coming up soon.
Yeah. All right, Tompkins Cove is coming. That is being confirmed by our watchers on the Facebook chat. Also by our staff that is out on course. So this is our group, our main peloton, chasing hard. We can't see who exactly is doing the pace setting in this bunch. We'd have to imagine some of the heavy hitters are not doing the chasing at this point in time. As we've said many times in bike races, it's often the names we do not say that become the ones who are most successful by the end. And we expect that from this group behind, that's where that success will come from. So we'll keep you posted as we find it. Again, once we hit Bear, that's when the real action will begin. That's when our race day will truly begin. Now, it looks like to me we're going
This looks
down.
like we're heading down.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to be heading down, and Baby Bear is going to be coming soon.
Very soon, yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So we'll see if anybody from the group behind maybe starts to fracture off the front and create a chase group again. But at this point in time, we have 3 leaders and the peloton. There's no chase group between them. The last we heard, the gap was just over 1 minute. We will do our best to get that gap for you as soon as we can.
Yeah.
Nick Wheatley-Schaller, our local rider in the tall black socks on a Specialized bike, is in the bunch. He is an American. Jorge Herrera from Panama is in this bunch, and Fortunato Ferrara of Italy in the group from as well. So
And this looks like the group behind starting to get stretched out. So maybe some people are starting to put some efforts in, trying to get a little gap before we get to the Bear Mountain area.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. I mean, obviously, with this shape of the field, you're seeing aggressive tactics. If they're going uphill and this is the shape, then that's very significant. But if it's downhill, this could really just be sort of the, let's call it the natural tendency of the peloton on the downhill. Some riders will find themselves near the front.
Sure.
Looks like we're checking shoulders, though, so.
Yeah, that's very typical.
Yeah.
We're starting up Dunderberg Mountain is what we're hearing from the locals,
Okay,
the sharp-eyed locals who are able to see what's going on the Facebook feed.
Great Dunderberg.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, uncategorized climb, if I had to guess here. Bear Mountain and Perkins. So this is where the Navy SEALs were. 7.3 kilometers in length with 385 meters, or 1,312 vertical feet. 5.4% average gradient with an 11.6 maximum gradient percentage. The second half of the climb from Seven Lakes Road to Perkins Memorial Tower. The tower is the icon of Bear Mountain, and I'm sure that you will see all of that. We have some pre-rolls ready to show you guys on the live feed of the beautiful Bear Mountain. Bear Mountain, that will mark our 50-mile mark, and that will be the point in time when some people will actually call it a day, but none of the riders you see here will do that. They will all keep going, as everybody on our screen right now and the 3 riders away participating in the full 100 long course today.
It's been a fast race so far.
It has, really.
Yeah, it's gone by pretty quickly.
Yeah, I definitely think the conditions have helped, right? It's sort of like riding in air conditioning.
Yes.
You know, and it's good, right? These guys are working hard. They're generating a lot of body heat, but you can see they are still in jersey and shorts. But without that beating sun, without heavy temperatures, that even just 10 degrees more than this, it could affect some of these riders a little bit more. So really ideal conditions today.
You can see the pedaling style. They're starting to head up, heading into some elevation here. So let's see what sort of, whether it's going to be a cooperation. I would want to have 2 people with me going up Bear Mountain and down Bear Mountain. I don't know that I'd want to be by myself.
Yeah, so, okay, so we've seen this now a number of times here where Nick Wheatley-Schaller's climbing strategy seems to be riding his own pace, maybe. He just like is not staying on the wheels, and I don't know this rider well enough to understand that's his thing or what, but like he has been tailed off on the climbs twice now. He's been out of the saddle the whole time. It's not like he's staying seated and just riding his own tempo. He's been out of the saddle, which does require more energy, and he gets tailed off pretty quickly, but then just sort of dangles there. So
he sort of reels them back in. It seems like they might be a little snappier, and we're hearing from out on the road, Uli is reporting that this is a 5-minute gap.
Okay, great.
5 minutes.
Wow, that's great to hear. Okay, so
that's substantial.
So race director Uli Fumi has now told us 5+ minutes for this trio.
And this break went away just after Alpine.
That's right.
So they've been, this has been a long time off the front.
Okay, so now Nick is back on the wheel there. It's strange to me to see somebody that potentially has the legs to win sort of intentionally putting in another effort there, right? Like you're racing the other guys, and so he's sort of in doing those gaps like we're seeing here again.
Yeah.
He has to ride back up to the wheel.
Yeah, that's definitely Nick. That's the strictly big hit racing shorts that he's wearing. So.
Well, I don't know. I've never won GFNY.
Connor Polvidente had his moment in the sun, but it is not this.
Yeah. Well, we'll ask Mr. Wheatley-Schaller about his strategy of climbing in our post-race interview here when we get the chance. But he's right back in the mix here.
Yeah.
And he is with our Panama rider in Italian. So these 3 riders with over 5 minutes advantage. So Dan, 5 minutes going into Bear. So if they like just cruise up Bear, they could be caught but still be in the front, right? There's almost no chance that they could actually get dropped from this race at this point, as far as Bear Mountain geographical.
If you were to get dropped from this, that would be a sign of a bad day.
Yeah.
So these guys don't look like they're on a bad day right now.
Yeah.
They look like they're kind of rolling.
We have not, so the past few years that we've done this, we have not seen a gap of this extent. But I'm not quite sure if we're talking about our winners yet.
I'm not willing to call the race. We do have 60 riders behind at 5 minutes, and we have Bear Mountain, we have Gate Hill, we have Cheesecoat.
Yeah.
So those 3 climbs will decide what the gap is going. 5 minutes at the end of Cheesecoat is a different story than 5 minutes at the beginning of Bear.
Okay, that's good to know. All right. So once we get to Cheesecoat, because we've done about 40-ish miles. How far are we going?
Yeah, the base of Bear Mountain is 41 miles.
All right.
So we're getting there. It's
okay.
Pretty exceptional. 1:34 is the race time. So.
Yeah, I mean, if they get to the base of Bear in the next 5 minutes, they're averaging 25 miles an hour just in a group of 3. So let's see what happens here. Over the next few minutes, there could be some real sort of intel that comes in from the course to help us understand how significant of an advantage we're looking at this point in time. My name is Gabe Lloyd. I am here with Dan Schmaltz, and if you're watching us on our live stream feeds, feel free to give us some intel on the Facebook or YouTube. We can see our Facebook feed, so we can jump on those points of feedback immediately. And otherwise, our YouTube comments will be handed over to us, respectively. This is GFNY World Championship events here in New York City. The situation on the road, we have 3 riders away with a 5-minute gap. 3 riders with 5 minutes. Those 3 riders: Nick Wheatley-Schaller of the United States, Jorge Herrera of Panama, and Fortunato Ferrara of Italy. Those 3 riders are in front of a peloton of 60 that are chasing them, and we are getting some more intel. Now, this is the beginning of a short climb here. I apologize, I missed the sign there at the base of the climb. I'm gonna check that. That probably is going to be Baby Bear. If you guys know where that is specifically, you help me out, let me know, but I believe this is Baby, not the beginning of our official Bear Mountain climb. If they were there at this point in time, that would be pretty significant. They would be well ahead of the 25-mile-an-hour average. Going up, though, this is our thing that we've seen over and over. Nick likes to tail himself off and ride his own race, and now here we are.
All right, we're at the foot of Bear.
We're at the foot. This is Bear start?
Yes, it is.
Bear?
No, this is the start of Bear. We're at 8:36.
Wait, so they're 3 minutes ahead of the 25-mile-an-hour average mark?
It seems like they're doing an exceptional pace here.
What? Wow. Okay, so, maybe Nick is having some trouble here, finally, for real.
Yeah,
I don't know.
That's looking a little more serious for him right there.
Yeah, head is starting to drop a little bit, looking down at the pedals for some power. I know that he is the American favorite here right now, especially from a lot of our...
We are looking at the back of the group. We're getting some information that Leon Santa Maria, number 23, is attacking.
All right.
So, yes, 23. So, and we have other numbers for. We have 124. Ben Gorodetsky in the chase group. So Ben has shown up.
Finally.
Ben is doing a little wiser ride these days.
Yeah, right.
So congratulations. And we have women in the chase group, number 109 and 85. Number 109 is Hannah Fandel, who I believe is one of our winners of one of the past ones.
German professional rider, dominated the 2020 GFNY European Championships.
And Samantha Arnaudo of Italy is in that group also.
Yeah. All right. So situation on the road, Nick Wheatley-Schaller has been dropped. So we now have 2 riders away, Jorge Herrera and Fortunato Ferrara. 2 riders on red bikes, and we'll see what happens. There, it looks like your chase group. So
it looks like we've got a split of 3 off of the peloton there.
Okay.
So we'll try to figure out what those numbers are.
Great.
Yes, we have Hannah Fandel from Germany and Samantha Arnaudo, as we said before. So, and then this is that the chase group hitting the base of Bear? Or is this the lead group?
Lead group would be 2. So there you are. Those are your leaders, and they are on Bear. Well ahead of Payson. If these guys keep this up. So by our call sheet, if they get to Mott Farm Road let's go to the
They
finish
finished
of
the climb at 8:49. They are ahead of the game.
Wow. So 8:49 is our time to beat at the top of Bear Mountain. They started the base of the climb 3 minutes ahead of the 25-mile-an-hour mark. Which would be unprecedented. I mean, I don't know if we've seen that yet in the years that we've been doing this, so cool. Let's keep this going, you guys.
We're just getting some more names from the chase group. Cameron Hoffman of the U.S. We have Chris Becker of the U.S.
Okay.
And then a number 1047, way down in the charts here.
1,000?
Christian Gutierrez
Good job,
of Colorado.
Christian. All right, Christian, riding your way through this race.
Registering a little late, so we have the leaders are on Bear Mountain. These 2 look like they are just going up and keeping it together. So they're hitting the circle, they're heading up. It's going to get serious soon.
Okay. Well, this is awesome to see. So remember, we run this race based on gun time, not start time, which means that even though everybody starts in those corrals and everything, we judge the winner of the race based on who crosses the finish line first, which means that riders with the 1000 series bibs started minutes behind some of these guys who started in the front corral. So if they make their way through, their finishing time could be significantly faster than the riders from this group, but it doesn't matter. We are only looking at the first rider across the line. First rider across the line visually is the rider that wins this race.
I'm getting some inside intel from a local New York City mole about Nick.
Okay.
He says as soon as you start testing his VO2 capacity, he struggles. He will pace himself the entire race. So not punchy, but a diesel out there.
Okay, well, maybe he knows where he needs to put some training in, but for today's purposes, we'll see if he rides himself back onto these wheels. That would be significant. I mean, he's not even in the frame anymore.
Yeah, he's now in no man's land, which is not the greatest place to be when you're on the Bear Mountain.
But if he has the discipline to ride his own speed, and he can basically stay there for a very long time, that's the diesel analogy that you just made, then okay, maybe he gets himself back there. I mean, he certainly contributed to the pace setting that was happening before they hit the base of Bear. But we also saw him struggle a lot on all of the climbs leading into Bear. But, the gaps that he had to close down were, 5 seconds. This is well over that. I mean, when you've got a motorcycle between yourself and your guys you're chasing, you know that gap is big.
Yeah, and these two riders at the front are taking a swing at him right now. This is definitely trying to knock him out of the race.
I certainly would. If I had the legs to, I would definitely try to get rid of a strong rider. Even though you got 50 miles left that are lumpy, knowing that you have a 5-minute gap behind, you don't want to wait around for anybody. And if anything, you want to get rid of a guy that has proven himself strong enough.
And here comes the pack up to the circle of Bear Mountain.
All right, so
it's going to get serious.
Field is at the circle now. Peloton is at the circle, excuse me. So 5-minute gap-ish.
Mm-hmm. That's what we're calling it. We'll see what it is up at the top, and then we can get a time back to them. See if we can recognize anybody from inside of here.
Yeah, we'll take a look at who we see. If you guys see anybody that you know or think somebody is worth mentioning, feel free to drop that in the comments on the Facebook or YouTube. We are keeping an eye on that stuff.
If you are in the chase group, let us know.
Yeah. I'm looking for the Mike Marguerites of the world out there.
Mike has got a sharp eye, especially it's pretty easy to know who your teammates are.
Yeah.
So I will defer to Mike's information and his knowledge on that.
Yeah, sure.
So right there.
This is the field. Looks like, what do we call that? Across the road.
Yes, across the road. I see some looking at one another. I see a lot of heads turned.
Yeah, I mean,
we have a group of 50 out there. So
everyone's saying, well, I don't want to chase that 5-minute gap.
And we are hearing that Flavio De Luna is in the front row.
All right.
So that is good to know. These guys are all betting that this is going to be the place to be.
Yeah, I mean, so Flavio De Luna has won several GFNYs in the past, and he's keen to finally turn yet another heart attack into a victory, as we were told. But also, Francesco Bongiorno is here 10 years in the Pro Peloton in Europe with multiple Giro d'Italia starts, including 2 second-place finishes at the Giro d'Italia. All right, so we are going to take a bit of a break, I'm told, and then we're going to keep our race action rolling here. We've got some other stuff to show you guys here momentarily, but we're going to keep you guys informed here as best we can. Got some bear shots coming up.
There we go. There's the Perkins Observatory up at the top, named for George Perkins, as I was saying earlier, built in 1934.
Wow.
Feels like a very, very much reading from like the chart from the race Bible, but I just know that because I know it. So, and then as you turn around, you start the descent, and the descent is serious business. If Nick wants to get back in the race, you can try to take some risks on that descent. But
Yeah.
boy, a wet day, that's some serious business.
Like
so
that.
that can be definitely a daredevil descent.
Yeah.
Would be really difficult. That's not something you would necessarily want to have happen. So, but a gorgeous view up there. The Bear Mountain Bridge is just to the north of where we're at here on Perkins.
Yep.
So you'll be able to see that from there. A
Yeah.
lot of people cross over there and go to 9W, and you can ride up to Cold Spring, which is a nice ride up that way.
Okay.
So it's a great little area. Good barbecue place up there. So
In Cold Spring?
in Cold Spring, up
Okay.
on the hill.
All right.
Texas roadside barbecue, fantastic. So I would always recommend it. All right, now we're live again, and we're seeing what I'm assuming is going to be the back of the chasing pack. So trying to hang on here.
Yeah, I mean, we have yet to crest the climb. All right, we're still finished
100K away.
Ks.
So that's kind of just a taunting sign at that point, isn't it?
It's like when you see a sign on the highway like your destination 200 miles. You're like,
Yeah.
why did you show me that?
Right, yeah, that's basically saying you have 62 miles to go, so good luck. You're on this terrible climb, and see how it goes. We
Yeah.
have number 22, Daniela Zambrano.
Yeah.
So-
from Ecuador.
Yeah, so we've got some contenders in this group. It's a big group, and it looks like we have some of the contenders for the women's race there also.
Okay. Ishmael Collado is a rider to keep an eye on, according to our crew, and a number of other good riders. I think we're going to take a short break, though, and we will be right back. My name is Gabe Lloyd. This is Dan Schmaltz, and you are watching the GFNY World Championship event here in New York City. Stick around. We've got plenty more race action coming up next.
everyone. We're here with Ben Gordetsky. He was on the breakaway at the last edition of GFNY New York City. Ben, you went off the gun. Tell us about the start, when you are in the start area at the bridge and then the gun goes off. What's going on?
I like to race. When it's time to race, I want to race. And that's what I did. I attacked from the gun right on the bridge. I was a little bit far back, so it took me a couple minutes to get to the front, but I attacked from there. That's what I wanted to do.
So you were a few minutes behind. Is there any things you're going to do differently, or what are your recommendations for this first part that you were able to see it kind of solo?
Attacking before Alpine is probably not the move. Yeah, brake's not gonna go before Alpine. So there's really no point in attacking before that.
Yet, it's an important part of the race because you can be minutes behind or lose a good group. So,
yeah, obviously you need to come into Alpine. I'm sorry, in the front, especially with the road conditions that are pretty rough on River Road. So you need to be at the front for that.
Perfect. You learned from the last edition. You're obviously very strong. You got many years to train. So. This year, you're doing something different from the gun, or are you racing, or are you changing, attacking maybe on Alpine, or waiting till there?
I would not rule out the early move. Haven't made a decision on that. I think it's something I'll have to see on the day. Yeah, definitely, I'd like to see more people in the early move. It was just me and Cedric Haas, it's not enough for it to stick. So if I end up in an early move, I'd like to see it be a little bit bigger.
Okay, one last question. Bear Mountain, this is the biggest climb we have. Can you talk us a little bit about the climb, or how to race it, or how not to race it?
I know a lot about how not to race it. After the second half, Perkins is definitely the harder section, and that's where moves are going to go. The first half you could draft, especially when you're going fast and you're riding hard. You could definitely get a lot of draft, but the last bit is the hard part where there's not a lot of places to hide.
Okay, thank you very much, and best of luck for Sunday.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Oh, thank you. We're here with Flavio de Luna, former professional cyclist from Mexico, and also he's been in the breakaway at GFNY New York City. That was 2017.
Yeah, that's right. 2017, that was the first year I was here in New York. That's the only time I've done this race. It's a great experience. I just went too early, so that was a big problem for me later on the race.
So first question, are you going in the breakaway so early this year, or have you learned from the past?
You never know. I mean, you got to go with the flow of the race. If you have a big group going off the front on the early stages of the race, you have to go. There's no way you can wait and see and figure it out later. If you go, you go,
Yeah, definitely. You need to be attentive. But, well, you've done the race. You know the course very well. Tell the spectators, what are the riders feeling before Bear Mountain and after Alpine? All this atmosphere that it's building, all this tension that it's building in the peloton. It's kind of early in the race, but it's still a part of an important part of the race.
Yeah, I guess you're going to have a lot of tension starting on Alpine. That's going to be hard. Everybody's going to be looking at each other on that section, but it's way too early on the race. But it doesn't mean it's easy, it's pretty stressful. And after Alpine, if there's a group already off the front, then you have a flatter part next to the river that you can actually relax, find a rhythm, find a group. And I believe that's the only place you can actually get into a rhythm and just ride your bike and just focus on eating and doing all that, because after that part, you get to Bear Mountain, and that's what you need to start thinking about racing again,
Okay, Bear Mountain. Then we get to the big mountain of the day, biggest climb. What's the vibe in the peloton, how it's normally raced, or how it shouldn't be raced if you're trying to win the race?
Well, I was off the front, so I guess the pack was going a pretty steady tempo. I was going full gas. I was wasting a lot of energy, so once I descended Bear Mountain, which is a pedaling descent, to the harder part of the race. So definitely save your energy on Bear Mountain, find a rhythm. I mean, you're going to be uncomfortable, but find that rhythm where you can ride for a while, and then eat, of course, all the time. And then descent is going to be pedaling. If you're solo, if you're with a group, try to save as much energy, because the harder part is coming, right?
Yeah, the hardest part is after Bear Mountain. I think we have seen this on all the interviews, and everyone that has done the race is what they say. It's not just about Bear Mountain. Definitely that gets in your legs, but all the way back, we have all these climbs one after each other. And also we have now, we can kind of call it an uphill finish. It's actually an uphill finish. It's not a mountaintop, but it's an uphill finish. Do you think this uphill finish is going to change the dynamics of the race, or is it going to be kind of the same?
Well, yeah, definitely it's going to change because now we have a uphill finish, and before we had a flatter, like false flat up finish where you could actually sprint. If you were a sprinter, that was perfect for you if you could make it out of the last hill. But now it's just going to be a 4 or 5 minute effort uphill, which is going to suit a strong climber. So yeah, it's going to change the dynamics of the finish for sure.
Yeah, well, best of luck on Sunday. We'll see you there, and thank you everyone that's watching the live show.
Thanks.
And welcome back. I'm Gabe Lloyd. This is Dan Schmaltz, and you are tuned in to GFNY World Championships here in New York City. Back to our live feed here, and we've got a lot of race action happening. We've already gone over the Bear Mountain Pass, and we are descending off of Bear. When we last left you, we had two riders away. We had Jorge Herrera from Panama and Fortunato Ferrara of Italy. Those two riders had just dropped Nick Wheatley-Schaller from the trio of breakaway that had over 5 minutes advantage to the peloton. At this point in time, the peloton is shattered into pieces.
It is.
There's only about 20 of them left, and it looks like from our camera here that the action is only heating up.
Looks like we've got a gut check on the descent here.
Yeah.
So if you're going to send it, you're going to send it here, right?
You're going to send it right into the fog.
Yeah, you can see those rocks on the right side. Just beyond that, that's just a straight drop down. So,
yeah,
you know, if you're gonna lose it, don't lose it here.
Well, the intel that we had on riders like Nick Wheatley-Schaller were that he did not necessarily have the punchiness, we'll call it, to stay with the high VO2 effort that was required to stay with our leaders. So maybe he was riding his own race. However, in order to make up the gap, he would have to take risks on this descent to get himself back into contact with Jorge Herrera and Fortunato Ferrara to make it a trio breakaway once again. However, behind we had notable riders like Luis Lemus and Ben Gordesky,
who just interviewed, just together in the interview and together in the race right now.
Yeah,
so
that's pretty interesting. Luis Lemus now working for GFNY as one of the talents, but he is racing today. He decided to trade in his microphone for his bike, and he is putting on a show through and through. He is now in the chase, trying to get himself back up to the lead, but the 5 minute advantage that the breakaway had over the peloton leading into Bear Mountain, I don't know. Is it insurmountable?
I don't think it's insurmountable. It's just, can you get the people to work together? Can you get a group?
Yeah.
Can you get a consensus? And as you're coming down Bear Mountain, you're going to be able to see what kind of gap you have on everyone else because you take the same road up and down.
Okay, yeah.
So you will be able to see, and Nick will see when Jorge and Fortunato go by, and is either like, oh no, or it's like, okay,
right,
maybe I can make that, or I have no shot.
Right.
I'm waiting for the other 20 that are behind me, and maybe I try to go that way.
Well, there could be the sag climb option, right? I was mentioning that earlier in the broadcast because that was the only thing I could do, which was to go early, get yourself a gap on the climb, start the climb before everybody else, but then intentionally ride the climb at your own pace, anticipating that the strong riders who are smarter than you were behind and going to catch you and then help tow you back up into contention on the seemingly easier portions of the second half of the race. Easier is relative though. Very punchy climbs in the second half of this event. But if Nick has a shot of getting back in, it's going to be on the draft of Luis Lemus, Ben Gordesky, and some of the other riders.
It seems like it would be a wise decision to make at this point, but he has no idea what's happening behind him right now. There's no race radios or anything of that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I would, if I were in his case, I would assume that there are people behind, and maybe you would want to get together with them, but you don't know how much time you have to burn.
Right, no idea.
Come up to you.
And notably, is like thank you to the comments here in the Facebook live feed and YouTube. But we've been told that riders like Fortunato Ferrara have won all of the races that he's entered in the 40 plus category. Now today he's racing for the overall, and of course he could be the champion of the 40 plus division, but we are talking about the overall world championship title here today for GFNY. So if Fortunato comes in with a lot of race experience that shows he knows how to win, that could be really good for him. But Jorge Herrera is no slouch himself.
Sounds like he's hanging in there. He was able to hang in. They haven't really taken any swipes at each other yet.
Not yet, right? Like, I think that they were pushing the pace, though, pretty significantly on things like Rockland Lake Climb, and then on to Baby Bear, and then on Bear Mountain itself. You saw how Nick Wheatley-Schaller was getting gapped off of them momentarily, and then Nick would have to ride his way back onto the wheels when he could. But to me, that shows that those guys were riding sort of right on the limit, right? Like they knew how. And so it was maybe not an obvious attack, but it was just turning the screws.
You just see that you can gap him with those little sorts of efforts, and then, you know, the viciousness of bike racing comes out. It's time to bring out the knives and drop the dead weight.
But let's talk about speed, though, overall. I mean, 3 riders staying away. They got themselves to the base of Bear Mountain 3 minutes ahead of the forecast arrival time to sustain 25-mile-an-hour average.
Yeah, they are cooking it out there today.
Right. So 3 riders are able to do that, and 2 of them are still now working together that we know of. So to me, that means that those 2 riders themselves, they stand a very slim but possible chance of finding themselves back here to Fort Lee, just the 2 of them.
Absolutely. Bike race, anything can happen, which is great, which is the wonderful part about this sport.
Yeah.
After they get over Gate Hill, after they get over Cheesecoat, that ride back can be good for power riders, right? You can crank it out. You can go over those hills they're still hills, but they're not as severe. So they can definitely grind it back. So if you get a motivated group behind, they can probably make up that time. But if they still have 5 minutes, boy, that's very good. That's a good cap to have on that road.
Yeah, definitely. And as one of our commenters has just spoken, Dan has already mentioned this as well. Like, this road, you can see your competitors, right? You come up the road and then you go down the same one. And so the O's come into effect, right? As Dan was talking about, the oh no or the okay, and deciding which O you're on can really help dictate the mentality of your approach for the rest of the day. And I think that's going to be really important too, because cycling is so much about the mental state of the athlete as much as the physical state. You could have one of the best bike racers in the world, but if they're mentally cracked, that can cause a physical breakdown as well. And so if riders are feeling really good, so like this character, Nick Wheatley-Schaller, right? The comments have shown that he's very strong, threshold for 3 hours, all these things, right? And he's very identifiable. But if he has an oh no response to seeing the guys he was racing with earlier, a few minutes ago, then mentally that starts to cascade down into a physical decline. But if he has an okay, as Dan was talking about, he could ride his threshold right back onto those wheels. So let's see what happens here.
Yeah, nothing will ruin your day. There's no bigger competitor than that little voice inside of your head, right?
Yeah.
You know, telling you, either it's like, wow, I feel great, I can do whatever I need to do. Or it's telling you, oh no, oh God, it's gone terribly wrong. I can't hang on.
Right.
If you start feeling desperate and sad, then bad things happen.
Yeah, oftentimes we are our own worst enemies in bike races as well. There are moments in events where we've decided that we are no longer capable, even though we are. And I think that you can see that if you're perhaps a masters rider who has gone through the ranks of being a junior rider and then into the elites and then possibly professional and then back into being a master, you realize when you lose the fitness that you once had, how much fitness you actually had. And that could be the case here. A lot of these riders may have tremendous amounts of fitness, but if they cannot use it wisely or use it at all, then it does not matter. They will not get themselves there. Dan, sounds like you just had a little bit of intel.
Just got a report from Uli on the road. It says that the break at the front of the race, the two that we had, Herrera and Ferrara, have split up.
Oh.
So, and it's only a 2-minute gap. Nick is back with the pack.
Okay.
So it sounds like that they might be reabsorbed. Maybe they were a little too optimistic in their race to Bear. Maybe they're gonna just hit it to Bear and see what happens.
Right.
And now we're seeing what happens.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, there's no preem for getting yourself to the top of Bear.
There
right?
is not. There's no award for coming in under 4 hours if you're 50th place, right?
Yeah, right. So, you know, the best way to go fast out here in this type of race is to have friends. And without friends, just riding solo, you're not really going to be able to keep the speed up. You're not going to be able to keep yourself going fast. So, you know, we're going to do what we can to get our eyes on the front of the race. But as we've heard it from race director Uli Fumi,
We could be having the group coming back together.
All back together. So think about that, dude.
Yeah.
5-minute advantage completely erased in the span of 10 miles.
Somebody cruised it up that Bear Mountain.
Yeah.
And we'll find out maybe later who did it, but somebody did. Somebody put a big effort in.
Yeah, I mean, the nice thing with Luis Lemus in this bunch is that, he knows how to tell these stories, right? Like, he understands what goes on out there, and you can relay to us all of those little tidbits of information. So we'll definitely have him on the show after the event.
We have an embedded reporter out there.
That's right.
Yeah, he'll be able to tell us all the things that
mic'd
happen.
him up.
We should have mic'd him up. Have Brad Wiggins on the motorcycle right next to him with a microphone. It would have been nice.
Yeah, Luis Lemus, he is a 2016 Olympian. Once an Olympian, always an Olympian. But in 2016, he attended, represented Mexico at those games. He's also a former professional, and he is now working for GFNY. Looks like some of these guys having a good time out there right now.
It does. This looks like our chase group, and I'm just trying to
see. Is that what this is?
I'm guessing. I'm not sure.
Okay.
So we will try to figure out what's happening on the road here. We're seeing the same pictures you are, and sometimes we can have a little out of context what's going on there.
Yeah.
But that looks to be the size that has been described as the chasing group, and I'm not sure. Now, there's Uli's car, so Uli would be knowing what's going on. Uli groundhogging out of the top of that car. So we'll be able to see what's going on there. He'll be able to report back to us.
Okay. Well, he most likely is with some leader. Well, he's at least with the chase. It looks like this motorcycle trying to get itself to some place very specific very quickly.
Looks like it's going to try to get us what the gap might be.
Okay.
So,
well, we will
see if they come across somebody. Might even scare the life out of them coming at him at that speed, but you never know.
Well, we'll
surprise.
See. I'd be interested to see who it is at this point, right? And as somebody has just commented, John Felter has just commented on our Facebook feed that 5,000 of the vertical feet of the 8,500 total vertical feet of this event come in the final 50 miles. So the average speed indication of the first 50 miles maybe not completely accurate for going that sub 4 hour. That's fine, but it's also significant to say that the 5,000 vertical feet.
That's Ferrara.
That's Ferrara.
Yes. So that will give you an idea of the gap between Ferrara, and maybe Herrera is ahead of Ferrara. Let's see what we have here.
So Herrera now becomes our man.
Maybe.
Maybe.
We'll see if the moto catches him here, but they've definitely gone by Fortunato Ferrara.
Okay. So Ferrara, a man who has been identified as having won every race that he's entered, currently second on the road, and that's fine. He has a pretty good gap over the chasers behind, but as I was speaking about before, when you're by yourself out there, that's very hard. It's a physically demanding ask, but it's also mentally really draining to be asked to push the pedals as hard as you physically can, knowing that you've got 5,000 vertical feet of very lumpy, challenging, steep terrain ahead of you. We also now have a slight headwind, right? So now we're coming back south along the Hudson, and the headwind is now estimated to be 5 to 7 miles per hour. So it's low, but it is there. Not blockhead wind, it's not gusty, but it's just another thing that you have to pedal against. And when you're by yourself and you've just really laid it all out there on going up there, that can be significant.
And we're getting reports out on the road. We have number 20, Adrian Alvarado, Alvarado. And Ferrara is away solo, according to Uli, our man on the road. We have Ricardo Paqueta in the group, number 12.
All right.
Number 23, Leon Santa Maria, who is a definite favorite. Daniel Hernandez from Colorado, number 34. And then we'll get to number 232, who is Christian Rodrigo.
What was that, 232?
232, Christian
Okay.
Diagama Piñeros from
Wow.
Colorado. And then we have number 1047, our late riser,
1,047.
Christian Gutierrez from Colorado.
Nice job,
I'm
Christian
seeing
Gutierrez
all
from
these
Colorado.
names, and I'm thinking,
I'm thinking mountains.
Yeah.
I'm thinking going up.
I'm thinking somebody who can probably get up ahead of something.
Yeah.
We've got our moto is Moto Ing. They blasted
For a
past
long
Mr. Ferraro a while
time.
ago,
I know, my
I
God.
think.
He's
So,
really got there. at
I
this
think he's
point.
getting up ahead of the race to get into position, I would assume. So
Where's that little spreadsheet that we have with mile markers and whatnot? What are we
Sure.
coming up to? Like, we're coming
right.
to Mott Farm, maybe?
yeah, we're coming up there, and then we're gonna get to Gate Hill soon.
Okay.
So that's on schedule at 9:21.
So
Maybe
Mott-
we're like 10 minutes away.
Mott Farm Road is significant on our spreadsheet because it shows that if the riders arrive there by 9:11, they're still averaging 25 miles an hour. I fully appreciate the feedback that the last 50 miles are super lumpy, but it's notable to say that even cresting Bear and then descending Bear, so two different speed differentials, but okay, you're still, one guy is
Yeah.
averaging 25 plus miles an hour for
Sure.
a bit.
That's a big blast. That's I have to assume it's a strategy at this point.
Here we are, Douglas C. Mann confirming for us on Facebook that
Yeah.
this is Mott Farm Road. He has reached it at the critical 9:11.
Yeah, it's 25-ish miles an hour. That's nothing to sniff at, is it?
Right.
So doing that by yourself, that's some pretty impressive stuff.
Very impressive. And we saw with the amount of time it took the motorbike to reach this gentleman here, that he's got a healthy advantage, minutes I would say, over his following chasers. Do we think though that a single rider can do that? I mean, I know it's minutes, but I mean, when we watch, like, the Giro or something on TV, we watch like these gaps come down, it's like 10 seconds per kilometer kind of thing or whatever, but like, we got a lot of time, and this race being a marathon format where it's individual racers, not teams, how is that going to play out here? I don't know. I'd love to see the next checkpoint.
Yeah.
Right? Like when we start the climb for Andrea Pinarello there.
Yeah, up to Gate Hill. Yeah,
To
that'll
Gate
be a big.
Hill?
That'll be very telling.
Yeah.
And here we go.
So this is Gate Hill?
I think this might be the rises that come before it.
Okay. I'm sure Facebook will help us out.
Yeah.
I recognize this road. I've climbed it a number of times when I lived in the area. I just don't know the names. It's one of those things, like sometimes you just go out for rides and you're just like, I'm just going to go here, but
I go by the ride that goes by the church that goes by the big pothole on the road, right?
Yes,
you never think of the
exactly.
names of any.
yeah.
Yeah, it's as bike racers, you have a wholly different thought process when it comes to roads.
Yeah. This is a 16 climb. I mean, he's looking pretty comfortable. I think, to me though, visually just watching him through the feed that we have available to us, he's moving, right? The cadence is a little lower than it was before. There's just a nuance though. It's hard to say. I do not know this rider super well, so maybe this is just his comfort zone.
If you were watching a professional race and you saw someone with this sort of gap, and we're kind of guessing at what the gaps are at this point,
Yeah.
you would think that they'd have no hope if there were a bunch of teams behind with a concerted chase.
Correct.
But we don't have that.
Right.
We have a bunch of individuals behind, and they may cooperate, they may not.
Yeah, that's true.
So-
I mean, the cooperation is going to be key, especially if you have, our World Tour riders and Olympians and everybody else behind him chasing
Yeah.
in conjunction. I mean, we will see what we get.
Yeah, we're not getting to Gate Hill for a while yet, so we're at St. John's Church.
So we're at St. John's Church.
That was a little while ago.
Okay, so Mott Farm Road is steep and challenging, not a classified climb, and everything after that. The road to Gate Hill is windy and wood covered with a few short kickers. It could be a real test for a rider out by themselves. So we'll see
This is where we're going to find out what, Mr. Ferrara has.
Right, but this is also the opportunity for the chasers to really make up for a lot of time.
Yep.
Right, like look at the speed drop here by our leader.
Yeah. It looks a little more labored.
Yeah, a little bit labored. So his speed is, it's probably really good, right? He's probably, we'll call it 17-ish, 16-ish miles an hour, right?
Yeah.
And the riders behind, if they're motivated and they have the pedigree that we have on our call sheets in front of us here, they could be cranking away at 18.
Yeah.
I know that's a huge speed differential for on a climb like this, but the point of the matter is that there could be some real digging into fitness here late. And you have to remember riders like Francesco Bongiorno, who is literally just coming off of World Tour race schedule, 100-mile race, despite how lumpy it is. It's actually not that long for him.
Yeah.
Right? Like a lot of those riders, especially when they're racing Grand Tours, he's raced a number of 4 Grand Tours that we know of. Thousands upon thousands of race miles in their legs. And so that could really be the thing that allows him to continue to put pressure on the pedals, even through these really challenging little narrow wooded sections approaching Gate Hill.
Yeah, definitely. And this is, for a World Tour caliber racer, this is not anything out of the ordinary. This sort of distance, this sort of elevation.
Yeah.
So we will see what we have to go. But
oh, nice, Carl Ron. Hi, Carl. So nice to see our friends from the Empire days tuning in to our feed here for GFNY World Championships.
yeah, Empire mentioned that's a vintage team from the
Does that
New York City
age
region.
me?
Yeah, it is. Well, we're old, dude.
Oh man.
Yeah, come on. let's go with experienced, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we're experienced.
We are very experienced. Well, thank you guys for tuning in. This is the GFNY World Championship event. We are in New York City. Finish Village is here in Fort Lee, New Jersey. We have nearly 3,000, actually more than closer to 4,000 athletes racing with us here today. We're focusing this coverage on the race win, though, for the World Championship event. We are over the halfway point. We have gone past Bear Mountain. We are now on the approach to Gate Hill. So a lot of terrain still yet to cover, but a lot of great racing has already been done.
We're getting a report of a 2-minute lead for Mr. Ferrara right now.
Okay, so 3 minutes have been erased from his advantage as he approached Bear.
Yeah.
We're now on the approach to Gate Hill, and he's looking at 2 minutes. 2 minutes solo against a group of very motivated, very experienced, talented athletes behind him. Put his odds. What's the name of that horse that just won Kentucky Derby?
Oh,
80 to 1 odds?
Yeah, that's 80 to 1 odds, sure.
Yeah.
It's not impossible, but it isn't probable, right?
Right.
So we've got this, it's a pretty big chase group back there right now. I would probably bet that the winner of this race is going to come out of this chase group. So
I think we also can't forget, I'm being reminded to speak about Riccardo Picetta. Picetta, one of those names. We haven't said a lot because I think he's doing a great job hiding, but he's the rider that was in this decisive moment with Mike Marguerite a few years ago. I believe he was also, was he in the mix with Jeremiah Bishop?
Oh, for sure he was.
Oh, for sure. They got in the elbow mix up here.
Yeah, that was the finish that was contested.
Yeah, so Riccardo Picetta is here. He is in the mix. If he is working well with Luis Lemus, Francesco Bongiorno, Flavio De Luna also in the mix that we should remember to speak about. Leon Santa Maria, all these riders are there. Ben Gorodeski actually was mentioned. We had an interview with Ben and Luis Lemus before, so we'll see. Now what's happening here with us? Do we have?
This looks like
our main chase group, maybe.
I believe this would be the chase group.
Okay.
Let's see how. What's going on? I think the red shorts were Herrera, so he might be back in this group. It's always so hard to sit back in and stay in a group when you get caught off the front because you're a little demoralized, You get caught and you see that group and sometimes you can hang in and sometimes you just
But the thing about
drop like a rock.
This race, though, is you got to keep pedaling. You know, because you just don't know what's going on in front of you or behind you, but you really just can only control what you can control, which is yourself. And that is to just keep going fast for, you know,
Yes.
forward progress is the name of the game here, right?
Absolutely.
Like the guys in the front, they could completely cramp. They could have a flat. They could be all sorts of things that occur in a bike race that are completely out of your control. But if you've stopped pedaling, you've taken yourself out of the race. If you can control your own destiny by continuing to pedal, you know, that's going to be your best favor you can do yourself.
One between the ears, isn't it? Yeah.
Always, always. Little right-hand turn here. I think I recognize this as like some of our approaches into the neighborhood sort of stuff.
I think we have not gotten up Gate Hill yet.
We're not at gate? Okay. Oh, out of the saddle climbing though. So, I mean, whatever we are at is going to be pretty gnarly. Gary Hand 348 in the chase.
Well, good job, Gary Hand.
Yeah, nice job, Gary. We're going to see what we can find here on some of the chase group and other time gaps as well. We're looking back down the road. We do not see those chasers yet, so
It looks like we're losing more off the group. We're losing 3 off the back.
But I think what's also occurring here is that we're seeing the punchiness, right? Somebody had mentioned in the comments earlier that the 5,000 vertical feet of the 8,500 total vertical feet come now, and that's what you're seeing. Enough where the rider has to be out of the saddle. This is your leader, Jorge Herrera of Panama. He is doing an amazing job.
The leader is Ferrara.
Oh, it is
Fortunato Ferrara. Yeah.
Fortunato Ferrara.
You can tell he's asking the mode. It's
Right.
on his move all day. So,
excuse me. So Fortunato Ferrara is the rider that we are seeing now, and he is out of the saddle a lot, right? Like,
yeah, that's one of those you're trying to rally, right? So he's hitting some elevation here. So he's rising to the elevation as far as we know.
yeah. I believe that some of our women are still in the hunt. We also have, at some point, we're going to actually have some interviews that we had queued up for everybody watching here today that we'll be able to play for you as we come across them. But it would be great to get some words with past champions like Joe Patterson. And I believe that we have some stuff with Camila as well, possibly for our Spanish feed.
Absolutely.
So it's going to be a great opportunity to really get to know some of these riders as they come around. Right now we're looking at Fortunato Ferrara, Italy, and
Yeah, it looks like he's gonna be on the rollers before he gets to Gate Hill, so it's coming up.
okay, so rollers into Gate Hill. Where's our time check right now? I see 9:23 on my watch.
Let's see if we were to get, because he's at 9:21.
Okay.
He's a little under
Yeah.
the pace.
So
So
now-
you can see how it's falling off. They just, took off like their tires were on fire, and now it's less of a pace option now. So
Yeah, and he doesn't have anybody to work with.
he does not.
You got to think whether or not going solo is really the move.
You've really got to have a super day, don't you? Because it's really going to be complicated.
Yeah, I mean, everyone thinks they're Matthew Vanderpool until they have to pedal.
Yes. Yeah.
But we'll see. I mean, he's got a certain amount of confidence. He has certainly come in. He has won some other GFNY events. I'm sure he's won a number of other races as well if he comes into this race with this type of advantage over this type of field. But we will see. I mean, he's certainly moving, but losing the 25 mile an hour average pace now by 2 minutes,
Yeah.
if not more, because I don't think he's actually gotten to our time check point yet. We're certainly seeing speeds dropping.
Yeah, he's seeing a big drop off. I mean, it's not impossible, but probably not gonna happen. So, we should check back and start getting our numbers on the second group, so we know who's back there, and then we'll find out how that's going to go ahead, how everything's going to be going back there. But it seems like the second group, in GFNY fashion is starting to be winnowed down, so it's going to be a classic, like
Right.
10 down to 5, down to 3.
Clearly, yeah.
So, and I see the sun is kind of shining out there today.
Yeah, so some of this early fog cloud cover is starting to burn off. As you can see, like, we're starting to get a little brighter here. And that, so I think that will start to wear away at the riders. They had the benefit of overcast conditions earlier on, but it seems like those conditions are now being burned off. We're coming into Gate Hill Cheese Co. But Gate Hill awaits the Col de Andrea Pinarello, as
Yes.
it's named by GFNY, is one of the more challenging climbs on this course. It's 3.5 kilometers in length. For one rider, that's going to be really significant. And 186 meters, or just about 600 feet of ascent. It's a 5.2% average gradient, but has a maximum of 8.9. The climbing really begins with a sharp right off of Mont Farm Road, so we may have already seen that section come and go.
It's approaching.
So
So he's going to turn off of this and he's going to go. If nothing else, Mr. Farrar's going to have a great story to tell his friends when they all get together.
yeah.
But maybe he makes it, maybe he doesn't.
So
He hasn't not caught yet.
what makes Gate Hill so significant? I mean, it says in our notes here even that while Bear Mountain might be featured climb of GFNY, Gate Hill should be the most feared.
It's just because you've got that effort of Bear Mountain behind you.
Okay.
You've done that effort and you're starting to feel that elevation. And when you get to Gate Hill, there's steep parts then they create opportunities for getting up and over that hill, hitting that descent and holding that gap.
Okay.
So that is it's a great opportunity because now you're getting more of the difficult areas of the race behind you. And so if you're thinking about a strategy for this race, maybe Gate Hill is where you start to get aggressive, and then that pays dividends.
Okay. Wow. So a lot going on in there as far as strategy, pacing. Nutrition is going to be really important. Hopefully all these riders are taking their SIS gels and drinking from their Elite water bottles right now, because that is going to be the name of the game as well. Remember, cramping has been an issue for a number of riders over in years past.
See when we start getting the turn here, and he'll be going up. He's still on the road. He's getting there. So
And which, so this is going up, this will be the Gate Hill?
he's going to take a turn, I believe, and he's going to get on the Gate Hill.
Okay. Yeah, approaching Gate Hill Road, all right.
Here it comes. This is where the action's going to happen.
It's for this rider. So the action that we're going to be focused on is the gap.
Yes.
Right, so this rider, Fortunato Ferrara of Italy, he is going to ride his pace as fast as he possibly can, but he can't just completely detonate himself. The riders behind him are working together, and the gap, the last we were told, was about 2 minutes between them and him. We sort of think that that gap has come down, but we don't know that for sure. But we will certainly have a better understanding of the gap at the end of Gate Hill.
Yes. That will give us a very good indication of how well Mr. Ferrara is going.
Are we?
Okay. Come in there.
Okay.
That is where Gate Hill starts, and let's see what his time says.
So we're at 9:28.
Okay. Yeah, he is. 9:21 would have been the 25 mile an hour, so it looks like it's not going to be under 4 hours. So
Okay.
he's like somewhere in there. 22 and a half, call it.
All right, we'll call it 22 and a half. Still very respectable average.
Oh, yeah, still
My
very,
goodness.
very solid.
Yeah.
All right, I'm getting a report on the chase group. 13.
All right, so here we go. We are going to be doing our best to communicate with you the gap. So we have the time start for Mr. Ferrara at the Gate Hill base. He
So
started.
we're getting a chase group with Mr. Paqueta
Okay.
in the game.
Paqueta in the game now.
Omar Salim Azem, 113. And then number 153, who is Matteo Traperi of Italy. And 13 riders total. So a very international bunch. We have number 492, Medici Matias. So we'll see what's going on here. Right now we have our leader, Fortunato Ferrara, up on Gate Hill.
Can you just, I'm sorry, could we roll through that one more time just
Sure.
for our viewers at home as well, just so they can maybe know who's who?
We
You
have-
did a great job there.
We have Ricardo Paqueta
Okay.
is still in the chase group.
Gotcha.
And then we have number 113, Omar Azam.
Omar Azam.
And then number 153, which is Christian Mendez.
Okay.
And then we're getting a report of number 492, who is Medici Matias.
Wow.
And that's what we have as of now. 232. Let me see.
So the group size behind is.
But they're saying it's 13 riders total, so we
13.
don't have a complete one. Looks like Ben Gorodetsky's still hanging in there.
Okay.
All right, Ben, show us what you got.
Great.
So,
So 13 riders strong chasing behind, and we'll see what the gap is between those 13. Very diverse group, though, and it also sounds like a few riders from different corrals have mixed into this, right?
Yeah, it
So
sounds
that,
like it,
That
yeah.
means that those riders have been riding faster than this rider who started in the front corral.
it's almost like here it looks like we have the chase group right
Okay,
here.
okay.
So let's see what we have going on.
A little challenging to get a read on this at the moment, but it looks like we've got some riders with some good pace. They're riding single file. Looks like they know how to ride together. Looking for our Luis Lemus is in there. Looking for our strong riders, but it looks like, yeah, definitely some good cohesion in this group.
Yes. And it looks like it's a little stretched out, so maybe there is a little bit of effort going on there.
Okay. So as I was mentioning before, one solo rider maybe riding at a 15 to 16 mile an hour speed on his own, but when you get in this group where riders can take turns at the front and then they drop to the back of the rotation where they have the benefit of the draft in front of them, saving them up to 30% aerodynamic advantage once they're in that draft. Rider in the front is putting in that big turn. That means that they can keep their speeds a lot higher. You know, knowing how to really ride the technicalities of being a bike racer, now that comes into real crucial need. You need to know how to ride a pace line. You need to know how to pace. You need to know how to stay on a wheel. You can't just ride this thing by yourself here and expect to win. You need to be able to ride proficiently in a bunch and take your turn at the front and then go to the back, recover, and then be ready to take your pull again.
And we have Oscar Pineda checking in on the Facebook chat. Good to hear from you, Oscar, local New York City racing legend, along with him and his brother, very well-known racers.
Okay.
Still races, still winning as a master.
Awesome. You see that sun poking through, Dan? I mean, that I know you've mentioned that before. I just saw that come through on that last shot of the group, and I think the sun is gonna. That could be like that third variable of today. We really thought today was going to be overcast for the whole time, but if the sun starts to poke through, that could actually lift the average temperature of the race as well. We had forecast only 71 degrees and overcast for the finish of today's race, but if we have direct sun with continued humidity ratings, we could start to lift the real feel, so to speak, into like mid to high 70s. When you start to hit that in the last 25 miles of a very aggressive race, I think that's just challenging for everybody.
That's you're gonna start melting like the Wicked Witch of the West.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nutrition is going to be key, and if you've really burned too many matches too early, you're going to really start to be in the hurt locker at this point.
I don't want to jinx anything, but it looks like Mr. Farrar's undoing the combination of that locker right now.
Okay.
So,
Well,
we'll
on a
see.
clear day, you can see Manhattan skyscrapers on the descent off of Cheesecoat Mountain. All
yes,
right.
you can.
So your first distant glimpse of the finish line, Cheesecoat's 18% grade is the steepest section of GFNY NYC course.
All right, we're beginning the descent. He is
Okay.
off the climb.
So does that mean he's done Gate Hill? He's also done Cheesecoat?
Nope, he
Not
is
to Cheesecoat yet.
going down Gate Hill.
Great.
And let's see what the miles difference. So he finishes the climb. He's got about 2 miles to Cheesecoat. So he'll be there in like, a couple minutes time.
So we've just gone over the Côte d'Andrea Pinarello, which is the crest in the distance, thinking you're right there, you've done it, only to find you have more to go.
Yeah.
That was a 1.5 kilometer, average 5.2%.
Oh yeah, and you just blast it down this descent. It doesn't look like it's it doesn't look like a lot of incline, but it is.
Yeah, I'm
So-
sure. The cameras are so crazy as far as like how it distorts the perception of what we see. I mean, that, you know, when you watch something of like the Giro or the Tour or the Vuelta or anything else, or even like things like the Ardenberg or Koppenberg or any of these iconic things that we see in the cycling world, you're just like, well, that's not so bad.
No,
And
I could
then
do
you're
that.
like, you get there and it's like, oh my God, that is serious. And the same thing happens right now, right? Like, this is a serious descent. This guy is flying.
Yeah,
down
easily
this thing.
hitting 40, 50 miles an hour down there.
Easily, and the camera just it doesn't really do it justice.
Yeah.
You know, it's so nice right hand turn, made it sweetly through there. It looked like a little bit of rough pavement on that inside line. So being in the group behind, you need to
Should be going by the trailer park right now. I know this area pretty well.
Okay, all right.
So he'll be heading through there, and he's gonna, boy, Cheesecoat's gonna just come up like a big old canoe paddle to the head.
All right, so Cheesecoat has an 18% grade at its steepest section, average of 5.2%, with a max of 9.6, but does not count the 18% ramp at the beginning. Ouch. So
And we're saying that, Uli's saying we have two guys with a 100-meter lead at the top of Gate Hill, so there's obviously been an attack from the chase crew.
All right, so
So see who that is. Is that
Yeah.
Mr. Paqueta? This might be, are these our guys?
wow, so interesting move here off of Gate Hill, where two riders have tried to separate themselves from the chase group, or what's left of the peloton at this
Yeah.
point for our front race. Two riders now chasing, and this is I would say this is a well-timed move, because if they can jump across to Ferreira, or even just straight up drop him, but if they can jump across at the hard point, which is right now,
Yeah.
entering Cheesecoat, if they make that gap and hold that gap over Cheesecoat, that bodes very well for them. It's almost like the Poggio
Yes.
for us, right?
It really is. It's one of those times where you can put a big effort in and get a lot of return for that effort.
Yeah.
Now, if I were these two, I would get up to Ferreira and just blow by if you can. And you might just be going up to somebody who's just left in embers and ashes. You know, you just might be burned out and might not be able to hold on anyway. But you just want to keep that momentum. You know, you don't want
Yeah.
to get up to them and then just hang there. So we should be getting the Cheesecoat pretty soon. Let's see what we got. This is a good break behind. I'm assuming up at the front is just Ferrara grinding it out. We'll see what this is going to end up looking like. Let's see if we can get a number on these two.
Yep. We get some identification on these two riders and see if they can bridge up. We'll get a time gap if we can up to Fortunato Ferrara as well, and we will have
The race is on.
Yeah, this is where our race really begins
Yeah.
today. So we've been racing since 7 a.m. We are now at 9:38 a.m. here in New York time, and it really came down to Gate Hill and Cheesecoat.
Yeah, and right now these guys off the front are like basically looking at each other and saying pleased to meet you.
Yeah.
If they can find a language that they both speak, maybe it
Yeah.
could be a problem. And basically they're going to say, hey, do you want to like collaborate till the end of this?
Right.
What do you think?
There's still about 25 miles remaining on this route, though, so or actually more than that at this point in time for these riders. So they've accomplished 2/3 of the race. We are now in the final third. And we
Yes.
say in criteriums, when we talk about those events and track races, that breaking the race into thirds is a nice way of thinking about it. Your first third,
There,
you're
we're coming up.
doing
Cheesecoat.
your best to sort of suss out who's who. Second third, you're surviving or making your move. And the last third is where you are making your mark. And now
Look at
that's
this. Look at the shape of that road. Oh
Yeah.
my goodness.
That's bumpy.
Boy, I can hear him breathing from here. Wow.
Wow, that road is all real multicolored there.
Yeah.
So this is our
This is the grind up Cheesecoat. Yeah.
Right.
This is a climb you just basically claw your way up.
okay.
So there's no, when climbs are this steep, you don't get tactical or, finessey. You either just attack it all out or survive up the way.
The leader right now is Fortunato Ferrara of Italy. Thanks for the feedback there. So this is Fortunato Ferrara of Italy on his BMC. He started the day with the break at the top of Alpine Climb many miles ago. and he is now riding solo. There are 2 chasers that we are waiting to identify for sure. And
he's been away for about 45-ish miles.
It's a long time.
That's a long time to be out there.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. So here we are.
Here we are on Cheese Coat. Let's see if we have these 2 attack each other, or whether they kind of. It's just so steep that you just kind of say to yourself, I'm just going to survive this and see if I can still breathe after it's over.
Sure, yeah. These guys look very capable, though. I mean, they put a considerable amount of distance on 11 other riders behind them just by themselves. We'll see if we can get any time gaps between them and the 11 chasers. But let's see if we can see in the distance our leader. I don't see him, but...
I don't see him either. He might have a minute and a half on them right now.
Yeah.
He's hanging in there.
Donato Ferrara, that's right, is leading at the moment. He has won I believe he's the winner of our GFNY Santa Fe event. So certainly has some good experience under his belt. Okay, thank you, Dave. So Ferrara is from Italy, but he now is a full-time Santa Fe resident.
Wow.
Okay. So a lot of great mountains out there. I did a little winter training out there one year, many moons ago, and there is a lot of vertical. You're at elevation, and it's pretty windy. So you're very used to having to pedal pretty hard. So that's cool to hear that he has made the trip over from Santa Fe today to New York City to get himself an opportunity of becoming world champion. Here's your chase of 11.
Mm-hmm. Chase of 11. They are going up Cheese Coat, so you can kind of get an idea of maybe it's like a minute from this group to the 2 guys ahead, minute and a half, and then maybe like a couple minutes ahead of that is Ferrara. So, and then we've got somebody attacking off the front. Here's Ferrara again.
Yeah.
He's coming up to the crest, and that's got to be a welcome sign.
Yeah, I know. So now that he's come to that crest, though, I mean, that's where are we looking at on our timesheets, and then over just relative
He
progress?
finished the climb at mile 64 and at 9:33, so he's 10 minutes behind the 25-mile-an-hour pace.
All right, so does that mean he's dropped down to 20-mile-an-hour average?
No. That would be, he's like halfway between.
Okay, so he's still at a 22 average. That's
Pretty solid.
Okay.
So I doubt that he makes that up himself on the way back.
I agree. Especially with there's some really sharp, gnarly stuff coming up, though.
Yeah.
But descending off of Cheese Coat, the riders are now heading up Quaker Road and loop back to the town of Pomona, passing the baseball stadium and heading over to the Palisades Parkway again. They'll be on the return through the New York City area across South Mountain Road and Ridge Road. This can be one of the more mentally taxing parts of the race, with slightly undulating terrain. Staying with groups is critical if you are in a group, and if you're by yourself, well, you just must pace yourself accordingly.
Amazing that he's held on for this. He's held off the race for, dozens of miles.
Yeah,
now.
we have not seen this ourselves in our few years of covering this event. So
usually Bear equalizes it.
Yeah.
Something like this. But he did have a group going to Bear. So he had 2 others, and then basically went up there with Mr. Herrera. So, yeah, got it on Gate Hill.
Luca Vergaliato is being identified as one of the chasers.
Let's see. Okay. Let me check my numbers. Let's see what we have.
Luca Galito. We'll look for him in our sheets here. And but thank you for the help there, Marco, on our Facebook chat to help us identify our 2 chasers there.
Yeah, I'm not seeing him on the list. We haven't had a number reported from the road, but yeah, we'll definitely take your word for it.
He's deep down in there, which means he may have started further into the corral. So remember,
we've got to break off the chase group here. Look, we've got heads looking over at one another. That's always a sign, isn't it?
You do the work.
Yeah. Yeah. This is when you kind of develop a sort of, let's say, an animosity towards someone who isn't willing to close the gap.
Yeah.
It can definitely get a little heated sometimes. There can be some discussions out on the road. So I'm assuming they're coming up to the top of the climb soon here.
We have 2 minutes reported on the chase group for Fortunato Ferrara. So we'll see if that holds true here. Ricardo Paqueta is a rider we're trying to get some eyes on just to see where he is. The champ has found himself to the finish line very closely the past few years. We expect his tactics to be pretty good.
He's always involved.
Yeah.
Always involved in the race.
Right.
Number 12.
And of course, Francesco Bongiorno, Italian rider that we expect to have the fitness to be a factor at the end, but he's got to position himself accordingly.
Okay, and we're getting like reports from the feed that he might have 45 seconds to the front to Ferrara.
Okay.
If somebody's counting the numbers. So lots of pieces of action. We've got producers in the Facebook feed. I love that.
I love it.
So,
thank you guys.
Yeah,
Appreciate
it's a group effort here.
Yep.
Here's our two chasers. A little bit of a gap, but this is probably on the descent.
We'll see how they go.
They're going so fast that they can't even keep up the video feed.
They're outrunning the video feed.
They're outrunning the video
Yeah.
feed.
Thank you guys for tuning in to GFNY World Championship feed. We are watching the World Championship front of the race right now. This is the long course format, of course. My name is Gabe Lloyd, and this is Dan Schmaltz, and we've been bringing the action to you all day long, and we've got just about 25 miles remaining on our World Championship course. You can register for next year at gfny.com. Remember, if you register early today, you will get yourself a little bit of a discount, and you'll get yourself a better starting corral position, which, as we are seeing today, can be decisive. So do head on over to gfny.com to get yourself registered for next year.
Well, I would say Mr. Ferrara is going to win my combativity award for the day.
Yeah, if we awarded combat,
He's going to get a red number.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I agree. I would, if we had a voting system for that, I would say vote. But
This is a tenacious ride. Is it going to bear fruit? Maybe not. But, you know, you don't know unless you try. Unless you throw the dice, you're not going to hit anything, are you? So
legs are starting to feel it, though. I mean, you can tell that just through the body language of Mr. Ferrara, who originally from Italy, now living in Santa Fe. He's out of the saddle a little bit more often than we've seen. The cadence of his pedal strokes seems to be dropping a little bit, according to my eye, but I don't have any real data on our rider. He's got a real mental challenge in front of him at this point in time.
Yeah.
His gap is now under a minute, and he has to decide whether he's going to wait for the chasers, who seem to be very strong, or if he's just going to keep going at it on his own pace and hoping that the fortunes are with him.
he's been having a lot of conversations with the moto, but we don't know if the moto knows what's going on. So, because this moto might not be going between the groups, so they might not have an idea of what's behind.
Right.
So he's just got to squeeze all the juice out of that lemon, hope it just makes it to the end. So
Yeah.
I'm sure he doesn't have any sort of idea of who's behind.
Looks like our average speed, according to Mr. Lettieri, is 23.33. So very solid average. We'll see how that sustains over the last few miles.
Our
here.
internet producer's doing the math. That's good times.
Yeah.
Might be beyond me at this point. I don't know if I'd be able to pull over from the action and be able to do the math and figure it out.
So these are our two chasers here. We had our Facebook producers identify one of them, but we could not find that rider in our start sheet. So perhaps their number is
82.
82.
And then, let's see if we can get the other one coming through. You did not put your number on the front of your bike. That is very bad if you want to be noticed and said, have somebody say something about
So
you.
that
on the
is
live feed.
Luca Vergalito.
Bergalito.
From Italy. Now he's listed here as teamom.cc. I've seen a number of riders out there with similar shorts as him, so I assume that would be Silvia Visaggi and Stefano Cosamagna. But I don't know that for sure because I can't see their numbers. But Luca Vergalito is our rider in the blue shorts.
And we're getting a report that the minute and a half is behind. It says we have the chase group that are a minute and a half behind 3 riders. I see 2 riders here.
I see 2 riders, so perhaps there's a minute and a half between these 2 and the chasers of 11 behind. On the front with the blue shorts is Luca Vergalito. And the rider in the maroon shorts, we are still identifying. The number is not on the front of his bike. So if anybody out there in our Facebook Productions company knows who that is, feel free to drop his name in the comments.
It's so funny, you always hear promoters as a bike racer tell you to pin your number on correctly.
Yep.
And now I'm feeling their pain. Pin your number on or be anonymous.
So, let's see, we're getting into the final aughts here. Pomona to West Nyack, right? Is that where the sort of section of course?
That's where we're coming through. It's going to be the next 10 miles. I haven't seen them go by the baseball stadium yet, where the New York Boulders play. So minor league team in the area.
Okay.
You need a night out, and I'd like to say it's one of the cheapest outdoor bars in the area.
Oh.
So,
well, good bit of information.
Food and drink, and it's not going to cost you very much.
Okay, great.
So,
well, we can go there after.
See a little baseball? Yeah, sure.
There's a slight course change this year. So those of you watching who have raced this before, you'll notice that we now go through Sickletown Road. This introduces a short climb followed by a small tunnel and a fast left turn to take them back toward the original course route. And then on to Clark Rail Trail in the town of Blotveld. Once on the trail, the riders will accelerate over some of the easy rail trail terrain toward the town of Sparkill. And this is where the home stretch really begins.
Yes. We're at 2:52 mark right now, and Mr. Ferreira is still out there.
So we have about an hour and let's call it 10, 15 minutes. Hour and 15 minutes remaining in this race, let's call it.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking...
we're about 3/4 of the way through, I'd say.
Yeah.
Somewhere around there?
Yeah.
You're getting there.
I'm not sure we're getting...
Nah, we're not that far yet. We're about 65-ish out of 103 miles.
Okay.
So, all right, here we go. Yes, who are you? No, tell us. You folded your number over, and your number is blowing backwards.
Oh,
this is someone who...
Wow. We had 2 opportunities.
Very improperly pinned and very improperly numbered on the front. You thought it wouldn't matter.
Let's see what's happening here.
But we do have Luca Vergalito is the rider in the dark shorts, and we are still trying to identify the rider in the maroon shorts.
Yeah, if anybody out there knows the rider in maroon shorts, drop a comment in the Facebook chat or send somebody a message that can get us a number.
If you're related to the rider in the maroon shorts, let us know.
Got a little intel here that rider number 82, that's Luca Vergalito, is actually working for Picetta. Okay, so the Italians working together here today.
So we might have a little bit of teammates going on.
Perhaps.
Here, according to Pablo Triana Quintana.
Yeah.
We have some inside intel here.
We'll see, though. I mean, it can only work for your teammate if your teammate's there.
It's true.
I mean, I know you can do some reverse tactics and sort of be an anchor, but that Vergalito is clearly pulling.
Yes.
So perhaps he just wants to get the front of the race in check.
Oh, does he see them behind?
Yeah, I mean, Ferrara looks like he's checking the shoulder, and I would say that he is not pushing forward with his full gusto at this point. I mean, maybe this is his maximum gusto, but he has perhaps run out of gas for the day. I would advise he takes an SIS gel and an elite water bottle and refuels, because the race is not quite over and he's got a healthy advantage over the rest of the field. Perhaps he can still get on the podium today.
That looks to me like he can see the chasers behind.
Yep. I definitely recommend refueling at this point in time. And there we go. 2 riders now caught. We now have 3 riders altogether.
Yeah.
That means that Luca Vergalito and Fortunato Ferrara, 2 Italians, definitely together. And our man in maroon shorts, whose numbers have just not cooperated with us. Those 3 riders are now together. We'll see how long they stay together. Trio, once again, in our breakaway situation. Chase of 11 riders behind. The last we heard, the gap was 1 minute 30 seconds or 90 seconds total. And that is essentially the race for the front. There's not a identified peloton behind them at this time.
Our producer is saying that the man in maroon is Mattia Graffiori Solo Guadaggio. So could this be 3 Italians at the front?
Possibly.
Mattia Graffuri.
Vamos.
We don't have a number, so we can't exactly identify where he's from, but that is a very Italian-sounding name.
Yeah, so we potentially have 3 Italians together working at the front. Yellow bike in the chase, yeah, Mattia Graffuri.
Solo Guadaggio. That sounds like a very Strava made up name, right?
Solo Watts.
Solo Guadaggio. I got those solo watts.
Solo Guadaggio is now being identified as the rider in the maroon shorts. He is Fergalito and Ferrara.
And Ferrara. Let's see if Ferrara can hang on. Solo Guadaggio is a team, so it's maybe Matteo Graffuri.
There we go.
Solo Guadaggio is a made-up name. That could go on Strava because it's a team name.
Great.
So it is.
Graffuri.
Yes.
All right, great.
Mattia
So
Graffuri.
3 Italians have come to New York City, and one of them wants to be the champion. We also have more Italians in the chase behind them, but let's identify our 3 leaders now. You cannot see them on the feed, but they are for Fortanito Ferrara, Luca Bergalito, and Mattia Graffuri.
Graffuri.
3 Italians.
Yes.
Yeah,
It looks like we've got the moto at the side of the road. Maybe they're going to be getting time gaps. And we have found out via someone's Instagram post who Mattia
Thank you,
Graffuri is.
Instagram.
Bad boy, Mattia. Put those numbers on correctly or we will not identify you. We will not know who you are.
We got some people rooting for Riccardo Picetta on Facebook as well. So the Italians really coming to GFNY World Championships in force today, looking to overtake the American and Colombian contingency that's also out in force right now.
Yeah, and does Picetta have a teammate up the road? Is Luca working with Picetta? We'll find out. It seems like he's pulling through, so that doesn't seem to be the classic manner of working for a teammate.
Right. I would say if he's contributing to the breakaway pace settings, then Picetta is not necessarily the man that they are working for right now. So here we are. We've got ourselves at least a minute and a half break between these 3 leaders right now, and then 11 chasers in the fold there. And we now have eyes on our 3, and then this is your chase of 11. 90 seconds, we're told, between the 2 groups that we've identified. Now, I think it'll be significant once we get ourselves to the bike path. And once we start to see the rail trail bike path section of this race, that's when we really start to see the
Classically
home
flat,
stretch.
those trail stretches.
Classically flat.
Engineered flat.
Yeah.
Doesn't get any flatter. None more flatter than the flat rail trails, I will tell you that.
Right. And so we will see where the gaps are at that point in time. I think that there's still opportunity for the 11 chasers to close down the gap to the 3, as the 11 could seemingly have more of a collaborative advantage than the 3, or more opportunities to rest and then really pull through hard at the front in the group of 11. But cooperation is key, and when you only have 3, you can really make sure everybody is cooperating. In 11, you always have somebody hanging at the back acting as the caboose and refusing to pull through, and that type of behavior will just mean that you're not racing for the win.
You can't even get a 11 person pace line moving if they're all on the same team. More or less everybody else on a different team. So
Right.
it's usually going to be about 4 or 5 pretty angry guys working at the front and then everyone else sitting on.
Yeah, I've experienced that many times. So we'll see what happens. Looks like some riders from
Mattia Graffuri, number 127,
27.
is from Italy.
All right, so it's confirmed. We have 3 Italians in the front.
It is an
11
all-Italian
chasers.
attack at the front. We have not heard from Mr. Bongiorno. I'm not sure where he might be, whether he's waiting in the second group, waiting to pounce. or not.
It's getting pretty late, though. I mean, as we get into this final third of the race, we are now... Have we passed our ball field and have we done some of that stuff, or are we now looking for rail trails?
Hard to say.
It looks like a baseball field on your left there.
I think it might be.
Yeah. So baseball field on the left would indicate heading over the Palisades Parkway, and now you're on the actual return to New York City and across the South Mountain Road to Ridge Road.
Yeah, that's the Pomona aid station, which is at the baseball park.
All right, great.
So and that will give us mile 69 out of 103. So we have about 30-ish miles left. So let's call that about an hour's worth, hour 15's worth of racing.
Okay. A bit of words here to the cameraman.
Yeah.
Maybe asking for an elite bottle or SIS nutrition. I'm not sure.
Asking for a tow. Asking if I can hold on. And they say, no, you can't.
Yeah. This is being identified as one of the more
that
mentally...
That is Flavio De
taxing.
Luna in camera is what we're hearing.
Ah, Flavio. Flavio De Luna, a Mexican rider to watch, staple of the GFNY peloton, has won several GFNYs in the past, is keen to finally turn yet another heart attack into a victory. Well, we'll see here. I mean, he's
tail gunning it right now, so maybe he's saving it up and going to pounce from the back.
Yeah.
It's a classic move.
Attack from the back.
Yeah.
See what happens.
Saying hi, Mom.
Maybe he's saying I'm out. We'll see. There's plenty of racing left here. We've basically now, so if you remember the course map from earlier, there's sort of this like loop out, sort of a U-shaped loop, and I believe we've now completed that U-shape, and we're now just going south.
Yes. Yeah, we're headed south now. Let's see if I can find my map amongst all my things here.
Plenty of papers. There it is. There you go. Thank you.
Well, there it is, producer.
So, yeah, so I believe we're now started to really head south. Looks like mile marker 85-ish is technically where that would be. So we're not quite there yet. We are now...
We're going to head over. We're going to head east.
Yeah.
Mile 75, we head south.
Gotcha.
We'll go through Nyack.
Okay. So we are currently located at that 65-ish dot, between the 65 and 70 dot on the map. Is
Yes,
that
we
correct?
are.
Okay. So
you see the Ramapo feed station? We're just beyond that.
Okay, great.
So,
all right, so that's where we are. We just passed the Ramapo feed station. Mile marker 70 is where we are currently located. And so we've got a little bit more left to go on our little U shape there for our GFNY long course.
yes, it's coming.
Lots
It's
of racing.
getting tense now.
Yeah, I mean, so we effectively have, what, 14 riders?
Yeah, that is the estimate of the amount of riders. We have 3 at the front and then 11 chasing.
Yeah, Mr. Ferrara, Fortunato Ferrara of Italy, he started this at Alpine Climb.
He did.
Like 10 miles into this race.
Mile 9, we're now at mile 72-ish, I would say.
Yep.
So that's a long time to be out in front.
Very long time.
He does have 2 compatriots like he had at the beginning, so...
That's true, and that
Yeah.
boded well for him. So Luca Vergalito in the dark blue shorts, and in the maroon shorts, Mattia Graffiori has found himself into that breakaway.
And we probably have Ricardo Paqueta in the chase group right now. So seasoned veteran, knows this course, knows this race very well. So we'll see how he gets when things get a little closer. So again, out on the road, if you can't see the break, you don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
They could be 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 1 minute. It's very hard to say. So it's hard to be able to guess.
I'd say Francesco Carioli has a point here that 3 is a magic number in a breakaway, especially on a day like today. It's enough people in the break that you get enough rest on the rotation. And
Yes.
if your rotation is actually smooth, that smoothness can be defined in many different ways, but let's just leave it at smooth. If your rotation is smooth, the rest that you get versus the effort you put in is pretty equal, and that rhythm can be really, really helpful. And it also ensures consistent collaboration. As soon as you have a caboose on there, that thing is dead. But if you got 3 guys cooperating, they could really, really motor.
Yes, and it's true. And 3 is a magic number, but maybe with the effort that Ferrara's put in, maybe this is 2.5.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, Ferrara has been out here for so long, as we've already spoken about.
He's got a couple guys with him that have probably much fresher legs, haven't been putting in the amount of effort that he has.
Well, they've all covered the same distance.
It's true.
And so let's talk about, though, how number 72, Ferrara, he's here at the back right now on the BMC. He started in a further up corral, right? So, like, he started essentially at the very beginning of the race. You know, there's... I guess Luca Vergalito started in the same corral as him, though. I mean, their numbers are only 10 apart.
They're pretty under 100, yes.
All right. So the efforts have been same amount of time on course. I was going in my head that whether or not one of these guys really had to ride through the whole field to get there, like rider number 1,000 from Colorado.
Right. Yeah, that was an effort.
Yeah. So these riders have been out there all by themselves, but it has been a different effort, right? You've had a very consistent effort by Ferrara, whereas you've had the surge late by our rider Vergalito and Brafiori. So,
One of our women riders here.
is that what?
Can we get that? Look on the number there?
Let's see if we can identify the number there of that rider with the pink handlebar tape.
Yeah. We're trying to figure out who that is.
Very great.
Hanging in the front group.
One of the women in making the selection of our 14 would be very phenomenal.
Yeah.
But we'll keep an eye on that, and if you have any insight or intel, if that's your friend or a relative out there, feel free to drop a comment on the Facebook Live. We can see that.
We're relying on our internet producers today. I understand what we're saying about the front 3 at the race. And the other 2 that have bridged up late, they had maybe a little more time to be able to ride in the group, even if they were pushing it. Maybe, you know, it's much less exposed than being just in the 3-man group or like solo.
Yeah.
So, but if Ferrara can hang in there and compete for the win, wow, what a ride.
Yeah, that would be
tenacious.
That would be very tenacious. It looks like a little bit of frustration though in the chase group here. You see, like the rotation at the front isn't very smooth. You see, I mean, even that gesture there by the rider that was just on the front, he used his right arm to indicate like pull through. I think when you have to go to that extent to encourage your group to actually pull through, you're not seeing the cooperation you need to really make a dent.
It's the elbow of desperation, my friend.
Yes.
Yeah. That elbow goes unanswered. Nobody's going to say anything to that.
You're right.
I see your elbow and I will do nothing.
So this is a very lumpy, like up and down section, mentally taxing right now. We've gone over some of what we call our massive categorized climbs. We've clearly done Little Bear, we did Big Bear, we did Gate Hill, we did Cheese Coat. Those are the big guys.
Yeah.
But the rest of this course is just so demanding. It's up and down, up and down, up and down. You're also turning quite a lot, which is fine. It's not that big of a deal, but it's never just like put your head down and go, right? Yeah. Like you got to really pay attention the whole time on this course.
Sure.
And that taxation on your mental strength can really start to wear down. And we were mentioning earlier in the broadcast about how you can be your own worst enemy. And sometimes when you find yourself in these positions where you're chasing and chasing and chasing and you feel like you're just not getting anywhere, you start to really doubt what you're doing. And so all these lumpy sections here, you just start to, your mental state starts to affect your physical state. So we'll see if that becomes the case here. I could be totally wrong. We are just 2 guys watching a bike race in the comfort of our lawn chairs here.
It's really easy to judge from a lawn chair.
Yeah.
What I found out, especially when you go to like minor league or little league baseball games, that's where you can really judge from a lawn chair. But there's more elevation to be ridden after Bear Mountain than out to Bear Mountain.
Yeah.
It's just that endless up and down and up and down. So
yeah,
it's amazing.
As somebody pointed out earlier in our feed, there's 8,500 total vertical feet in this 100-mile race. 5,000 of those feet come in the final 50 miles. So the measure of speed on the first 50 miles is a little distorted. And we saw that as well today. We came into Bear Mountain averaging about 26 miles an hour. We are now down to around 22 miles an hour on the overall average speed. So we'll see how this affects. We're now back with the camera with our leaders. This is Luca Bergalito on the front there with the dark shorts. The second wheel, I believe, is Fortunato Ferrara of Italy, and with the maroon shorts on the yellow bike at the back is Mattia Grafiori. These are your 3 leaders. Last we were told they had a 90-second advantage over the group we were just seeing. And so we will see if our on-course riders have...
Yeah, we're just getting a report on who's in the chase group. Mattias Medici of Argentina, Matteo Draperi of Italia, Riccardo Paquetta, another Italian,
Great.
Omar Salim Azam from Argentina, and Daniel Uribe from Colombia. So that's 5 of the 11 that we're seeing from that group.
Wow.
So as we get more names, we will let you know. So, but we still have the 3 at the front.
It's interesting.
Hanging in.
Picetta in this group, though. I mean, that chase, we've always said he's always been there, and I think that we can't count anything out. I sort of feel like, that group with Jeremiah Bishop and Picetta were sort of together around this point last year.
Yeah, that's kind of where they formed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I would say that there's still, this race is not over. The front 3, despite their advantage, that advantage could be erased pretty quickly.
Yes.
Especially with some strong collaboration. I'm sorry, I was writing stuff down. Did we identify Francesco Bongiorno in that group at all?
I've not seen Mr. Bongiorno all day, so
right.
I'm not sure if he's been in any of the groups.
All right.
So
Well, we will see. Hopefully he's having...
maybe the alarm didn't go off.
Maybe. It's an early day. Remember Dan from a few years ago who had to chase through.
And Lewis, too.
And Lewis.
Yeah. Had to chase from, way back.
Yeah. So we were looking at mile markers 70 to 75, still looking for this rail trail. Once we hit this rail trail, we're going to transition into the Route 9W and the 4 sections of State Line.
Yes.
From there, the sections will be a little bit more of a challenge for the riders as they make their way back up from Sparkill and start climbing toward the state border between New York and New Jersey. State Line, as it's called. 1 kilometer climb. We actually came down it earlier today. From there, though, there are 3 more sections, less steep, but they continue to be challenging on 9W until you reapproach the entry to River Road, where they navigate the final miles. Now, this is going to be crucial. That River Road section is going to be absolutely bonkers.
You have the climbs through River Road. You're gonna see like 1, 2, 3, 4 climbs that are, when they're at the beginning of the race, are not significant, but when they're at the end of the race, they're opportunities to either launch or get launched.
Yeah, right.
So
I think there will be situations where, so this right now, I'm not seeing enough cooperation right now to make a dent.
The look of that group is not a bunch of collaborators, is it?
Yeah, I mean, but again, like I don't fully have an appreciation for the speed at which the riders at the front are putting in, and there is a chance that this speed is different and higher than the relative effort of the 3 riders who have already gone through this section.
Correct.
The gaps, I mean, so I think this is the right-hand turn. We just saw the trio of leaders going through. But I mean, look at this. We're like 3-4 wide right now.
Yeah.
This is not enough of an effort to actually accomplish winning our bike race today.
Yeah, that's not the look of a group that's desperate to chase, is it?
I mean, perhaps they think with 20 miles remaining, that's enough time.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of experience in here.
They might not know the time gap either. If you don't know the time gap, you figure maybe they're just a couple minutes up the road, and once we start getting to some hills up here, I'm going to hit it. Somebody's hitting it now.
Or worse yet, they think they're leading.
Yeah. They put their arms up when they come in for 4th place. Huh?
Hopefully their saddle stays on when they put their arms up.
Yeah, that would be the worst case scenario for the day.
Yeah, look at that. That guy just popped out of the rotation. I mean, he was third wheel and he popped over without pulling through.
Boy, that's just not going to make any friends out
Yeah,
there
you
today.
can't do that.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, leaving that gap like that. Come
oh
on,
my
dude.
gosh, this is just a
Yeah.
mess in this chase group.
You're riding behind someone like that, and you're like, what are you thinking, buddy? Come on.
I'd be very frustrated in this chase group, and
Yeah.
I guess that's showing through in my commentary. So it is what it is.
Where's our racer?
Who is this? I love this right now.
Fantastic.
Yeah, this is great to see. Though we think if we're wrong, we apologize, but we believe this is one of our women
It is.
racing in
Yes.
this group. Great to see them making the selection of the top 14 riders overall out of like the thousands upon thousands of riders that are racing here today at GFNY World Championships in New York City. She's made this selection. Like, amazing effort here. I do not see Jill Patterson in here. I do not think that's Camila. So we're going to see if we can get some identification of that rider there. If anybody here.
I know that we were talking of Hannah Fondel and Samantha Arnaido, so I'm not sure who that might be because we can't get a number on who that is. So,
Camilo Salazar. We'll see what we can find out here.
yeah.
Okay. But
But again, that chase group, boy, it's like a family argument at Thanksgiving, isn't it? Nobody
There's
can
no
really
winning.
agree on anything, can they? They have like the old uncle out there not helping out. It's just not working out great. So
oh man, yeah.
nobody wants to pass the turkey, do they?
No.
No.
And yeah, somebody's like, these are my mashed potatoes. Too bad.
It's the classic, everybody in it for themselves. So it's a psychological experiment. If you put that effort in and you get caught, or if it doesn't pay off, then you've kind of done yourself in.
Yeah.
So
Okay, well, let's see what happens here. I mean, but again, with this disorganization, I think we're seeing some comments on the Facebook that they're also recognizing the disorganization in the chase here. So,
yeah.
we'll see what occurs. If any of you guys tuning in on our live feed want to hear the Spanish commentary, we will not be offended. That's totally fine. But we do have Spanish commentary. It is available by a team of very talented Colombians. You go to gfny.com, and I'm sure that you can find a link for that Spanish feed. So thank you guys for tuning in to here, and we hope you're enjoying the broadcast. Again, my name is Gabe Lloyd. This is Dan Schmaltz. And if you have any feedback for us, if you have an identification of riders or places where we are, relative speeds, anything else, feel free to drop a comment on the Facebook Live feed. We can see that feed, and we are taking that feedback as we get it.
It is a collaborative effort. We're coming into the last hour of racing now.
Yeah. So about how many miles do you think that we've accomplished at this point?
Great question. I'm thinking we're about 75-ish.
75-ish miles? Yeah. Okay, so we've accomplished 75%, or well, 73.5% of our race today.
Yeah, you have to carry the 3.
Right.
Yeah. Remember how we couldn't figure out the average time before? We're not going to figure that percentage out. So.
We're 2 art school kids here, so sorry about that. But we are, this is technically 103 miles today. There's been a few course changes due to some road disruptions late in the race. And we have some new sections on this course. So GFNY long course is 103 miles today. We've accomplished about 75.
So producer Matias is telling us that is Samantha Arnaudo in the group.
All right, so Samantha.
All right. That is hanging in there with the chase group. That is a phenomenal job. That is great.
All right, we're going to get Samantha Arnaudo.
Now, there she is, sitting 4th wheel.
Wow.
Probably, hey,
Actually
knuckleheads.
pulling.
Why aren't we,
Why aren't you working?
Yeah, why aren't you working?
Like,
It's
seriously.
like, come on, guys.
Wow. All right, so Samantha Arnaudo has now been identified by our production team. And thank you, Matthias.
Thank you, production team,
Yeah.
looking up those numbers and being able to have that sharp eye to see who's out still in the race.
That's great. Well, Samantha is really going to make a name for herself here today. I mean, so we had Jill Patterson, the winner of GFNY NYC in 2019. She's racing here today. We talked about her at the beginning of the program. Jill has already won GFNY Manta this year. And then, of course, we have Camila Cortez from Colombia, who has won this race 5 times over the years. and she was very much looking forward to winning. We also had Hannah Fandel, the winner of GFNY European Championships in 2020, and May Ann Maris of the Philippines, who won the Asian Championships. So we had a number of women on our horizon. Oh, excuse me. We also had Ana Maria Hernandez Delgado of Mexico here as well. So amazing women on our radar coming into today, but it is in fact Samantha Arnaudo, who has been the rider that has made this selection of.
Great move on her part.
Amazing.
Sticking with the front group
Yeah.
and letting that front group pull away. That's great racing.
All right, so Samantha been identified on social media.
Use the tactics that you're given.
Yeah.
Luca is putting in some big old turns.
That's
here.
right. So we are back looking at our breakaway, and these are your leaders on course. Luca Vergalito in those blue shorts, doing his best Matthew Vanderpool impression possible on the front, just taking massive pulls. Behind us in those maroon shorts are Mattia Graffiori, and in the red shorts on the BMC bike, Fortunato Ferrara.
Still hanging in there. That's amazing. We're hearing that they have a 3-minute gap.
Yeah,
So it gets serious. Closer you get, the better they look.
yeah. It's going to be really interesting to see how this plays out here.
Ferrara, like that's going to be 92 miles out the front
Yeah.
if he stays out. That's amazing.
A lot of it's solo, too.
Yeah, I know.
You know, he dropped his breakaway on Bear Mountain,
Mhm.
dropped off the other side, and then rode all the way through Cheesecoat, right?
Yeah.
By himself.
Cheesecoat was by himself. I think he did distance on Gate Hill. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then had the descent to himself.
Yeah.
Took up Cheesecoat and
He was
that was
just
it.
like, you know what, I think I want the hardest part of today to be by myself.
oh yeah,
And he accomplished that goal.
Mhm.
So good for him.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's when your mind starts playing games with you. You're out front by yourself. And it's a long day to think about. Lots of stuff. You have hours to be there with your own mind and the whistling of the wind through your ears. So many things can happen.
Yeah. All right. So Samantha is being identified as an Italian. She is on the same team as Luca Vergalito and Riccardo Piccetta. So
Wow.
the Italians really they did their research before they came into today, and they also put in the training. And so Samantha Arnaudo, did I write that down right? Is doing very well here.
Yeah, Samantha Arnaudo. They're saying she might be in the third group, maybe not the second group, but either way, really a good job of placing herself.
Okay, so
Giving
maybe
her
we
the
have a
best
camera
chance.
just on our front woman
Yeah,
of the day, and we were interpreting that as just being the chase group. But,
and rightly so.
Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on her. There she is, Samantha Arnaudo. Yeah, this is your leader of the women's field,
Mhm.
working well, pulling through. She's got some other riders there around her,
Yep.
trying to keep the pace going.
Just hang in there.
Yeah. Arnaudo wearing those distinctive shorts with the that sponsor that is identified on those shorts. There is, in fact, the sponsor that's on the shorts of number 82, Luca Vergalito, and number 12, Riccardo Piccetta. There are a number of other riders from that team here today as well.
The Italians came to play today.
Yeah.
So we could have an all-Italian podium if the break stays away and if we have Samantha be successful today.
Yeah, if Samantha is in fact your winner, then the Italians could very well lock out our top spots of our World Championship event here at GFNY World Championships.
Yeah,
Very cool. Very cool.
impressive.
Remember to jump on to gfny.com and register for next year. It's never too late or too early. Right now is the day to do it. You will get a little bit of a discount. You'll get yourself a jersey, and you get yourself a better starting spot. So register today at gfny.com. Also check out gfny.com for our other social media, other feeds, other race reports and results. All that information is located right there. But today, your first order of business after you watch our feed is to register for next year so that we can talk about you on our live feed. Go to gfny.com and register today.
Wise decision. Samantha's still hanging in there. She's got a group to stay with.
Yeah, this is
We're not
great.
sure of the situation of the other women in the race, but she's definitely got a group, and I'm not seeing anyone else nearby.
Right.
So, great position to be in.
Well, the fact that she has riders to work with, and it looks like they're actually riding pretty well. Perhaps the motivation of seeing a camera on them is helping. But now this, I believe, would be our chase.
Yes, I recognize the helmet of the moto. So he's got that sort of flaming British flag or something going on there.
Yeah.
So this would be the chase group.
Okay, so this is our chase of 11. We were reporting earlier that Samantha was in this group. That is not the case.
No, lies.
You know, we do our best. Samantha is in her own chase group behind this group. This group of 11 is working to try to catch our 3 leaders who are up the road. I believe our time gap between the 3 leaders and this chase group of 11 is around 90 seconds still. We'll ask for some confirmation on that.
Yeah. We'll start to try to figure out where we are out there on the course right now.
Yeah.
Some of the roads are starting to blend together and get a little blurry.
Yes. Well, a lot of things can happen here. I mean, I think we are going to be looking for, again, really trying to focus on when we get to our rail trail situation, because that really is the beginning of the conclusion of our race. You know, once you're on rail trail, you get a little bit of speed boost there, but I know that a lot of fireworks happen. And then, of course, once you get up state line is like where the real fireworks, like the selections start to be made one more time, and then once you get through back to River Road, well, that's it. I mean, you're looking at your final 3 to 5 miles.
Anything that happens on state line is going to have lasting effects for the rest of the race.
Yeah, there's just not enough road left between there and the finish to actually claw your way back and then be able to sprint again, in our experience of watching this race.
We have the leaders out front, as we've seen it in the past, so they are working. So it looks like we haven't had a long extended shot, but from the rotation it looks like everybody's pulling.
Yeah, it's great to see our Italians doing so well. Vergalito from Milan is notably, he's a climber, according to our Facebook friends, and he is, you know, he's done well by us here today. So Vergalito in number 82 in those blue shorts. The man at the back, though, that's Fortunato Ferrara with the little bit of red detail on the shorts. He started this breakaway. He dropped 2 other breakaway companions on Bear Mountain. He rode solo through the hardest sections of today's course and then was caught a few miles ago by these 2 riders. Then the other rider with the maroon shorts is Mattia Graffiori. Where are we at? We just went through the tunnel. I believe that tunnel is significant in our mile markers. This will introduce a short climb followed by a small tunnel and a fast left turn to take them back toward the original course route and onto the Clark Rail Trail. So our Clark Rail Trail is impending.
Coming up.
Yeah.
You'll notice the nice little trail. Fantastic.
That might be nice after all this up and down, you would think. Just a little bit of reprieve. No, the question will be whether or not they keep the pressure on the pedals.
Yes.
Right. If they really dig in, or if they use it for rest. There's a chance that they could use it to rest a little bit, but we'll see. This is your leader of the women's race there with the pink handlebar tape. That's Italian Samantha Arnuato. They're on the sort of back third of this bunch. Samantha from Italy as well, and she is the leader of our women's field ahead of notable riders like Jill Patterson, Hannah Fandel, Ana Maria Hernandez Delgado, and Alejandra Echeverri.
And she's hanging in there. It's good to see the head of the women's race.
Yeah, so cool to see. In the years past, we didn't have eyes on the head of the women's race, so this year, really nice to be able to see where they are located in this field. And hopefully we'll be able to watch her come across the line. She's just passing 40K to go, so 25 miles exactly for Samantha.
She's just past South Mountain Road.
Okay, so Samantha Arnuato, your leader of the women's race, with 40 kilometers remaining just past South Mountain Road. If you're following along on the course map, available at GFNY.com.
So that's fantastic. All right, let's see what we got a little bit of frozen action now, but we'll be able to get back to where everyone's going to be hitting the little rail trail, the dead flat one, take a respite, and buckle in.
Yeah, we'll see. You definitely see the sunshine now. You see how the road is drying in patchy spots where there's direct sunlight versus shade. So heat and humidity. So now the humidity that was trapped on the road is now emulating up from the road and just like baking people. And the nice thing about bike racing is that you do have that constant wind on you versus
Always
at
a
least when
breeze.
I run, I don't have wind on me all the time. So riding a bike, you at least have that little bit of constant air
All right,
pressure.
they're just going by the aid station. That's at mile 82, so we're coming down the last 20 miles.
All right, so your leaders are at mile 82, and these are your overall leaders. These are 3 Italian riders. Looks like they're taking their feeds from their elite water bottles and SIS gels. They're going to need it. This is where it really starts to matter.
Yeah, it's going to start getting serious here.
Yeah.
So, exciting stuff.
Great to see the Italians really coming out in force here today.
Mm-hmm.
Italy has such a deep history of cycling, and for them to really embrace the GFNY format and seek the World Championship here in New York is super cool to see.
Yeah, they're coming out in force. They came to race. They're not playing around.
Yeah. Well, with 40 GFNY events around the world, which you can find out on GFNY.com, but 40 races around the world, number of them in Italy, there's a lot of exposure to the Italian crowd, and so I think they very much want to see themselves here. Is that Bicetta talking
That
to?
is the chase group. It might be.
He's
Boy,
wearing-
that is not a hectic chase.
Yeah. I think
Yeah, that
might-
is Bicetta.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll be able to recognize him. Orange shoes for
Yep.
Mr. Bicetta.
Well, he's got a teammate up the road, and perhaps, he came here for a bit of team tactics. He's not going to contribute to the chase if he doesn't want to. He certainly has the capability of contributing to the chase and the experience to know how to ride in a paced line. So, he's intentionally riding caboose right now.
Yeah, he doesn't have to do anything. If he is riding the teammate game, it would be almost a faux pas for him to get to the front and chase down his teammate.
It would be interesting to see if he does go for a little minor result for himself, though, whether he puts in a dig on State Line Road or anywhere in the final 10 miles of the race just to secure himself a top spot. He can sprint, as we saw last time we ran this race in 2019. He came to the line with Jeremiah Bishop, elbows out and everything, but, maybe he just wants to make sure that he gets something here today. So with that, I think we're going to take a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere. We have plenty more race action coming up. My name is Gabe Lloyd. This is Dan Schmaltz, and you are watching GFNY World Championships here in New York City. Welcome back, everybody. My name is Gabe Lloyd, and I'm with Dan Schmaltz, and we are in the final quarter of our GFNY World Championship event here in New York City. Started this off at 7 a.m., and here we are coming into our final quarter of our event. Dan, we got a lot of decisive moments coming up here. What are some of the final climbs that we're going to be looking at?
State line, which is going to be about, well, it looks like we're on the path right now, from what I can tell.
Yeah.
So we'll be going to be coming to state line soon. State line on is just going to be full race. So that's when things are going to start happening.
Okay.
So we've got this flat section here along the rail trail, which is as flat as you can find around here.
Yeah.
And then this is sort of like keep the legs turning, keep motoring through. We're seeing the chase group right now. So maybe the chase is going to get a little more concerted, maybe not. The breakaway has a great chance.
It does, yeah. I mean, I think, but both are on the rail trail right now, if I understand what I'm seeing here.
You are, yes.
I think we're seeing our chase of 11 and the breakaway of 3 all on the rail trail. So if that's the case, they're getting closer.
It's true.
I mean, I would think that now we're talking about a minute, and which means that once you're on 9W, you can probably see.
If you can see them, especially after you come off of state line, you have the descent off state line, you have a really good point of view for seeing what's up ahead.
Yeah.
So that's when you start getting tempted. Do I jump across?
Right. I mean,
do I make that effort?
Yeah. I mean, and the breakaway becomes the carrot for everybody else, and they're going to say, okay, well, I can do that. Like before, when I couldn't see them, I was just sort of felt hopeless. But now I can see it. You get that second rejuvenation in the legs, your second wind or final wind.
Sure.
But you still got to be able to back it up. As we've saw in years past, cramping can become an issue at this phase of the race. Potentially, the weather has been more cooperative for riders this year than in years past, with the overcast conditions and really ideal temperatures, not too hot, not a lot of direct sun. So maybe cramping will be less of an issue as it has in the past. But right now, I think this is the final kick. I mean, this is...
we got a moto in the grass.
This is
a little hot on the trail there.
This is when we really need to start to see decisions being made.
Yeah.
And this could maybe be the moment where Riccardo Picetta wins.
Yeah.
Right? Like, he's been sitting on the back of this chase group the entire time. He has a teammate up the road, Luca Vergalito, in the breakaway. Vergalito racing with Fortunato Ferrara and Mattia Graffiori. And those 3 riders have given themselves quite an advantage. But with Vergalito in the breakaway, and if Picetta is viewing this as a team event versus an individual event, he may be happy with Vergalito taking the win. But if they do get caught, Picetta is going to be a rider very content with countering and setting his own destiny.
If they're playing the team game, then Picetta should just sit on.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then, if he gets brought back up to the front, then he can go for the win. And if he just sits on and his teammate stays away, then it's a win for the team.
That's right, yeah. I think there's a lot of opportunities here for the Italians to put themselves onto the podium. So I think we're getting ourselves into the final sort of kick here of this rail trail. How long is the rail trail that we're looking at here?
That's a good question. Let me see.
It seems like a significant portion, which is pretty nice, right? So rail trail's engineered to be flat, which is a welcome respite from so much of the rest of this course, which has just been very lumpy, as some of our friends on our Facebook Live feed have mentioned to us. Of the 8,500 vertical feet climbed of this race overall, the final 5,000 are all within the final 50 miles.
Yes.
And I would say a lot of that is in the very lumpy portion right after Bear Mountain. So
yeah, we have like a couple of miles there, and then we're going to be coming up to state line. So it's going to be 5-10 minutes before they get to the state line, when things are going to start getting very serious.
So 5 to 10 minutes from now is when we see state line?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I think that's pretty soon. I mean, you really you got to stay on the pedals, you got to position, and you got to really know what's about to happen. You're either making a decision that you're going to go on state, or you're just sort of holding on for dear life at this point.
The experienced riders will know that you need to do something on state line, and the people that haven't done this before might get surprised on state line.
Yeah, I mean, they could be surprised at how hard state line actually feels, but then also they're going to be really, really surprised at River Road again. I mean,
Yeah.
I know they've already ridden River Road, but when you're hitting it from the opposite direction, I would call it technically challenging this year with the road condition. Like
You did see what the road was ripped up substantially.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys are just tuning in to our feed right now, the first section of our course today for GFNY World Championships, it came out River Road, and we were able to see some of those road conditions, and it is choppy. Like, there are entire sections of asphalt that have sloughed off of brick that's underneath. There's entire sections of debris on the side of the road. The road itself is like clear, but it's lumpy.
We're getting to the base of state line right now.
Okay, wow. So our leaders are hitting the base of state line, and this is going to be where this trio either stays together or if somebody comes off. This, no doubt about it. That will occur here. It looks like we lost a little bit of coverage, so we're going to jump back to the chase.
Looks like this break, looks like this chase is sort of shaping up to put a little speed into the race here,
Okay.
I would say. Maybe somebody's, it's that big decision. You have no teammates back here. You're working, basically you're dragging your competitors to the line at this point.
Yeah, right. Okay.
You're just basically signing up for bummer, right?
Right. Well, let's do some rough math here. I mean, we just saw the trio breakaway hit there at about
344 about. They were at the White House at the bottom of the climb at 344. Then we'll do some math and see where these guys are at.
Yeah.
This might be our women's leader.
This is going to be Samantha Arnuado. She is, let's get her up there. There she is, first or second wheel right now with the pink handlebar tape. On the right side. She is the leader of the women's race. She is crushing it right now today. Great to see her doing so well. Coming to us from Italy, teammates with Riccardo Pichetta and Luca Vergilito. So
yeah, and it would be great to see what's going on at the front of the race. These racers are still on the trail. You can recognize the helmet for the chase group. We've got so they're getting off of there now.
Okay.
And we'll see where they come up on the White House on state line.
Yeah, we're going to try to see where the chase group is located. It sounds like the stage announcers are
firing it up. Good morning, everybody.
Hello. Stage announcers are now firing up the crowd, which means we are within the final 30 minutes of racing here at GFNY World Championships.
All right, there is the end of the chase group.
End of the chase group. They're making a right-hand turn onto...
They're going to be hitting up state line soon here.
Okay, so I'm still seeing at least a 2-minute discrepancy between our...
2 minutes you're seeing. That's fantastic for the group ahead.
Yeah.
You can see them slowing down as they get onto state line here.
Yeah.
So if we could get someone to show us the front of that race where the swings are going to start coming out.
Yeah, for sure. That was a really rough sort of scribble of math there, but at around 2-minute gap between your breakaway of 3 and your chasers of 11. These guys really need to hit the gas. I mean, there's no question about it. If they have any chance of catching your trio at this point in time, they have to be committed. If they're not, which it doesn't appear that they are, barring a mishap in the front trio, these guys are not fighting for podium today. Look at that. They're 5 across the road right now.
That is a shape of 4th place.
Yes.
Yeah. That's Mr. Paquetta asking what the situation might be.
Yeah. And that is it. Ryder sitting up, hands off the handlebars even. This is not a chase group that is committed to winning a bike race here today. No. Let's see if we can get our eyes on the actual leaders of the race then, see where the fireworks are. They should be up at the top of state. And there they are. So they now crested State Line Road.
They are getting to the top.
And they are now back on 9W, coming back down towards us. They're going to take a left-hand turn onto River Road.
Yes.
And that is where the race will really unfold as the riders make their way back towards Fort Lee, under 12 miles. We're well under 12 miles. Gamesmanship will become a thing. So basically tactics start to become much of this race as the physical ability of our athletes. climbing out of the river road is going to be really, really hard, really, really decisive, and that will be the difference between our winner and losers.
Just had a report that Ferrara is getting dropped on the state line climb.
Okay, great.
That's kind of a bummer, right?
That is a bummer, but it was also to be expected.
Yeah. All right, we've got some activity in the chasing group now.
Yeah.
So
Might be a little too late though, but hey, you know, anything can happen. There's still a number of miles left, and if these guys actually commit to this at this pace, they could certainly, at the very least, they could catch Ferrara. I mean, Ferrara has just got to be absolutely gassed at this point.
yeah, he's got to be cinders at this point, I would think.
Yeah, he started this race at basically mile 10, and he is now at mile 90. And he is just fried. So I'm still here. So we got two Italians. The rider with the maroon shorts is Mattia Graffiori, and the rider with the blue shorts is Luca Vergalito.
Looking strong. We've got a frozen picture here, but they have dropped Ferrara. So
right,
now
so
we'll have to see. It's down to 2.
Yeah, Ferrara had such a great race. Again, if we had a most aggressive rider award, I think he would win
absolutely.
Here today.
He gets the red number for today.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it.
Okay, let's see what's happening here. Getting maybe an elite bottle or some SIS gels here, maybe late, but these are your two leaders.
Yeah, these are the 2 leaders.
And how close are they right now to making that left onto River Road, do you think?
About 2 miles, I'd say.
2 miles, all right. But they do not see the chasers behind, and Ferrara is gone. So these guys are really racing between those two. So we're gonna have some fireworks here, right? Yep. We have a real situation where the technicalities of River Road could actually decide this race.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. They have the first big descent down Alpine, and nobody's going to win that race there. But if somebody does get gapped, there's no reason not to take advantage of it.
Right.
So right now, I would think that in their minds, if they know the course really well, they're going to wait till they have that left-hand turn and go down Alpine, and then they've got the strategy worked out in their minds. I wouldn't be surprised to hear that they have ridden the finish from River Road up to Henry Hudson Drive here.
Yeah, you would think they have, and just in the sort of scouting and whatever. Looking through some of our comments here, yeah, there's just some support for our Italian friends out there. This is a very strong Italian representation here today in the front of the race. The leader of our men's race and the leader of our women's race, both Italian, are all Italians. The 2 riders together in the breakaway are now going to be Luca Vergalito and Mattia Graffiori, and then the women's leader is going to be Samantha Arnuato. Those 3 are representing Italy very well today. We are getting close, Dan.
We are getting close. This frozen screen is very frustrating because we know that there's a lot of action going on. Yeah. This break here is breaking up, so there are some attacks going. So, and we haven't had a camera on these riders to know who's sort of sticking the knife in, you know?
Yeah, hard to say who exactly is the one turning the screws right now. Looks like some gaps are starting to form.
Yep.
But again, I'm not sure this is enough effort at the right time. If they had done this 10 miles ago, okay.
Yeah.
But I mean, the gap is at least 2 minutes. It's gonna be a lot.
You would have to really be blasting in the group behind to be able to catch on what's going on here. Right. This doesn't look like a concerted effort of speed. This looks like don't get dropped.
Yeah.
That's what this looks like.
So this is gate? No. What is it? Where are we looking right now?
That is coming around after state line, and I'm not sure if they've gone over or under the bridge just yet.
Okay.
So.
It's a pretty significant gap here between your leading 2 and your actual chase here. I think that chase has dwindled a bit, though. I'm looking at about 9, maybe 10 in there, so 1 or 2 have popped off the back of this group.
Yeah, there's been some attrition from this group for sure. So
yeah,
we got the leaders working, eating, getting ready. So Vergalito's getting a gel in, so the final preparations are on.
I don't know, Francesco, when the Italians started coming to Red Hook Crit, it got pretty wild. So I'm okay with the Italians coming in force.
They're putting on a great show.
Yeah, man, we had great races in the streets of Milan. back in the day. So these are your 2 leaders right now with Mattia Graffiori and Luca Virgilito in those blue shorts and Graffiori in the maroon shorts. Getting very close to actually getting to River Road.
They're just ticking down these miles, not losing the wheel.
Yeah,
you know?
The name of the game at this point, I believe, is to tick the miles away and basically slow the race down enough that you can recover, but not so much that you lose it.
Yeah.
You know, and that's going to be a real tricky line to feather. I know the chase is motivated now, but I mean the gap, even if they've whittled the gap to 90 seconds, that's still pretty significant for the final 5.
Yep.
In fact, here's Ferrara. He's
Yeah.
in no man's land between, and he still hasn't been caught.
Boy, I feel for him.
Yeah.
This is just a rough spot to be in.
Although with this camera, he may be actually getting caught by the chase right now.
Could be. Maybe they'll turn around and we see 11 riders right on his tail. He's not giving up.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, this Italian rider who's relocated to Santa Fe, New Mexico. He won the GFNY Santa Fe edition. So congratulations to him. He was already a winner of a GFNY event. Came to World Championships today, giving it his all. And I think he put on a great show. He attacked on the opposite end of this race at mile 10. And here we are coming into the deep 90s of this race. And he is still
Still off the
holding
front.
on
Just,
for a podium.
that's that podium right there.
Right.
So it could be a couple of races. The race at the front, the race for Ferrara to stay away, and then this looks like the chase behind, which is looking more serious as we go along.
Yeah, it is.
So,
I mean, at least they're single file.
well, is this our women's?
Oh yeah, that
women's
is
leader
Samantha.
coming up the hill?
Yeah, it could be Samantha.
No, that's our chasers. That's
That is
our
our
red
chaser.
helmet.
All right.
Significantly smaller group now.
Yeah, so we went from 11 off the bike path to now shedding probably half that group. I think we're at 5 or 6 if I can see.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, we have 6, and they look pretty motivated. So if they can rotate and go through, maybe they catch Ferrara. Maybe.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I know who I'm cheering for. I want Ferrara to stay away. So we're coming up to the Alpine Descent.
Okay.
So this should be our left turn right here.
This would be a really tricky descent.
Yes.
I mean, I want everybody to stay safe here for as long as possible, but it's going to be a really, you got to stay focused here.
And that water has not dried up at all.
Yeah.
I would imagine it's tree lined. I would imagine it's pretty slick, and it's got the worst of all worlds where you have part dry and part wet, where you have your adhesion in your tires goes from one surface to another.
Yeah.
So I'm not trying to jinx anybody, just saying, you have to be careful when you go down a climb like this.
Well, let's see what happens here. I mean, so we got a lead vehicle with the time check, and then the 2 Italians behind. They're going to be descending really quickly, so I hope that we have enough gap here, and let's see
Hopefully
what
we
happens.
keep pictures down River Road here. So
Yeah, it's always a tricky thing on River Road. You know, it's
Yeah, you can see
scenic
those
and
wet
beautiful.
sections coming up where the trees are in the shade.
Yeah.
Oof.
There we go. So using every inch of road here.
Yeah.
My
Looks like
palms
we've
are
got a
sweating.
couple of experienced descenders here. I don't see any fear.
That's good.
So,
Just so some people just tuning in apparently. So our 2 leaders are Mattia Graffiori in the maroon shorts. That's second wheel on your screen. First wheel is Luca Virgilito, also from Milan, Italy. 2 Italians vying for the win here at GFNY World Championship event in New York City. My name is Gabe Lloyd. This is Dan Schmaltz, and we've been here all day calling the action. This is the English stream. If you're looking for the Spanish stream, we do have that available. Go to gfny.com for that. This is the descent, the final 5 miles of this race. My goodness.
we've got about 10-ish. Yeah.
10-ish.
Well, it's at 90. Let's look what I got exactly.
It's very close to the end.
Yeah. It hits at 94, and we're at 103. So,
9 miles.
9 miles. All right. These must be our chasers.
Ferrara. Oh, my man.
Oh,
my man.
You can see the gap.
This
So
is
it's
our-
maybe like a minute or two.
Yeah, this
Oh,
is the guy that deserves everybody buying him a beer after
Yeah.
this race.
I'll find him after the race in the wine garden, right?
Yes,
whatever he wants to
absolutely.
drink, we're going to be
Yeah.
grabbing for him. Because that was what a ride today. He's going to be top 10, I would say.
I hope so. I hope so.
Just want him to, like, hang in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of want to go give him a hug at the end of this.
Yeah. What's the line at the end of Babe? It's like, that'll do, pig. That'll do, right?
That'll do.
I'm not trying to make any aspersions as far as livestock comparisons go, but all right, here we go. They're off the climb.
Okay.
Now we're going to start rolling through River Road down here.
So we've done our really tricky descent without incident. We are now rolling along.
Yes.
The river is on the left now, with the rock walls on the right, as that means we're going south. And the reroute for this year means that we continue on River Road all the way back to the beginning. And then we do this tricky little U-turn at the end of it, but there's a really significant kicker.
Very significant kicker.
Talk to us about that kicker, Dan.
You're going to go under the George Washington Bridge, and then you're going to go about maybe 500 meters along that road, and then you're going to take a sharp right, and you're going to go up the hill, and that first little incline there, where you're about maybe a mile from the finish, is going to be like 18% for about 300 meters. So good opportunity to just really launch.
Yeah, you got to launch, but the finish line is here in Fort Lee, so you got to come back north.
Yes.
And it's short but significant, right? Like if you're only dangling by like 3 to 8 seconds, you could claw that back if you get kicked off on that really gnarly kicker that Dan was just describing. But if you're outside that time gap, your legs are probably gone, and you may be seeing the result of the race happening on that kicker.
Yeah, and this is where fatigue becomes a real issue, and sometimes when two riders are really fatigued and somebody just has that little burst that can make that gap, sometimes that gap just holds.
Yeah,
it's amazing. So it's getting to be serious.
Okay, so we have ourselves a bike race. Luca Vergiolito and Mattia Graffiori, two riders. Graffiori checking the camera.
Luca
He's like,
and Mattia.
"What's up, my man?"
Yeah.
So these guys, both Italians, coming here. We know thanks to our friends on Facebook, on the feed, that Luca Vergiolito came here from Milan today just to race GFNY World Championships in the long course. 103 miles will be completed by your winner here today. We began at 7 a.m. on the iconic George Washington Bridge, one of America's busiest thoroughfares. We shut that down for our bike race today. We went north all the way to Bear Mountain. We had a lot of lumpy stuff, including Gate Hill and Cheesecoat. We're back south again, and this is the final, we'll call it 6 miles of this adventure today.
They're going through the rollers now. Nobody's putting in that huge attack, so maybe they have ridden this finish, and maybe they're looking to see what they can do when they pass the corner.
Yeah.
There is some elevation going on down here now.
We have passed the unofficial race time of 4 hours at this time, and it looks like that's correct. I mean, I'm showing 11 o'clock on my watch, which means we started right at 7 o'clock on the nose. Yeah. And so here we are, 4 hours in. Pretty big race.
Did not break the 4-hour mark.
They did not, but
that's neither here nor there.
Right.
So.
Right. Let's see what happens in the final few miles, getting safely through River Road, but really we are biding our time until we get to that kicker. We think it's about 200 meters, maybe 300 at the most, and very significant pitches that we're talking about, but also very narrow. So it has to be these small groups. And that also means for the chase group behind, the positioning will be key. You could be last on that chase group, go through that really narrow, almost single file section on the path, and then you end up on this Hudson River Road here.
What's officially, I just know it as River Road.
Okay, yeah. So
it probably does have an official name, but
then when you're on the finishing kick, you come last wheel out of.
We come up Henry Hudson.
Onto Henry Hudson. Yeah. When you're last wheel coming out of Henry Hudson in a group of 6, I mean, it could be like a Kieran on the track where you just don't have enough track left to get yourself all the way up and around. But we'll see. I mean, this is the first time that we've run the finish this direction and this way because of the nature of the road conditions. So we'll see what happens. This is going to be really exciting for the final few kicks. Again, we are on River Road right now with our two leaders that we were just seeing. They're riding all the way down under the George Washington Bridge, and then they'll have this sharp kicker as they come back up and out of the River Road path onto Henry Hudson Drive, where our finish line is in Fort Lee, New Jersey.
Looks like they're still playing nice now. There has not been a significant attack. Everyone's seated, rolling through. Maybe Vergalito's putting a little more work in. Maybe Fury, maybe he's waiting, biding his time.
Yeah.
Or can't come through. Hard to say.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens here with our with the tactics here. I wonder who is feeling good, or these guys are cat and mousing each other a little bit, which just means like feigning weakness, so to speak, before they get themselves into those final kicks. Yeah. There's so many things. There's nowhere to hide. There's really just man on man at this point. And Luca is the one doing the pace setting.
Yeah.
And so all he can do is ride his race. And Mattia Graffiori in the maroon shorts there, he has to think about when he wants to contribute. Looks like he's going to start now.
Looks like he's going to roll through. Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll find out on these next couple of rises whether this is a detente till the finish, or whether somebody wants to feel better and go a little earlier. But for right now, they're still working together.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing any sort of swings being taken.
Not yet. I haven't seen like a full-on attack, but again, I think you're totally right. I think on the final kicker, that's where those fireworks take place.
Seems like these two have probably familiarized themselves with the course, and they know that finish is somewhere you want to maybe put in hit it as soon as you hit that corner and see what happens.
These two riders are by themselves. If you're just tuning in, we have a chase group of 6 now behind them. We don't know the time gap officially, but we think it's about 90 seconds. So the race is really between these two riders for the win here today. The final podium spot will be decided either by Mr. Fortunato Ferraro of Italy. He is in no man's land between our breakaway and our chasers.
Come on, Fortunato. Come on, buddy.
Most aggressive rider of the day will certainly
Hang in
be
there. Hang in there.
Mr. Ferraro.
And we have our leader of the ladies race. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so
Samantha Arnaudo.
Samantha Arnaudo is the leader of our women's race. She is an Italian as well, so the Italian's really locking out the top of our podium steps here today. She's on 9W, just coming out of the Palisades area, it appears, and she will be approaching River Road where these guys are.
Yeah, she hasn't taken the left turn onto River Road yet.
Okay.
We've got these two guys, another rise, so a potential opportunity.
Biding their time here. It's going to be really interesting to see what the tactics become. Relatively long pulls by both of them. Like you can see Mattia Graffiori in the maroon shorts trying his best to get out of the wind, right? He wants Luca Vergalito in the the blue shorts, to be the one to do most of the pace setting.
Yeah, it seems like they're sharing it pretty evenly. Maybe a little bit more from Vergalito as they go through. So, but we'll see. We have spotty pictures, so we don't have an exact count or be able to tell who's taking poles. But it seems pretty evenly spaced.
Yeah.
And it looks like Fury is wondering where what's the gap behind.
Yeah, he's like, what's the gap? What's the gap? Because he wants to play that game, right? He wants to, again, slow this race down enough that he can recover and be ready for the sprint, but not so much that he gets caught. Ferraro behind them in no man's land is just trying to pedal every inch he can to get himself to the finish line. If he could hold on, he would secure 3rd place. He's the guy who started this breakaway a long time ago with 2 different guys.
Yeah.
So really great riding here today by Fortunato Ferraro. And then our chase of 6 behind them, we think.
Graffiori kind of sitting behind. We're getting on another climb here.
Okay.
So this is another one of the rollers along River Road here. And it seems like Graffiori kind of pulls through when it gets a little steeper. Maybe that's a defensive move.
So slow it down.
Yeah,
Okay.
Could be a defensive move.
All right, so what Dan is talking about is that if you're not feeling great, sometimes what you can do is to control the race from the front by going to the front on the hard sections and then riding your tempo. So if you're not feeling great, you slow it down to sort of make sure that you're not getting ridden away from. Now that can also go the other way, right? You can be feeling great, you go to the hard section, you go harder. But I don't know if that's a great tactic right now, because we know that this puncher is coming, and then the sprint finish to the line, it's slightly uphill, and it's going to be a grind once they get off of River Road. So I don't think you want to be playing the aggressive drop your wheel.
You want plenty of dry matches for that finish.
Yeah, a lot of dry.
I don't think you want to go in there kind of huffing and puffing until you get to that hill. So
we're looking at Samantha right now again. This is your leader. She's got that pink handlebar tape right now. Smallest rider on the screen. She's the leader of your women's race. She's on 9W right now. She's had a phenomenal race and did not come out of nowhere, but she was not even on our list of names to speak about at the beginning of the day. We had returning champion Jill Patterson returning. Hannah Fandel is here. Ana Maria Hernandez Delgado is in here. And Alejandra Echeverri also here. None of them made the selections that Samantha made, so hats off to her. Look at this, a reduced group of 4 now that she has made that selection.
Yeah, she's like, hang in there, guys. Yeah.
Great racing.
Fantastic job by her. All right, here we go. They're going down the Devil's Descent on Dykeman here.
Okay.
So it's getting serious. As they get to the bottom of this hill, that is going to be a really long stretch, maybe half mile of perfect asphalt after they get through this sort of what looks like some war zone-y type of asphalt here on the descent.
There's that gnarly brick.
Yeah, there's the bricks. So you'll see them come down. You see that it's very serious business down there.
Yeah,
keep your head on a swivel and watch where your wheels go.
Definitely be light on the bike and just try to navigate it through all that gnarly stuff. Looks like they successfully accomplished that. So
now we're going to get a flat sort of rising area, not a hill yet, and we'll go under the George Washington Bridge. We'll go another quarter mile after you get under the bridge, and you take a sharp right turn onto the bike path. So these are where any move now is going to be a serious move.
Yeah, any move. And again, we're seeing this tactic by Mattia Graffiori to go to the front, possibly to slow it down. Hard for us to tell what the speed shift becomes when he goes to the front from our vantage point. But just thinking about what tactical maneuvers could be occurring here, we believe that the rider in maroon shorts
could be a pace control on his part. Yeah,
sure.
He's like, I do not want Vergalito to get up ahead of me and grind me down.
Yeah. Right.
That could be the case.
We had our friends on Facebook here chiming in that Luca Vergalito is known as a climber in his hometown of Milan, Italy. So being known as a climber, perhaps Mattia knows that as well. These are 2 Italians. I know Italy's a big country, but I'm just saying, bike racing world is small. So.
It's a climber's finish for sure.
Yeah.
So if you can hit that climb, and it depends on what Luca wants to do in this circumstance. Does he want to hit it, get that gap, and hold it? If he feels confident, nail it and see what you can do.
Yeah.
He does not look to be in distress to me.
Not at all.
Mattia looks a little more tired than Luca does.
Just going off of body language, I'm going with Luca as a stronger rider. Luca looks pretty comfortable.
We saw that look at the camera, and he was like, no. All right, let's see how this turns out.
Yeah.
Or he could be bluffing. It's a bike race.
Yeah, good bike racers are good at poker face, so we'll see what occurs here. Half of this is getting in the head of your competitor.
I'll see if we're should be coming up under the bridge pretty soon.
Okay. So when we get up underneath the George Washington Bridge, we're going to be within a minute of hitting that real sharp kicker, right?
Yeah, it's going to be all full gas after that.
Yeah, and then we are going to be within 5 minutes of the finish at that point, right?
Yeah,
okay.
I would assume it's going to be 4 to 5 minutes to get up that. So big effort at the end.
Yeah, this could be cool. We'll see. I mean, again, I agree with Dan here that the body language of Mattia is a little more labored than what I'm seeing out of Luca. So this kicker is going to be our decisive factor here overall. Also, based on their pace, I don't think that the chase group is anywhere near them. You know, they can check their shoulder, they can see if anything, but also there's motorcycles and stuff coming behind them. So they would see additional motorcycles if the chase group were getting close. There's no panic here right now. You know, if they were killing it, they'd be on the rivet, which would mean on the nose of the saddle there, and they're not. They're comfortably seated on their saddles. They're pedaling well, and they're cat and mousing against each other only at this point.
Yeah, they are definitely seeing who is feeling better or trying to get any clues as to what each other is feeling right now. It's definitely some cat and mouse going on here.
Yeah. The sun's coming out, but
I see shadows on the ground.
A little bit of direct sunlight, but it's not going to be enough to actually affect this race at this point in time. We are very much into our final kick here.
If we can get a little bit of a look up the road, then we can see where they're going to be coming through. But it's rising here. So,
yeah,
it's a gradual rise until you get to that turn. Boy, howdy, then you're going to nail it. You're going to have to hit it. So I see a inflatable gate up ahead.
Okay,
So
there
let's
it is.
see what's going on.
Yeah, so that's going to be a
All
roundabout.
right, so this is a roundabout. Then they go under the bridge.
Okay.
You'll see the bridge up ahead.
So we're within, what, like 90 seconds of hitting that kicker?
Yeah, see the bridge?
Yep.
And then they're going to go around there, under the bridge, slow gradual ride, right turn, and then a sharp right onto the bike
This
path.
is it. We're in the final, 3 minutes of this bike race, I think.
This is tight. This is very exciting. So we have Luca up at the top. He's in the front.
With
So
the blue shorts, yep.
yeah, Luca Vergalito and Graffiuri in the maroon shorts behind. So
Yeah.
let's see how this is going to go. Two Italians at the end of the Grand Fondo. GFNY, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Two Italians at the end here.
Yeah, they've covered the full long distance here today. This is GFNY World Championship event in New York City. They are passing under the iconic George Washington Bridge as we speak. And they are within the final, we'll call it 2 minutes now, of this bike race. This is where decisions have to be made. We are either going to be looking at a sprint finish, or we're going to see somebody get shed on this final kicker up
And
to the line.
Looks like we're going back to the chase group. But I would definitely say that Luca is winning the races of the faces. He looks fine.
Okay, yeah, I agree with that. Races of the faces, I love that. Luca is certainly winning the poker battle here today. And Mattia Graffiuri, he's just going to have to dig. I mean, you made it this far, my man. It is still a bike race. You never know. You never stop pedaling until you cross that line. So let's see what happens.
They're going to be able to start seeing that corner coming up pretty soon.
Yeah.
So that's when it's all going to really go down. Boy, it's tense.
Yeah,
All right.
very tense. I know. My palms are sweating. I'm ready.
And Luca's, that's kind of a better position for him to be in at this point, to be honest, to have your competitor ahead of you.
Potentially. I don't really
And now
understand
he's going wrong.
how narrow this path is, but I'd have to imagine you just want to be by yourself. You just want to, the position you want is the position you take at that point.
Yes.
So exert your position that you're preferring there.
The path goes down, it's about 1 lane of traffic wide, so plenty of room. And then you go up there and you come off the traffic, you go off the sidewalk essentially.
All right.
And then you head on to Henry Hudson Drive.
Well, we'll see what happens here as we come up to this kicker. And then they have just a very short amount of time on Henry Hudson Drive heading back north.
All right, here it is.
Okay.
Here's the corner. There's the path. Here's the
right.
kicker right here.
All right. Out of the saddle.
Oh, Luca
By
is
Mattia.
taking the lead.
And Luca's
Not dropping Mattia, though.
but he's not out of the saddle either, as far as I can tell. Mattia is definitely out of the saddle, whereas Luca is seated.
That shows a little bit of confidence, I'd say.
Very steady.
It would be nice to have the full picture to see how labored is going on, the second place rider.
Oh, yeah.
But not dropping him.
Not dropping him. Wow.
All right, so they're going to come up over this crest here, as you see up to the front of your screen. Then they go down underneath the bridge again.
Yeah.
So it's a little downhill, and then it's the final uphill.
I kind of wonder if Luca had actually hit it hard, if he would have dropped Mattia right now. Let's see, maybe he's going to try here late on that pitch. I would have hit it from the bottom based on his race of the faces. But,
So that's either showing a lot of confidence in the sprint at the end,
yeah.
which I
Or he's
might
not.
think might be the way.
Or he's not leveraging his fitness. 1K
Yeah.
to go. We're in the red kite here.
Is that the red kite?
Yeah, 1K.
Here it is.
Final kick.
It's going to be a slow final kick because they come up, they go under the bridge, and then there's going to be the toll. You can see the tolls on the right, and that's basically where the climb starts.
Right.
Final 4 or 5%.
Okay, so the race was not decided here on the pitch. We thought it would be, and it has not been. Mattia Graffiuri, is he attacking now? There's another shot here from our cam.
All right, they're going to come off the sidewalk, and you can see the bridge overpass that they go under.
Yeah.
You can hear our announcer getting excited because it's getting exciting here.
Well, Grafiori's in the maroon shorts, and Luca Vergiolito
here we go.
is on the blue shorts there in the back. They're going to navigate themselves through some cones here, lead vehicle in front of them as they come under the bridge.
Luca tightening the shoes and in second place.
Wow, confidence right there.
Mm-hmm.
He's been watching his Grand Tours here.
Yeah.
This is the old exit of the pedestrian
500
walkway.
meters.
500 meters to go. The sprint starts no later than 200, but here we go, side by side as we come into the final 400.
Awesome.
Wow. Confidence exudes. Mattia Grafiori on the front with the maroon shorts. Luca Vergiolito with the blue shorts on the right, or the left side of our screen, road right. Oh, looking at each other. The sprint has to start soon. We are within the final 300 meters of this finish. It's all uphill. It's a grind. It's a big gear. Mattia's on the front. He may not want to be, but he has to commit to the move at this point in time. Luca Vergiolito in the blue shorts is going to start the sprint. He's in the drops. He's in the saddle. Final 100 meters to go. We're going to see them on our finish camera at any moment in time. There's your lead vehicle. There's a sprint to the line, and it is Luca Vergiolito, ladies and gentlemen. Luca Vergiolito taking the win here today over Mattia Grafiori at the 2022 GFNY World Championships here in New York City.
Played it like an assassin.
Wow.
Yeah, that was a confident ride at the end there. He put Grafiori on the front.
Yeah.
And he just knew he was going to win that race.
He did.
That was a lot of confidence. Very strong, confident ride from Luca.
Yeah,
Amazing.
I really thought that he may have tried to hit it out of the River Road section, but he didn't. He stayed seated, he stayed confident, and then he let it go to really the final 100 meters.
100 meters. Played the sprint perfectly, to be honest.
Wow.
So we have to see if Ferrara can make his way to the podium.
Wow.
If he can still hang out there. It's been a long time since we've caught up with Ferrara. So, is that him?
This is Blue Sox, though. This is a different
Yeah.
rider. So
Maybe
looks like-
Fortunato is not out there anymore.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. This rider is certainly making the right turn up onto the path at this point in time. We'll try to get some identification of them. But congratulations to Luca Vergiolito, your 2022 GFNY World Champion here in New York City, coming to us from Milan, Italy. And great to have him representing the Italians well. Also in second place, another Italian, Mattia Grafiori, of our Italian contingency in those maroon shorts. We're going to get some identification of our third place rider if we can, but here are your top two in those maroon shorts in second place, and in those blue shorts. Both men doubled over in exhaustion over their bikes. They are your winners here of our event.
Yeah, they really did put a stamp on the race at the end of it. They got up to Ferrara and then just put the hammer down a state line and dropped him after his all day out on the front.
Right.
80 miles,
Yep.
maybe a couple miles too short. So that was a long day out front for him. And then Luca and Mattia just took it away. So
David Lettieri pointing out that the time this year is faster than 2019, even with the added miles.
added miles and an uphill finish.
Yeah, so
Impressive.
Yeah, very impressive finish here this year, where the riders really putting in the hammer. There was no 4-hour time barrier, but they did a great job with keeping the pace high all day long, averaging over 20 miles an hour for the day.
Pretty incredible. And I think that early break just put a lot of speed into the race where normally it wouldn't have been that way.
Yeah.
So, and then the race caught up to it, and then it got tactical. So.
Yeah. So this certainly looks
This
to
will
be
be our third place rider.
I'm trying to get some ID on this person to see if we have.
Yeah, that fills out the podium. And
Yeah. I don't know if Italy is going to do it. This looks like a strictly. Is that a local rider?
that, I don't recognize the shorts.
Okay.
So we have the third rider coming in. We would love to be able to identify him, but I don't know that we're going to be able to.
Let's see what we can do here. I know that we have a few team members doing their best to identify this third rider. He was part of the chase group for a very long time and now made a decisive move on River Road. We had cameras on our leaders, as we should. And now he's coming into the final 100 meters to go, though. This is going to be a nice rounding out of the podium here today for this rider. 4 hours,
Solid
21
ride.
minutes. Super solid. Waving to the crowd here today. And this is going to be third place
There it is.
here today.
You have your third place winner. Could have been a move on Dykeman.
Yeah.
Alvarado's.
Alvarado's. Okay.
As a Colombian in third place. Our other broadcast team
Colombia
should be happy with
representing
that.
and getting themselves onto the podium. That's great to see. We had a lot of Colombians here today, including
Not an Italian lockout today.
Yeah.
So, all right, we've got the rest of the break, rest of the chase group coming in. So this will be an interesting little group sprint for the finish here. So the top 10 spots, they're going to come off of here. And they've got to kind of go around a telephone pole when they come off of this. So be careful out there, guys. Don't go sprinting into any telephone poles today.
Yeah, it's oddly narrow at that point in time, but I think these guys will be able to navigate it. It's really about putting yourself in the position you want to finish in when you come off the sidewalk, if you can. I mean, this is still a pretty significant grade. This is where the camera is foreshortening how difficult this section really is.
It is.
Yeah. You can even see some of these riders getting tailed off. They made it this far, but not quite far enough.
You can see some legs popping on this last final climb here.
I mean,
I'm hoping Ferrara's in here.
I hope so, too.
We'll look for his red shorts.
Yeah.
Yes.
A top 10 finish at GFNY World Championships after a long day in the saddle would be so cool to see for that Italian now living in Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Definitely my vote for most combative. I mean, just a definite great day out, getting away out there at the front of the race. So always have to respect a ride like that. So you'll see up here where they kind of go around the telephone pole.
There they are off the sidewalk and now safely onto the road.
Yeah, they've got about 500 meters to go here, so we'll see them in a little bit. We'll see how the sprint. Clean sprint, guys.
Nice to see our finishing crowd starting to gather along the finishing chute. We have a huge village here in Fort Lee, so I'm sure we'll see a lot of riders. This is fourth place here today. This is Mr. Ferrara.
Oh, missed the podium.
Oh, man. Wow. So close and yet so
good
far.
job, but a heartbreaker at the same time.
Yeah. That means that the Colombian really put in a huge effort there at the end and not only drop this chase group, but then to catch Ferrara and then put 2 minutes into him by
that was
the end.
a big old move.
Wow.
And he was probably maybe a couple minutes behind our 2 lead Italians. So, all right, here comes another sprint going on here.
All right, this is going to be a bigger sprint as they funnel into the chute there.
Yeah, don't
It's a
hit the
pretty short
sign.
sprint, 100 meters to go. These guys are fighting for top 10 overall. There we go. There we go.
There
5,
we go.
6, 7, and 8. Wow. This race proving to continue to be as difficult as legend holds it to. It is just so brutal on the legs. This is 9th place here.
Definitely not a race you win by accident, is it? It's just a grind to get through this and get it done and take care of business on this ride. Well done to all the riders out there today.
Yeah, everyone here today has done an absolutely amazing job getting themselves.
We'll see how Samantha's doing out on the course, but
yeah,
we might be catching up with her right now.
I think that could be her in this group. Let's try to get some eyeballs on Samantha here. There she is. Yeah, she's in the front of this group. The guys are just letting her do all the work.
She's dragging them home.
Yeah.
There's Paqueta. It sounds like he just finished.
Okay.
Our press photographer Marco out there keeping track of all the finishers.
Yeah.
So we should have Samantha finishing in the next 5 minutes or so.
Okay, that'd be a nice solid finish for about 4.5 hours for Samantha to cover 103 miles of very lumpy terrain. I think, I don't have the data, but I wonder if that's also going to be a sort of a course record, so to speak, for women.
I'm not sure. It could be.
Again, I understand we have added miles here this year, but we did, according to I believe David, that we had the faster time than 2019, even with 3 extra miles. So,
yeah, furious pace out there today.
Very furious.
Longer course, shorter race, new course record.
Yeah.
So that's pretty amazing riding out there.
Yeah, we're still gonna have to come back next year though, Dan, and see if anybody breaks 4 hours.
Yeah.
It would take a full commitment from the gun.
It would seem like you'd need a break of like 8 people at the beginning.
Yeah.
You know, perfect world, 2 teammates from each, and
Yeah.
they just kind of decide to gun it.
Yeah.
So it's one of those circumstances where you just have to have sort of some coordination going on. So she's coming through the roundabout that just goes up, and she'll come under the bridge here.
Okay.
So see if she attacks her cohort.
Just drops them.
I'm for it. I'm here for it, Samantha.
So baller.
I am here for it.
Italy's going to have a great day. The after party is at the Italian Pavilion. If anybody
Yeah, the
needs to
Italians.
find it. Although the Colombians have come here to party as well, I hear. So, I mean, big party in Fort Lee this afternoon. If you guys are tuning in to the live stream, thank you guys for tuning in. If you'd like to grab the Spanish feed, go to GFNY.com, and you can grab the Spanish feed by our amazing Colombian compatriots in the next tent over. We're going to have our broadcast here going until about 12:30, where we're going to interview some of the winners and notable finishers. And then we will go off air, but the party will continue till 3 o'clock, where the podium presentation will occur. And you can follow along on that on the social media channels of GFNY.
Yeah, fantastic race between Luca Vergalito and Mattia Graffiuri. They caught up with Fortunato Ferraro just after Cheese Coat on the descent.
Yeah.
So, and then worked together pretty well. I had good feelings for maybe Ferraro hanging on, but eventually as they got to state line, he was gapped off.
Yep.
And it was a 2-man race as we went down River Road, and 2-up sprint at the end. So Luca Vergalito just showing a lot of confidence in his sprint and his finish at the end of that race. It was you could just see the look on his face. The races of the faces, right? You saw like the 2 guys, and Mattia just had that look like he was just feeling the effort.
Right.
Whereas Luca was breathing a little more normally, maybe his mouth closed a little bit, you know. I don't know whether that was for intimidation factor or not, but
Right.
it definitely worked out in the end for him.
Yeah, right.
Sometimes you can just see somebody feeling confident and feeling strong.
Yeah, I think we saw that so much body language late, but just the fact that he stayed seated, as you said, I mean, that in and of itself. It was interesting, like the patience has always been a key component of a champion, and patience oftentimes means just allowing the race to play out at the pace of your competitor, rather than dictating the pace yourself. Looks like this is the Audi Denver kit, so this would be our rider in the 1000 series, maybe, that we were talking about earlier.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, someone from farther down.
Yeah.
But we'll see Samantha Arnaudo coming through soon.
Yeah.
They're coming up to that hairpin, and I say she attacks. Go for it.
She should. I really do hope the men just allow her to finish solo. Like,
Yeah.
it'd be super cool to just have some nice finishing shots of her by Marco.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they've had a discussion out on the road, if she's told them that she's winning the race, so to speak.
Yeah.
Maybe there's been like a little bit of back and forth saying, hey guys, do what you can.
Yeah.
I'm here for the duration.
Maybe she just lets the guys go if they're not going to cooperate with this iconic finish shot.
You definitely develop those relationships when you're in a breakaway.
Yeah.
They've probably been together for about 2 hours now, so they've gotten to know each other's personality on the bike a little bit.
If I had the fitness and I could ride in there with her, I'd definitely try to tow her to the line and then get out of the way so that she could finish that
absolutely.
nice photo.
Yeah. The difference between one place and 2 places here, it's
Yeah.
yeah.
The top 10 has been decided.
Yes.
Those have come in. Now we do have doping control here at GFNY World Championships. So, results are tentative until they are confirmed final. But the top 10 riders have certainly come through at this time. Your winner today was Luca Vergalito of Italy, followed in second place by Mattia Graffiuri. In second place, 2 Italians racing for the win. We're waiting for Samantha Arnaudo.
This might be coming up to the Dykeman descent. Yeah, that's where they're at.
Okay.
She was not at the bridge yet. You can tell by the piles of rubble on the side.
All right.
Had a wrong descent before. It was the wrong roundabout. So they're going to be a while before they get here. But everybody stay safe. Keep it together,
John
man.
Feltner's asking about the 4-hour mark. That's been this mythic.
Mythic 25 mile an hour, over 25 because it's a 103-mile race.
It was a goal set by race founder Yuli Fumi to motivate the riders, and at one point in time there was even a prize, I believe, for breaking that 4-hour
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
So I don't know if that prize still exists, but that is the thing that we talk about in pre-race meetings, the mystic 4-hour barrier to break on this course. And it has never been done, so maybe someday that will happen. But I agree,
The record
John,
still stands.
that would be quite the feat to go 8% faster.
Yeah.
Going 2% faster would be quite the feat, honestly.
Exactly.
So
that is a very high mark to be able to come around with. And if there is a prize and you come in with a group of 4, you guys have got to share that prize.
Yeah.
There is no way that some one guy breaks 4 hours.
right.
And we're in a group of 4 and decides to go home with that all by himself.
I'd
Boy,
be
oh boy,
mad.
there'd be some sharp looks after the race for that one.
Yeah, I would be really upset about that one.
Yes, yeah, that would not be cool.
Looking for Samantha Arnuado.
USA, Bastian Rosé. USA, Julian Mejia, Colombia. Leon Santa Maria, GFNY, Florida. 2020 champion.
And as the riders are coming in, I'm not sure if you guys can hear the stage announcer behind us, but he is announcing each of the names as they come in. He's got a nice little system set up there. We are going to do our best, though, to identify our first woman who comes across. Samantha's had a phenomenal day, again, dropping riders such as Jill Patterson, Hannah Fandel, Ana Maria Hernandez Delgado, and Alejandra Echeverri. The women who came here today are the best in the world at the GFNY series. In order to even qualify for GFNY, I believe to get up into the front little sections of the start corrals, you do have to have prior GFNY experience. And Jill Patterson, having won here in the past, she started right at the front, in fact wearing bib number 1 as the returning champion. Hannah Fendel dominated the 2020 GFNY European Championships at the legendary French Col de la Croix de Fer. And 2021 and 22 North American champion Ana Maria Hernandez Delgado from Mexico was here. Alejandra Echeverri of the U.S. won in Florida, but she came in as a race favorite. We're looking, though, right now at Samantha Arnuado. She has got the pink handlebar tape there, working with one of the riders that is left in her group. She's had a fantastic day. She's done a great job overall, and she, odds on, will become our GFNY World Champion here today. Thank you guys for tuning in. My name is Gabe Lloyd, and Dan Schmaltz is going to look for some of our race finishers to see if we can get them in here for some post-race interviews. So do stick around. There's plenty more to talk about and plenty more to see here on this live broadcast. I do hope that you would stick around also just to see Samantha come across and be the first female finisher this year and become the GFNY World Champion here in New York City. She did come here from Italy. She and her team, in fact her teammate Luca Virgilito, was the winner in the men's race. So that team is going to have quite the after party today, as they should. Italians certainly know how to have a good time, and tonight will be no exception. Samantha coming up to the section of River Road where she passes underneath the George Washington Bridge. This means that she's within the final 5 minutes of her race. It's been a long day. She's going to come in and probably around 4 hours and let's call it 42 minutes or so, just to give her a little bit of buffer time there, because that 18% pitch on the final kick out of this River Road section, it's a doozy, and they've been climbing all day long. In fact, a majority of the climbing comes at the very end of this. So we have, this course is broken into a few sections. The middle section is certainly the hardest and steepest and longest climbs, but the lumpy sections afterwards add up to a pretty significant total accumulation of vertical ascent climbs, and this final mile is no exception to that rule. So a true champion will win here today, and in the marathon style of bike racing that GFNY races are held, all 40 of them around the world to be precise. This race is very challenging, and the best individual will take the challenge, take the win.
CRCA
Sounds like some local riders are coming across the finish line here. That's great to see. But back on the course here with Samantha, with her one friend out there who is doing a lot of work. That's great to see, just the real sportsmanship here of this rider to help Samantha get her to the finish line. When you're in the draft of a rider like this, you save upwards of 30% of the effort when you have the aerodynamic benefit of the rider in front. So this rider doing a tremendous job helping out our Italian here. That's right, Italy did finish first and second. Diego, the winner of today was Luca Vergalito. Luca Vergalito of Italy is your GFNY World Champion. Thank you for tuning in and watching our feed here today. Italy did place first and second because second place was Mattia Graffiori. Graffiori in those maroon shorts and the red helmet on that yellow Scott bike. Mattia Graffiori did a very good job racing with Luca. Those two gentlemen attacked late on Cheesecoat, which, if you're familiar with this course, is one of the harder sections, but there are still plenty of miles left between Cheesecoat and the finish. They did about 33 miles before they came to the finish line together. In that process, they caught fourth place finisher Fortunato Ferrara of Italy, originally from Italy, but now living in Santa Fe, New Mexico. Ferrara is our Dan Schmaltz and mine's unofficial most aggressive rider prize for the day by starting the breakaway at mile 10 with two different riders and then finding two new breakaway compatriots. After dropping his original guys on Bear Mountain, he finished out solidly for fourth place. I do apologize, I do not have the name of third place on me at this time. We'll do our best to get that third place finisher. I know he's from Colombia, so congratulations, Colombia, on making it to the podium at GFNY World Championships. I know there are a number of you from Colombia on this feed. If you'd like to listen to the Spanish feed, we do have one available at gfny.com. So head on over there. You'll have some amazing broadcasts by two professional commentators on that Spanish feed.
Ben Gorodetsky's finishing.
Ben Gorodetsky finishing up strong. I heard that Russ Baldwin finished earlier, so some New York City locals coming in for some strong finishes here today. Adrian Alvarado is our third place finisher today.
Very quickly here at the finish line. May 15, 2022, 10 years.
That's a great ride for him for third place. He came out of nowhere.
Yeah, Alvarado really came out of nowhere. Maybe we missed a section of it, but Alvarado really, as far as we could see with those blue socks, went from the chase group, caught Fortunato Ferrara, who finished in fourth place, then put another 2 minutes into Ferrara, though he did still finish 2 minutes down on the race winner, Luca Vergalito. On screen right now, we have our women's leader, Samantha Arnuato. Samantha Arnuato, she's ahead of this rider, 235 here. Samantha in the pink, so she is dropping the guy who helped tow her all the way on River Road. Fair enough, sports is sports.
Yeah.
And Samantha is kicking it into gear. She wants to come across the line solo and get herself that nice photo finish by Marco Quezada here for his great.
Thanks for the poll, guys, but
Yeah, thanks for the
time
poll.
for
See you later.
business. Yeah.
Yeah, Samantha's had a great ride today. Here we are, getting a nice shot of her. She came to us from Italy. She is teammates with the winner. So that means that this team, that Luca Vergalito and Samantha Arnuado, and which is the team of Ricardo Piquetta, that team itself today has locked out the top two spots on the men's and women's podiums. Nice work by them.
Pretty fantastic result for the team, too.
This is one of our earlier breakaway riders, in fact. I believe that was our man from Puerto Rico.
Are you talking about Jorge Herrada?
Jorge Herrada.
Panama,
excuse me, yeah.
Yeah.
So Jorge, there on that red bike, grimacing his way to the finish line. Really looking for a shot of Samantha, though, here, hopefully. So we can watch our top female finisher come across the line here. I know she's within the final 500 meters, and she should be approaching the final maybe 100. This is Luis Limas, I believe, with those white shorts, maybe? If I remember correctly. Oh, that was a Bayona.
Yeah, I think Lewis finished already.
Lewis finished already.
I think they did announce him.
Okay.
I wasn't able to see the finish, but hopefully we have Samantha Arnaudo coming through here soon.
All right, we're looking for Samantha. And Samantha Arnaudo, hopefully we get a nice shot of her coming across the finish line. She'll be our first female finisher of the day.
Yeah, Lewis is in.
We should be expecting our women's champion any moment now.
Okay.
Any moment now, let's get ready. Continuing to push in the front. Samantha Arnaudo of Italy. Right now, this is Ludwig Gomez, USA.
All right. We're waiting.
Let's see.
We can recognize
where
Samantha. We've
Samantha
seen her
is.
quite
We
a bit
apologize.
today.
We're trying to get some information here, but I believe she is coming up to the line. As soon as we see this pink handlebar tape, we will be seeing your women's lead finisher for the day. I think she's coming very shortly here. Bright pink tape. Here she is,
There's
Samantha, your winner of the 2022 GFNY World Championships, Samantha Arnaudo of Italy. Great ride there by her, 4:42. I think somebody called that time.
Finished by herself.
Nice work. She got that finishing shot by Marco, hopefully, and that will be a nice memory for her today to come across that line by herself. Great work by the whole team out there today for Samantha, but our GFNY World Champions have now crossed the finish line, both of them Italian, and both of them on the same team, in fact. So we will try to find them, and hopefully we can speak with them here in the broadcast booth, and we'll see.
Yeah, it was a big day for Team OMCC.
Yeah, OMCC, Officina, something or other out there. But yes,
OMCC.
great ride by all of them. Great to see all the international flags posted around the course and venue. This is a truly international event. So nice to see so many of our compatriots from around the world attending.
Italy came to play today.
Yeah.
It's an all Italy finish. Really impressive.
That's right, Samantha finishing by herself today. She did it all. She was permitted to work with men, and she did for a majority of the course. But on the final kicker off of River Road, she kicked away from her fellow breakaway rider. We'll call it a break. It was a refined.
Yeah.
It was a select group.
Their group. She got out of the
She kicked
group.
away from the select group and
Yes.
came in by herself. As she should. And I was hoping that she would get that nice finish line photo for all of us involved. If you'd like to follow along on social media, GFNY accounts are there. GFNY_world is on Instagram, and I know that they're around on Twitter and, of course, on Facebook. We have our Facebook feed up right now. If you have any additional questions for us, we'll do our best to answer them for you. But I believe, we're going to be around here for a little bit longer. We're going to try to find some finishers, get them in the booth to interview. And then we'll see what we can do to get some insight on this race.
Yeah, they're going through doping control right now, as all the podium finishers do at GFNY. So they're getting their tests done, and after they are done with that, we'll get a word from them, find out how their day went, what the strategy was.
So we're going to see, we're going to maybe step out of the booth for a hot minute and see if we can grab some of our finishers, and we'll leave you guys with the feed here for a little bit. And then we'll be right back when we can get our finishers in here for some post-race interviews. My name is Gabe Lloyd, this is Dan Schmaltz, and don't go away, we'll be right back.
All right, let's go.
USA, Italy, Guatemala, Colombia, USA.
Corey, give me your SD card. Proxy card.
Non-stop riders coming across. Well done. Oh yeah, big groups now, big groups. Well done. And Jill Patterson, our defending champion from 2019, Jill Patterson, across for the women. And Jill, I believe, is going to take third overall, the final podium spot today for the 2019 Women's Champ, GFNY World Champ, Jill Patterson. Oh yeah, Evan, New York. Oh, pushing up that final hill. Alejandro Espetia, New York, USA. John Chago and Al Parea, Colombia, 60 years young. I said 60 years young. Wow. Young man. Colombia, muy fuerte. Welcome back, Manuel Congonte, Colombia. And Mikael Villavec from Denmark. Oh yeah. folks are getting excited. So Italy #1 here, 2022 GFNY World Championship, New York City. This is Andres Cortona, Florida, USA. All right, Andres. Yeah, the expression on his face is like, I am ready to be done. Where is the beer? Yes. Yeah, great barbecue. Post-race festivities, finish line fest, barbecue, beer and wine, garden, park your bikes for free, safe parking. Enjoy the festivities. Official award ceremony at 3 o'clock in the festival area, in the park. Big group coming in. Here we go. Italy, Ecuador, Italy, Colombia, USA. Come on, everybody! Let's hear it for 23-year-old Danielle Quiseno, Colombia! This is Freddie Zabedi. Nebraska, USA. And Freddie from Panama. GFNY.com for all the info on all the races worldwide. GFNY.com, the official homepage website of GFNY. Go shopping today, GFNY merchandise. Yes, get yourself some hats and socks, cycling kits. Oh, another big sprint, big group. Well done. Oh, Denmark and USA. Jacob Roth, Mikkel Thorsting representing Denmark, Carlo and Diego from New York. Lonely Heart Cycling and Triangle cyclists. We missed you for 2 years during the pandemic. We hope that is behind us now as we move forward in the world. Thank you for being out here. Amazing representation again this year. So many riders from around the world and participants. Family, we are back together at GFNY World Championship New York City. Oh yeah! Johan Panche, USA! Orlando Gonzalez Greco, Colombia! Costa Rica! Puerto Rico, Colombia! USA! Jaime Izquierdas Calderón, Costa Rica! He's from Colombia, Juan Felipe Delgado. Yes. Congratulations, felicidades. Colombia, Ecuador. Daniela. Leonardo, Brazil! Nice strong finish, Andres Alvarado de Colombia! Yes, congratulations. 5 hours on the race clock, 5 hours. Rider up, Mexico, Alan Carrillo. I said Mexico. No sleeping, okay? Okay. Congratulations. Big group now. Oh yeah. Here they come, GFNY. World Championship finish. New York City. Oh, the Peloton. Camila. Getting excited. Oh yeah, Mexico! Oscar Navas, Colombia! Well done, Ivan. Ivan Romero opening on. Mexico. Finish line. GFNY World Championship finish. Oscar Camillón, Mexico. Well done, Oscar. Our next push, USA. Oh yeah. You know him? It says USA. USA? A Colombia. Y los Estados Unidos. Okay. Colorado. Oh yeah, it's so exciting every year, every year. Whoa! Very nice finish, Jaime Ortiz, Ecuador. Ronald Malone, USA. Wolfgang, Colombia, USA. Italy, Silvia Lesagi, Italy. For the women, Silvia. And welcome, Stefano of Italy and Edward from France. Yes, nice job, Edward. And Vivian from the U.S., Massachusetts, USA. Alciel Romero, Cuba. Andres Cardona, Florida. Julian Zapata, right here from Jersey. This is Alvaro Lopez de Mexico. Dennis Barnett, Andres Menatores, Daniel Moncado, Colombia. Marco Viola, Italy. Slow it down in the finish, guys. Take it easy as you finish. Coming into the GFNY World Championship Finish Line Festival area. Beer and wine garden, barbecue, bike parking. Omar Padilla, Alberto Acuña, Colombia, Colombia. Colombia, Edwin Morel from Jersey, USA. Olaf Auerbach right now, New Jersey. Oh yeah, Olaf. Getting it done on a very humid day. Francois Goylos. Canada. Doing the medium distance, GFNY, 2 distances. Hey, Nelson Rivera, New Jersey. Welcome home, Nelson. Yeah. 5 hours, 14, very, very respectable time. From Florida, USA, Juan Jose Ferreira. GFNY.com for all the info, including results. GFNY.com. A little bit later this morning, Juan and Edgardo, New Jersey. Well done, gentlemen. Welcome back. Solo rider, GFNY World Championship finish for this man right here, up the hill in the finish. Jacob Solo, Nebraska, USA. A big group now. Here we go. Whoa. Colombia, USA. Colombia. William Strebel. Nice finish. 2022, 10 years of GFNY World Championship, New York City. Oh yeah.
Alright, you guys, welcome back to GFNY World Championships. I am here with our unofficial, most aggressive rider, Fortunato Ferrara. So, Mr. Ferrara, congratulations on a fabulous day today, but let's start with the basics. Where are you from and where are you living today?
I'm originally from Italy, but I've been living in New Mexico, US for the last 13 years.
Okay.
So I'm based in Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Great. Where did you grow up in Italy?
I grew up in the very northeast, close to Trieste, is on the border with Slovenia, Austria.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So, funny enough, very close to where the winner is from, actually, and the winner of the women's race today.
Yeah, actually, they are, I think, they're from the Milano area, which is on the opposite side, but still on the north part.
All right, so on the north part, northern Italy.
Yes.
We'll call it, but okay.
Yeah.
We won't get too specific about those geographic moments.
Yeah.
I know very different specific regions in Italy.
I mean, and then for American distances, it's very close.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
All right. Well, welcome to GFNY World Championships here today. I mean, so I heard that you won the Santa Fe event.
Yes.
And was this your first time racing in New York? And how did it compare to Santa Fe?
So I won the Santa Fe GFNY in 2019. I was eager to come here in 2020, but then I don't know if you know there was a pandemic.
Oh, I heard about this.
Yes. So the plane got a bit derailed, and the first chances I got, I came and did this pretty amazing race.
Yeah. Okay. So GFNY Santa Fe happened, but then you came here this year for the first time.
Yeah, because it, in 2020, 2021, this event was postponed. We had the Santa Fe GFNY in 2021, and I was able to win also that one.
Great.
It's pretty different. Santa Fe, it's high elevation, and the race is done on the last climb, which is about 15 miles.
Okay.
So the climb takes care of the of the race.
Yeah.
Here it's a very. First of all, I was amazed because I never thought about New York having so many. It's not like you have a climb, but there is no flat whatsoever.
Correct.
And so I started the race. I like to race pretty aggressively, and also I wanted to stay in the front because it's kind of sketchy at the beginning.
Yeah.
You know, everybody is excited. It's a great ride.
Yeah.
So we went in three-man breakaway right after Alpine on the way out.
I know. So that was like just 10 miles into the race.
Yes, and it was a good pace. And then on Bear Mountain, the two person with me in the break, they were already fading. And I was like, what shall I do? At that point, I thought, if I can do the other two climbs but with my pace, maybe I'm gonna be in a good position. The two Italian guys bridged on me, and then the last little climb to Alpine, everything went down.
Lights out.
And it was like a struggle to get to the finish. One guy passed me with I think like 6K to go.
Okay,
And I had enough strength to say good job, and then I was able to cross the line fourth.
That's amazing.
Yeah, no, pretty considered it's a great event. I was amazed how this organization can close so many roads in two of the busiest states in the country.
Yeah,
it's really amazing.
The logistical feat of pulling off this event is next to none. I mean, you're on one of the busiest roads in America, if not the busiest, to start on the George Washington Bridge. And then everything else that we've shut down here today in order for you guys to be treated like a pro for a day is just so above and beyond any other experience.
No, it was really cool. And then, so sorry, I forgot all the names of the little town we passed, but it was amazing. Like, I don't know, it's 7:30 in the morning and there are people screaming. It's really, before moving here, I was doing Gran Fondo events in Italy, and this is the closest I've seen to one of those big Gran Fondos in Italy.
Very cool.
It's really cool, and be able to shut down George Washington Bridge. You guys have some power. You know what I mean? Like, you're very well connected.
Yeah. That's definitely the gusto of Uli and his wife Lydia, who have pulled this whole thing together.
Amazing.
It's amazing. Yeah. So today you started off with two other breakaway companions, but you were actually the guy that started that on River Road. You separated yourself. The two others bridged up to you, and then you got to Bear. It looked like separations occurred as you spoke about, but afterwards. You sort of ended up back in that breakaway with Luca Vergalito and Mattia Graffuri.
Yep.
And what was it like what was the dynamic like with those two? Was it cooperative?
Yeah. So when they bridge on me, I asked them to have a 10 minutes break.
Yeah.
Just to try to collect myself, and then I started helping them. They were definitely stronger, and they have some more fuel in the tank.
Yeah.
So it was all cooperative and everything.
Okay.
And then it's not like they really attacked me or anything. It was just the tank was immediately empty, and no, they were, like they're also younger, so it's good. Like,
well, the time gaps that you had at any given moment were pretty substantial. We've worked this race for a number of years now, and getting up to over 5 minutes on your chase group at one point was pretty substantial. So, that's a really congrats to you. That's a pretty amazing accomplishment.
Yeah, it was a great event. I cannot complain. I wish I had just a little bit on the. I'm gonna remember the Alpine Climb for a long time.
Well, maybe next year.
Yeah,
right?
we'll see. Yeah.
Very cool. All right. Well, we are here with Fortunato Ferrara, our most aggressive rider, unofficially, of course. Thank you so much for coming out. Congratulations, and your 4th place overall today is really something to be proud of. So, congratulations. Thank you for coming out.
Thank you for covering the event.
Of course.
It's amazing.
Yeah, of course. All right. Thank you guys. So you're going to see him on the Spanish channel next if you want to catch him. And otherwise, do stick around. We have a few more people to speak with, including race winner Luca Vergalito and our female winner Samantha Arnuado.
Hey, thank you so much.
Of course, man. Yeah. Alright, you guys, we are back. I'm Gabe Lloyd, and I am now joined with our 2nd place finisher, Mattia Graffuri.
Perfect.
Got it, alright. Mr. Graffuri is from Italy, but tell us exactly where you are from.
Yeah, I'm from Erba, which is a small town near Como. Maybe you know it's a touristic...
Como, yeah.
Yeah, it's a touristic place.
So northern Italy representing today.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, Luca is from the area, from Milano.
Yeah, I know him very well.
Okay, great. So did that? Let's jump into that. Did that affect the breakaway today at all? Like, you know him from home, then you come here to America, you're racing new roads, but you know Luca.
Yeah,
what happened out there?
Yeah, I know him very well, and I know that we are both like diesel engines, so it was good if we were in breakaway together. And so every time that he made a move, I was trying to go with him because I know we were pretty strong on the climb, so maybe a few guys could come with us.
Yeah.
And then it turned out perfect because we went and we were us two only.
Yeah.
And yeah, there was a guy in the front, but then we caught him and we just went like, giving the turn at the front, and it was like smooth. The hardest part it was before the breakaway, and then the breakaway was the easy part.
It was easier actually because it was smoother. You could control your pace, work with Luca a little bit, and then you caught Fortunato, right? Mr. Ferrara was very aggressive throughout the day. He said that when you caught him, you allowed him to recover a little bit, but then you started to go again, and then he just couldn't hold on. But was it nice having 3 of you there?
Yeah, it was actually nice because, you know, when you can get a little bit more recovery, for example, you can eat a little bit more, you can just like relax a little bit more if you can relax in a breakaway.
Right.
You can yeah, it's just nicer to have 3 guys than 2. But yeah, I think that even if we were 2, we would have gone like along pretty good because we know each other, and so.
Well, the cooperation between you and Luca was very good. You guys added a lot of time between yourselves and the group behind that you dropped over the cheese coat. We call it cheese coat climb, but it's it's a very hard climb, and you guys dropped in there, and then really just added to your advantage, minute over minute, to the point that. When Mr. Ferrara was dropped from you, he was caught by somebody else, but then still finished 2 minutes ahead of the chase, right? So you guys finished almost 10 minutes out. So, that's awesome. So tell me a little bit about your background. Are you racing other disciplines? You race mountain bike, track, road?
No, I actually race only road, but I did running, like long distance running, until 2 years ago. And then I switched to cycling, and I did 2 years then as under 23.
Okay.
This year I'm 23, so I'm no more in the category.
Yeah.
And I did a few races like the under 23 Giro Italia last year. And actually I enjoy cycling more than running, so it's like a late discovery, but I like it more.
Right on. So you're gonna go home. You're gonna have some more races on your season.
Yeah, I don't actually know because this season I wanted to take it easy.
Okay.
And then like maybe 2 weeks ago, I got this opportunity to come to New York because my team had like a guy that could not come, and they said, maybe if you want, you can come in the race, and yeah, it was pretty like very cool to have this experience. So.
Yeah, I mean, you made the most of your experience. You got second place of one of the biggest races in the world, certainly in America. Congratulations, Matthias. It's been really great to have you on so far and to really see you race so well here today. What did you think of this GFNY experience, by the way? What was it like?
Yeah, I think it's like a unique experience because I only raced Grand Fondo in Italy, and yeah, of course the organization is very good, but it's like a very good opportunity to visit New York, and also have the cycling part, which is like fun for us.
Right.
So yeah, it's like a unique experience.
Awesome.
I'll never forget that.
Great. Well, that's great to hear. I hope we'll see you again here, and I hope you get to come back to New York and see some cool sights and meet some cool people. I'm here with second place finisher, Mattia Graffuri. Really leaning into the U as best I can in my American tongue, but it's okay. Thank you guys for tuning in. You're going to see a lot more Mattia in the future. My name's Gabe Lloyd. Do stick around. We've got a few more interviews coming your way. Thanks, man. Yeah, nice work.
Matthew from New York, Bruno from Brazil. Hugo from Puerto Rico. Well done, is that you, Christian? Christian Venegas, Rodrigo, Orial, Colombia, Andrew Pierre, Canada. Yeah. Big smiles. Great effort, Andrew. Juan Vargas, USA. Dariusz Kazuski. Poland. Yeah, Dariusz. Colin Law. USA. Lavender Chagar. Great Britain. The finish line festivities, post-race festivities, barbecue, wine, beer, garden, bike parking, free and safe bike parking. Italy! Giuseppe from Italy. Daniel Northington from New Hampshire. Francisco from Chile. Kevin from New York. And Matthew Maha, 22 years of age, New York. Ichiro Ogata, USA. All the guys over there starting up for the Rodrigo y Aline Pinhate, Brazil. Oh yes, beautiful couple at the finish. We have that him and her category. The he and she, the him and her, the couple, combined age of 90 and under, and then you're going to go over at the award ceremony, getting underway at 3 o'clock this afternoon. USA and Colombia. Nicaragua, Juan Carlos Zuniga Ruiz. Santiago, Sierra, Colombia. Gabriel de Jesus, Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico. Juan Cardona, USA, Berlin 1. Luis and Thomas, Maria Elena, Guerrero, Mexico. Maria Elena. And Jean-Francois Trudeau, Canada. Alan Jones, Colombia, Abraham, Lopez, Mexico, Peter Kim, New Jersey, USA. Well done, Peter. Thanks for coming to play with us here. We are back racing GFNY World Championship, New York City. Steve Holman from PA, Javier Diaz, Virginia, Nicholas Bevilacqua, New Jersey, Stefan Jacobson, Norway. Whoa, we got Norway. And Colombia and Brazil. John Holmes, Great Britain. Petrus Babazano, Brazil. from Panama. This is Martin Solarte, New York. Well on, Martin. Marcelo Lacatina, Argentina. Lacatina de Argentina. Juan Francisco Dinero. Andres Castellanos, Florida, USA. Andres Medina, Colombia. Carola Acosta, Chile. And Mark Cote, Canada, 65 years young. Rodolfo Celedon, Costa Rica.
Welcome back. I'm Gabe Lloyd, and I am with our female winner today, La Prima Donna, Samantha Ornuado. See?
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
So, where do you live? And yes, where do you live?
I live in Cuneo, in Italy,
Northern Italy?
northern Italy. Yeah,
Excellent.
near Turin.
Okay.
Okay.
And how was your race today?
The race is too hard, but on the Beer Mountain, I go faster.
Yeah.
And in this moment, I was the first woman, and until the end, I was first.
Yeah, you were. So, from Bear Mountain
Yeah.
to the end, you're the prima donna, the first
Yeah.
woman. And did you know you knew that the entire time?
Yeah. Because when I am on the top of the mountain,
Yeah.
come si dice?
The announcer?
Yeah, and it is. They say the first woman, and
You're like, that's me.
That's me.
That's great. Wow. Is this your first time to America?
Yeah, it is the first time for me here.
Cool. All right. And I hear that your roommate was actually the winner of the men's race. Luca was you guys are in the hotel
Yeah,
room?
my roommate.
Yeah. Wow. All right. Very cool. Well, so same team taking the wins here at GFNY World Championships. What was your experience at GFNY? How did it compare to other races?
In Italy, the race are too fast, and the biker are crazy. And here it is not so crazy.
Okay. All right. Well, great. Well, it worked very well for you. You won the GFNY World Championships here today in New York City. Congratulations.
Thank
It's
you.
been so nice to meet you. This is Samantha Arduado, and I am Gabe Lloyd. Do stick around. We have one more interview for you today. It is going to be the men's winner coming right up.
Fernando Andrés González Díaz, Colombia. Angus McCamey, USA. Look at that bicycle. Big groups, they want to hear it. Come on, everybody. Ecuador, Canada, New York, Florida, Virginia, Omar Lopez.
Welcome back. I'm Gabe Lloyd, and I am with today's GFNY male world champion, Luca Vergalito.
Yeah.
Luca, where are you from?
I'm from Italy, from Milano.
Milano.
Yeah, but since January I'm living in Belgium, so in Leuven for studying and working. And but yeah, I'm from Milano actually.
Racing kermesses?
No.
No.
Those are not my type of race. I like climbing. So long climb. Actually, also this one was a little bit. It was not my ideal race. Let's say. Then the race was hard.
Yeah.
So it's good for me.
Well, we had the Facebook feed open, and somebody said that you were their favorite rider because you are really good at going uphill, but also that this race they thought favored you because even though there's not one big climb, when you put it all together, it becomes a lot of climbing.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's hard.
Yeah.
Because you have a lot of small hills that
become one big one. Yeah, so it's very taxing. You need a lot of fitness. So it sounds like you're still racing in Belgium, is that?
No, I'm not racing.
What?
No, those are not my type of race. I don't like kermesse. I don't like flat roads. Okay, not my type of race. So yeah, in the next month I will be back in Italy and I will race in the Alps. And so yeah.
So you're just getting
race
started.
Suits me better.
You're just getting started.
Yeah,
right. So it looked like you and Mattia came together from the chase group after a hard climb. Mattia told me that you two know each other from back home.
Yeah, we are on the same. We live in the same area. I'd say that we have similar story. I think. Because both of us have good values in terms of power. Okay. But we are not good when we were racing like under 23 category. We didn't have good results. Probably because of our riding abilities to ride in the bunch. Okay. But now we are racing in Gran Fondo and they are easier. Yeah, you don't have like kermesse. You don't have.
It's a different kind of challenge.
Yeah, it's
right. So like kermesse or the U23 European races, a lot more pack. So this race is what we call marathon style, where it's a lot more about the individual effort, right? But it's not a time trial either.
No. But let's say that even if you are not so good in riding in a bunch, you feel much safer than in the under 23 category or in the pro category. And so if you have good values, then you can be at the top of
so good wattage output, good power. Right. Okay. Today you and Mattia you dropped the chase group and then you caught Fortunato Ferrara. And the three of you worked together. Mr. Ferrara told me that you just dropped him.
But he was in the breakaway.
But he was in the breakaway since mile 10.
It was not a problem. We knew that.
So then it was just you and Mattia. And it became what we call cat and mouse a little bit, right?
Yeah. We knew that our gap was big. It was around 3 minutes, I think. So in the final 10-15k we slow down the pace. Also because I had some cramps. And after the finish I discovered that also him has some cramps. So yeah, I was not pulling because I knew that in every moment the cramps could
come back.
Yeah.
Well, that's funny because when we were watching the race, we said, "Oh, Luca is strong. He is no problem. This is so easy. Like he's staying seated." But it sounds like you actually did have some problems.
Yeah. From 30k to the finish, I had some problems, and so I started to do some slow cadence riding, trying to keep control of my legs.
Wow, yeah.
And so yeah.
Okay.
Actually, I thought probably Mattia is going to win.
No way. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, but in the final, I did a good sprint.
You did, yeah. It started with 100 meters to go is when your sprint actually started. Was that because both of you were actually cramping?
Well, I thought, I was thinking 90% he's going to win.
Really?
Yeah. So, because if I was feeling good, I would have attacked before.
Right.
Okay, because I'm not good at sprinting, okay?
Okay.
But probably he was in a even worse situation than me.
Right.
We
thought so, actually, because based on his body language, we thought that he was suffering more than you. We thought you were just super confident.
Yeah, but I was trying to stay as I don't know how to say.
Still.
Yeah,
like
stay.
Just, yeah.
Not doing a strange movement because
you might cramp and just fall off.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, congratulations! You timed the sprint perfectly, and you became the GFNY like actual world champion today. So how's that feel?
Oh, it's nice.
Pretty nice,
yeah,
right? A win is a win, but you know the GFNY series is 40 races around the world. This is the pinnacle event. I mean,
it's really a big event. So I won also some races in Italy, but nothing comparable to this one.
Great,
because it's big. You feel it.
Yeah, great. Well, we hope you had a great time here at GFNY. We certainly hope to see you back here at some point in time to defend your title and add another championship to your resume. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to wrap up our day here. We have our winner, Luca Vergiolito, for our men's championship. We've already talked to Samantha Arnuato, and she was great as well. My name is Gabe Lloyd, and I've had a great time talking to all of you today from around the world with my friend Dan Schmaltz, who is our local legend and knows everything about anybody here in New York. This has been the broadcasting of the English channel for GFNY World Championships here in New York City as part of the 2022 broadcast coverage. If you'd like to register for next year's event, please go to gfny.com, sign yourself up, and get yourself a jersey and a great starting position for next year's event. We hope you had a great time. Please share your comments and likes in the comment sections below. Share this video and help spread the word about GFNY. My name is Gabe Lloyd, and we hope to see you next year right here for World Championships in New York City.
Welcome into your finish, Ricardo Nobre, Santiago Alvarez, Brazil, Adrian Fonseca, Costa Rica, Jeffrey Fittigoff, USA. Johnny Ospina, yeah, and we had Guillermo from Colombia, 70 years young, Guillermo. 70 años. Muy joven, ¿no? 70 solamente. Chile, Costa Rica y Nicolás de Panamá. Phil Travis, New York. June Lee, New Jersey. Camila Cortez, Puerto Rico. From New Jersey, where you get done today, guys. Thomas Hahn, Nelson Gutierrez. Welcome home, the Jersey boys. Of Peru. Good looking group here at the finished GFNY World Championship, New York City. Cesar and Luis and Diego and Jason. Colombia, USA, Costa Rica. Oscar Julian, Mary Kosovic, New York, Roland Mary, Alfonso Jimenez, Sebastian and Andres Ramirez, Florida. Pedro from Argentina, Daniel Sandberg, Nelson Sanchez, Florida, USA.
All right, we're back for more interviews here. I am with Jill Patterson. Jill, you got yourself second place today, I believe?
Third place.
Third place today,
yes.
Okay. Still on the podium.
Yeah.
So first and foremost, where are you from?
I am from Virginia.
All right, part of the Total Construction team, I think I saw.
Yes, Batley.
Batley Harley Davidson, one of my old teams, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Eli was my team director
Wow.
for a number of years.
So
Yeah.
cool. Small world.
Yeah. So you're from the DC area, Virginia area, and you're a former winner of GFNY World Championships in 2019.
Correct.
Last time we were here, actually. So talk to us a little bit about how today was a little different than what we saw in 2019. Was it conditions? Was it people? Was it dynamic? What was going on?
There was a lot that was different. The road was definitely wet from last night, so that was different. The group did fracture a bit more. Last time it was kind of one big group until there, and then the group fractured, but it fractured before then. So I did see people coming down there in smaller pods this time, which was very different.
So you started in the front pod, though, right? The front group.
Yeah. So I got onto 9W in that front group, which was my goal. So mission accomplished.
Samantha was there with you?
Yes.
Yeah. Did you know anything about Samantha before today?
I did not know really any of my competitors before today.
Yeah. So we spoke a lot in the broadcast today about how this race has no restrictions on women using men to draft and stuff, right? Like there's been some dialogue in cycling over the past 2 years about women racing with men, but can women benefit from men around them? In this event, there's no question, right? Like if you can hold the wheel, if you can draft, then you do it. So how did you follow the other women in relationship to all the other men around you? Were you able to use any men around you to help you stay with Sam or anything else?
So actually when I start the race, my goal is not to stay with the women. My goal is to stay with the men if I can. So I really want to stay in that front group as long as possible. So that's what I did. I was just following the men onto 9W. Once I got onto 9W, I kind of took stock of who was there, which women. So I was vaguely aware, but it is hard in a big group to know exactly who you're up against. And then actually the group kind of, I got dropped because we sort of took a wrong turn and we had to backtrack a bit and then chase, and that really exhausted me. So I actually dropped off of the lead group before Bear.
You took a wrong turn?
Slight wrong turn. Like there was a right turn and a bunch of us went straight. And then we had to kind of turn around and get back, but from chasing and I just, it totally exhausted me. So I eventually dropped off on one of those hills and then I was kind of in nowhere land for a little bit, and then other people came up. So I actually was not with them going up there. I was with a different group, so I don't know what happened with their group. Like they were strong, they stayed with the guys, and that's awesome. So I never saw them again.
Speaking with Samantha, she just said that she didn't really know where anybody else was either. She just got to the top of Bear and she heard the announcer say, "The first woman is here," and she was like, "Who?"
That's awesome.
So then she just kept going, right? And so it sounds like she did not take that wrong turn?
Probably not, is my guess. I was actually not even aware she was up there. I knew Hannah was there. I saw her blue helmet, but I did not know Samantha. So I didn't know either which place I would come in. I thought maybe I would be second. I didn't know there were two women up there. So I was just, I knew there was at least one, and so I just went as hard as I could after that.
So as a former winner of this event and then now racing again this year, still at the front, talk to us a little bit about like how much nutrition and also weather sort of affect your approach to today. It's 100 miles, but it's lumpy and it's a different pack dynamic than what we're used to on a normal weekend. So what's happening there?
So luckily it wasn't terribly hot, so that was definitely advantageous because I only had 3 water bottles total. If it had been hot, I think I would have had to stop or something. I think. Sorry, what was the first part of the question?
So how nutrition and weather
right.
sort of affect your approach.
So nutrition is crucial in these events. I calculate 4.5, 5 hours. I try to get enough calories in. I do liquid calories. I can't eat solid food, so I just do gels, and in my bottles I have calories.
That's a long time to just be on gels.
But luckily I think it's at that cusp. If it was any longer, I'd really have to get the real food in. But 4 to 5 hours, I can go on gels.
Do you have like a pacing for that? Is it based on time or based on distance?
Usually time. I try to get something in every hour. Honestly, I probably didn't succeed that well, but because I put it in my bottles, it's much easier to keep the calories up.
Gotcha. And do you have any advice for any women out there who maybe are watching this and are inspired by your performance and maybe want to get involved with racing, whether it's GFNY or just racing in general? Do you have any tidbits of information you could offer them?
Yeah, just jump into something like this, because this is like a choose your own adventure. You know, you can ride it, you can race it. You're around other people, because that's part of racing. You know, you're not just riding out there solo. It's a lot of group dynamics and knowing how to use the people to your advantage, drafting, team tactics, riding safely. So an event like this is awesome. If they have group rides in their area, try to find a good one that is at your level and maybe work up from there as you get better.
Great. Well, I agree with all those tidbits of information. I hope that somebody will hear that and be inspired to follow in your footsteps. But, you know, hopefully you still win. Right? Well, hey, you guys, I am with former world champion of GFNY here with Jill Patterson. Today she was third overall, but she still had a great day out there and joining all of us. Do stick around. I think that we actually have one more interview, but of course on this feed we are going to continue to broadcast the finish and the award ceremony later on today. So do stick around. Thank you for tuning in. My name is Gabe Lloyd, and we will see you shortly.
Gabby Epstein from Colombia, Brazil, Puerto Rico. Very nice. Our two beautiful women from Puerto Rico right here representing. Yes! Daniel Jacobson, Joe Hutchins. We got New Jersey and North Carolina. Brazil, Paulo Gardner, and Francisco Ruben, Ecuador. Come on in, Rafael Santiago, Brazil. Stefan Jimenez, New York. Yeah, you did. Well done, Jason. Jason from Connecticut. Yes, sir. From Chile, John Owens, USA, New Jersey. Welcome on, John. Big finish line festival party awaits. Ice cold beer, beautiful barbecue, wine, post-race refreshments, SIS, science and sport, rehydration, in the elite water bottle. Ronaldo from Florida, Raymond Herzog, Connecticut. Oh, new finish line area. New finish line with that final hill for Chad from Ohio, Mark from New York, Luciano from Florida. GFNY races around the world. GFNY.com for all information, including today's results available later on today. This is Pedro from Colombia and Jos van Dijk from the Netherlands. Scott Dinoffer, New York. And Tom Lindstrom, Sweden. Paola, Mexico. Hey, Paola, beautiful smile. She is happy, excited to be here. Maria Alejandra, Colombia. Juan Garcia, New York. Luis Paga, Florida. Welcome in Puerto Rico, Argentina, and Dave and Carrie, Dave and Carrie from Canada, having her competition. Dave and Carrie, thanks for the vodka. Carrie and Dave, congratulations, welcome home. Bertrand Maurice, France. Nikki Gao, James Cripps, Canada. Diana Cano, New York. Stephen Dukes, USA. From Virginia, USA, Claudia Gutierrez. Diego Fernando, Colombia, Alexander from New York, Stanislav from New Jersey and France, Hinojosa, New York. Yeah, David's excited. Welcome back, David Hinkwick, USA. Award ceremony officially at 3 p.m. in the festival area on the main stage of the festival area. The award ceremony at 3 p.m. My fellow commentator Steve Fleck will be joining me any moment. He's been up on Bear Mountain, bringing in all the riders up at the Bear Mountain. Top of Bear Mountain. Paul Lucchini, Miguel Angel, Chris Cortina, Luis Diaz. Camilo and Gustavo from Colombia. And Ivan Zavadilla, USA. From Chile, Maria de la Luz Nessa. Maria. ¿Dónde está la cerveza fría? Sí. Un poquito solamente. Un poquito. ¿Necesitas? It's hot. We all want to drink beer. Juan Camilo, Colombia. Andreas. Rodrigo Rendon. Homero Carazzoni, Brazil. Welcome in Chris Becker, New York. Manuel Eduardo Torres Romano, Colombia. Christian Peruzzi, Argentina. Sebastian, Argentina. Juan Orlando Ramirez, Colombia.
All right, you guys, we are back, and I am with second place from GFNY World Championships Female Division, Hannah Fendel.
Yeah.
All right, so Hannah, first off, tell me, where are you from?
I'm from Germany, and I'm especially from Tübingen, where Uli Flume is. He comes from Tübingen as well.
All right. Did he call you up? Was he like, hey, Hannah, you gotta come to this thing? So you've raced in Europe for the GFNY series a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. In 2018, I did GFNY Germany and Hameln.
And you won one of those?
I got second.
Yeah? Okay.
And 2020, I won the European Championships in France in Bojani.
There we go.
Yeah.
All right. So you have a European Championship under your belt. That's very cool. So tell us a little bit about today.
Yeah.
Right? It sounded. I was talking to Jill and Samantha already.
Yeah.
So Samantha was first. Jill was third.
Yeah.
You were second.
Yeah.
Somewhere in the middle. And did you know where they were throughout the day?
At the beginning, I was first, but then I had a lot of medical issues.
Oh.
Because my chain dropped 5 times. And 5 times I had to stop.
Wow.
And 100 kilometers, the chain was near the chain wall. And I had to increase my power in favor of the others.
Wow.
It was not so good, I have to say, but I'm satisfied with the second place.
Yeah, second place for sure.
Yeah.
Under those conditions, having to stop 5 times.
Yeah.
Wow. And then did you have a wrong turn at one point? Because Jill talked about how she went the wrong way at one point. Do you know about that?
No. I had to track on my Garmin on my computer.
Yeah.
And so that was really practical.
Okay. So no wrong turns for you, but you dropped your chain 5 times.
Yeah, I had to stop 5 times, and my hands were black and.
Okay. Wow, but you still got second.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. All right. Well,
I had to chase the group every time after the stop. Yeah.
You're the hardest race of anybody.
Yeah.
Wow. So did you know where Samantha was at any point throughout?
Yeah. I knew at the beginning of the Beer Mountain my chain dropped again, and I had to I left the group, and I think around. When I had still 1 kilometer to go, she came down.
Okay.
And there I knew, okay, she's 2 kilometers before me, and so
pretty far at that point. But I mean, there's still a lot of racing to occur. It's only the halfway point, but I mean, you really had to have a lot of things go well for you in order to make that back. But you kept going. So despite all those mechanical issues, you kept pedaling. So I applaud that. I mean, that's something that I talk about a lot in the broadcast and with other athletes is like, never stop pedaling.
Yeah.
Right? Like, always keep going. I mean, what was it like out there? Were you super frustrated at any point? Did you think about stopping, or are you just like, no, I'm gonna fit?
And sometimes I thought, okay, what I'm doing here. I hope that my chain don't broke, because it was really bad for the chain.
Had this ever happened on this bike before?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But I rode it yesterday and the day before here since my travel came here, and there were no issues.
Okay.
And this issue I had it 2 years ago or what, but in the last 2 years there were no issue like that, and it was really bad luck today.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, but you know, you still placed second overall.
And I'm really satisfied with
it. So talk to us a little bit about the overall GFNY experience, right? This is one of the biggest bike races in America, if not the world, at this point. What's it like being right in the thick of it and right at the front of it?
it's a really nice feeling.
Have you raced other Like, do you do other bike races?
Yeah, normally I do just women cycling.
Yeah.
International women cycling. UCI races.
Yeah.
And it's really different because there you race just with a woman,
Yep.
and it's more active.
Right. Are you on
With attacks and here you race with men. It's a little bit different.
Yeah. Or do you race on a UCI team?
And on the cycling team,
Great.
in a German cycling team.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I mean, Samantha races for a high-level Italian program,
Yeah,
so it sounds
yeah.
like having a little bit of racing pedigree
Yeah.
is helpful. Do you think it's necessary to participate in a race like this, or can somebody who's just interested in cycling come and participate in a GFNY event?
I think the advantage of the GFNY is that really everybody can take part.
Yeah.
When you are 50 or 60, or when you just have time to train once a week or twice a week,
Yeah.
you can participate at the GFNY, but that's not possible for women road races because they're really, really hard.
Right.
Yeah,
Well-
there you need a lot of training.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
there's you can as Jill Patterson has said before, it's a
Yeah.
choose your own adventure, which means that if you want to go fast, you can,
Yeah.
but if you want to enjoy yourself, that's
Yeah.
okay as well.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And
That's
it's a lot about like your own challenge throughout
Yeah.
the day. Right.
And I think the really beautiful thing here is that at the GFNY New York, there's really people from the whole world.
Yeah.
And
whole world.
that's a really special experience.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for me. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's
Normally I race with women from Europe, but I never raced before with someone from South America.
Yeah.
And,
That's great. Very cool. Well, it's been great having you here, and congratulations on second place overall. I
Thank you.
hope you're happy with that, but I
Yeah.
hope that you'll come back
Yeah.
with a bike that doesn't
Maybe.
drop its chain next
Yeah,
year.
yeah, I hope it-
Now,
hope
who
so,
knows
yeah.
what'll happen if you don't have
Yeah.
to stop 5
Yeah,
times, right?
yeah.
But you should be very happy with yourself,
Yeah.
and I hope that you get yourself something great to eat and drink,
Yeah.
and enjoy your time here in
Yeah.
New York City.
Yeah.
All right. Well, with
Okay.
that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Gabe Lloyd. This is second place, Hannah
Yeah, Fendel.
Fenda.
Fendel.
And it's been a real pleasure to speaking with everybody all day today. Do stick around to continue to watch the live stream. We're going to continue to broadcast the finish area, and then at 3 p.m. we're going to have the awards presentation on this feed as well. My name is Gabe Lloyd. My friend Dan Schmaltz is with me earlier today. We hope you guys have enjoyed all of it, and we hope to see you next year here for 2023's GFNY World Championships.
From Pennsylvania, Martha Mosley. Felipe Hayek, Matthew Ward, Peter Sadie, Peter Jackson, Paul Villa, Connecticut, Carolina Salazar, Georgia. Oh yeah. Little crash maybe for Carolina. No worries, you just did it. Finishing up GFNY World Championship New York City. After a 2-year hiatus, we are so happy to be back. Camila Cortez Lozano, Colombia, Juan Pablo. Team Pablo y Jimena. Marco de Mexico. Juan Carlos, Chile. Fernando Rodriguez, Dominica. Marcos, Hernando Girón, Colombia. Welcome in from Canada, Marius Podaru, Xavier Mendez, Azuela, USA, Gabriela Lopez, Oscar Rubilia, Mexico. Gabriela y Oscar. Yes. Nice finish. Nicholas Polanos, Colombia. Camacho, Wilfred Camacho, Clayton Griffith, Sebastian Munoz, Taiwan, Chile, Michael Griffith, Virginia, USA. From the Netherlands, Albert Chung, Canada, Anne Cecile from New Jersey, Nicholas, USA, Thomas Diagi, New York, Christopher Plasta, New York, Rodrigo Schneider, España. Congratulations, yes! Carlos and James and Fernando, USA, Brazil, Colombia, Brazil, Eduardo, Manfredini, Brazil. It's so exciting. Many people come to me and, oh, my husband is coming. My daughter, please, yes, please tell me. I want to get a message, special message. We have Mama is very proud. Her son, 50th birthday yesterday, number 50. She's here. She's waiting. Very exciting. Another young lady very excited to tell her husband something very special. I love you, baby. I love you, love you. And another special something. Okay. Juliana from Brazil. And Sammy and Clever and Roberto. Brazil, Brazil, Brazil. Charlie and Steve's here. If we can bring that wireless volume up, if you don't mind. Steve Fleck. Oh, glad to have you here, man. Welcome back from Bear Mountain.
I have been to the top of Bear Mountain. It was great up there. 6,000 riders over the top of Bear Mountain.
Amazing, absolutely amazing. Of course, your lovely bride had an amazing race. Once again, Paulina. Oh yeah, big groups across now. Steve Fleck on top of Bear Mountain, bringing 6,000 riders across. Wow. Carlos and Ryan and John, you've got Columbia and Virginia and Canada. And Michael and Alex from USA. Daniel, Mexico, Alejandro, Colombia, Tommy from South Carolina, Serena from New York. Ouch, Tommy. Jeff Huston, Carlos Alberto, Kenneth Murphy. Mario Gloria. Tennessee, USA, Paulo Santos, New Jersey. Yes, we love. Ana Barro, Colombia. Congratulations, Patsy Cox, Connecticut. Carlo and Vivian. Colombia and Mexico. Vivian Ivan, Juan Pablo. Welcome in, guys. Andres and Yuhan from New York. I should say welcome back, gentlemen, to your finish line. GFNY World Championship 2022. We are back live racing with Luis from Mexico. Pablo Dario, Argentina. Cordelia Martinez Jaime, Mexico. Francisco Gomez, NYPD Cycling Team. Very nice. Jorge from Mexico, Milton of Ecuador, Matthew Jacobs, Andres, Lizarazu, Florida. USA is in Morguia, Tennessee, USA. Andres, Puerto Rico. John Mario, Colombia. Scott Sweeney, USA. Well done, Brian and Soren from Denmark. Soren Rose. Yeah. Mark Blackmans from Belgium, and Daryl Pond, Canada, Guillermo from Mexico, Robert Lahane, USA, Jose from Colombia, and Christopher and Dylan, Arkansas, New York. Come on in, guys! Go, Peter and Andre! Welcome home! 10 years, GFNY World Championship, New York City. Thanks for being out here this year as we come back after being away for 2 years. Simone and Anthony from Panama. Alexander and Noe Alberto, Colombia. Claudio Legano, Christian, Canada. Vanessa Choc, Costa Rica. Hey, happy birthday! Ari Dubois, happy 50! Mama says I love you, Ari! Ari Dubois, happy birthday, 50! Ruben, Puerto Rico! We've got Puerto Rico, Ecuador, US, Mexico, Paola, Andrea, Colombia. With Cindy Figueroa, Florida, USA. Well done, Jorge, Puerto Rico. Scott Herbert right now. Welcome back, Scott, from New York. Ana Pereira, Rosita Marin, Chile. From Brazil, Jose Carlos Formoso. Big group coming in. Henry and Corbin. Costa Rica, USA, Brazil, Nicholas Bass. Welcome into your finish. Luis Fernando Toro, Colombia. Christian Alexander Triana Sanchez, Colombia. Jose Jaime Gonzalez, Mexico. Joseph Giannini, New York. Armando and Madeline Chu, Cheryl Lawson, Virginia, big group here, Colombia, 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 Germany, USA, Brazil, Chile. Welcome in Carlos Luis Reddy and Luis Gonzalez from Chile. Frans Devers, Netherlands, 73 years young for France. Oh yeah. Making it look easy. 648. Oscar Felipe, Colombia. Roman de Mexico. Yeah. Lisa from Connecticut. Javier from Colombia. J15, our 10th year, 10 years, GFNY World Championship, New York City. David Flores Hernandez, Colorado, from Colombia. Guillermo from Peru. Nelson Rosa, Puerto Rico. Toki Kawasumi, USA. Oscar Samanesta. Gabriela Lavana, Brazil. Colombia and Tennessee, USA. Annette and David from Canada. Team Annette and David. And Liliana and Ricardo, Colombia. Andres from Florida. Rolf Zelandar, Sweden. Welcome in Paul Rios from Maine, Agatha Cintron, Agatha Carlucci, Brazil, Silvio Custo, Brazil. Yes, Brazil and Canada and Maine and Washington, New York, and Mark and Fernando from Florida. Adrian Carey, USA, Romulo Coronel, John Park, Daniel Santos. Cold beer is awaiting. Barbecue, beer garden and wine, bicycle parking, free safe, secure bike parking. Charles Flint Jr., USA Team Hammer Time. Well done to Alicia Jackson, USA. David Fernando, Colombia. Daniel Lapson, USA. Ricardo Sanchez. Wow, the Kennedy family is here. John Kennedy or Jack Kennedy with the kids. Oh, 10-time finisher, number 115, Aho Kilo. Yes, 71 years young, 10-time finish. I know you're going to tell me how to pronounce your name again this year because I never pronounced it correctly, but you know who you are. Number 115, 10 times. Wow. Whoa. Hey, hey. Well done, Juan Gomez. Georgia, USA. Carlos Aragon, Florida. Michael Solvay, Germany. Raul Otero, USA. Julio Rivera, Florida. Alejandro Guzman, New York. Grant Lee, New Jersey. Javier Mendoza, Kenneth Barreto. GFNY World Championship, New York City. Award ceremony getting underway on the main stage and the finish in the festival area. Just by the barbecue beer and wine garden at 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock for the awards. And these overall age groups. The him and her category. Oh yeah. As well, fastest 4 times of the teams. We award the fastest team. Oh, look at this. Right at the 7-hour mark, just under 7. Breaking 7 right now. Big groups coming in. Costa Rica, Panama, Mexico, Colombia, USA, Argentina. Dad and Zev and Shy Turner from New York. Welcome home. María Teresa, Colombia. Oh, María Teresa. Felicidades. Roman from Colombia. Karen Patterson, Canada. Patricia Buñuel, Connecticut, USA. Dexter and Pedro and Andre. Brazil, Colombia, Costa Rica. USA, Canada. Guatemala, Julio Roca, Guatemala. Another one walked in the pipe. You did it, bring it in. Oh yeah. Had a puncture, possibly broken chain. 23-24, that is Andre from Brazil, walking the bike. Congratulations, sir. Thanks for coming out. Where's the Kennedy family? David Ramsey, Washington, D.C. Santiago from Ecuador. Jose Bravo, New York. there, you got it. Hey, John. Big sign back there. I love you. We love you. He's got it inside. Off to the left. Don Giraud from Canada. Tyler Pickell, Washington, USA. And Eduardo and Pedro from Colombia. Puerto Rico. Mario y Gabriel Uso, Costa Rica. Y Uso.
Slow down.
Hey, Paula. Rodrigo, Johnny Augusto, Colombia. Jonathan Brickman, New York. Brian Essex, USA. Fernando de Souza Candia, USA. Felipe Esper, Brazil. Juan Cruz, New Jersey. Here's Chris Lee, and Brian Shea at New York and New Jersey. We started in New York, and we finish right here in Fort Lee, New Jersey. Chase Bowling, New York, Jess McKean, New Jersey, Jorge Morales, Nicaragua, Luis Felipe, Florida, Gregory Smith, Connecticut, Luz Elena Portillo, Colombia. Patrick Alejandre from Brazil, Patrick Quinn, New York, Romulo Coronel, USA.
Riders off, moving up now, and we've got Christopher Mondino, Peter Felician, Miguel Cuba, Venus Brooks, Andres Moreno, Barry Shirley, Rick Wincomer, Franco Cortez. Wow. Over 5,000 riders started on the George Washington Bridge at 7 o'clock. They turn it over up to their mountain. I was there outside with my on the microphone for you. Awesome finish. Marcos Martina across the finish line. Here's from Florida, USA. Stephen Colby Williams, Nelson Zuniga, Nelson. And Nelson. Andre So Rich, I remember you at the top of Bear Mountain, Andre. Great to see you back here. Brandon Ramirez as well. It's nice. This is the people I saw when I was up at the top of Bear Mountain. Just coming across right now. He's awesome. Juan Mayer is great job, Juan. Ivan Sepulveda, too. Adam Stanberger. Jessica Gavin, one of our wonderful women. Finishing it up. Ronaldo Lopez, Sebastian B. Igor Lind, coming in across the finish line. Ron, right here in New Jersey. You're the hometown. Makes the run. Felicidades, William, Brian King, Jimmy Percy, very good from the area. Ernesto Mexico, Maria Alejandra Arenas. There's Maria. Michael O'Connell. Lorena Sanchez. Great job. Where's Lorena? Paul Gray, Brian Robertson, Andrew Willis, Yelena Bayona, Glenn Cannon, Dave Haverall, Richard Frick, Oscar Iverson, Juan Melez from Puerto Rico, felicidades Juan. Nice work from them. Aurelio Carrera, nice work. Aurelio, congratulations. Ryan Zimmerowski. Feels like a job, Ryan. Sebastian Orberoso. Bologna. Andres Caffini. Oscar Flores. Jimmy Garcia. Carlos McKenna. Juan Carlos Rivera. Steady shooter riders that are on right now. Who is your favorite rider? Alejandro Gaviria, the famous last year cycle. Ricardo Luis Cruz. Javier Perez in the class of finish line. Great job, Javier. He's from Florida. Jose Joaquin Silva, Jose Diaz, Michael Dixon coming on through. Great job. Big pack of riders. Who is your favorite rider? Jonathan Hilbert, Gerardo Perez, Ryan Wallace, Enrique Martins, Cyril Gilman, Raphael Campbell. Well done, congratulations. Nice work. Everyone doing awesome. Just a reminder, the award ceremony coming up at 3 o'clock over in the presentation area by co-announcer, my awesome co-announcer, Rick Raymond will be emceeing that awards presentation at 3 o'clock, 3 p.m. Ulf Nordson, yes, Ulf, where is Ulf? I saw Ulf up at the summit of Bear Mountain. I think he's from Sweden, I just made peaks as well. That's Sweden with nice work. Wallace Amigo, Arthur Schurman, Fernando Roman, coming on through. Fernando is from Florida. Mark Antonio Ramirez, nice work. Alvaro, Camila, great job from Brazil. Viva Brazil. Alvaro, Camila. Oh, look at this, a big group coming in right now. They're coming in groups of 3, 4, 5, 6. We've got Israel, Martinez, Oscar Abando, Nicholas Alisi, Odd, Kaczynski, and Alexis Rio in there. Great job. All the riders. World Championship. Every rider gets to be a pro for the 7 hours and 15 minutes as we started off in the middle of the George Washington Bridge at 7 o'clock. This morning in the fall and the murk of the Hudson River Valley. Jeremy Retro coming across. Great job, Jeremy. Looking awesome. Herbert Douglas coming on through. Great job, Herbert. Daniel Israel. Fernando Herrera. Diego Cornell. Great job, Diego.
Gustavo Campo, Gustavo Ledesma, Peru, William Langlais, USA, William. Well done, well done. GFNY, New York City, World Championship. Oh, big troops coming in. USA and Colombia and Dominican, Franny Cristina Barrio Paredes. Naranades. Alex and Viviana and Edie, Scott and Daria. Costa Rica, New Jersey, New York, Florida. Team Aero Mexico. Javier Alvarez Morillo. Well done, Javier. Oh yeah. Simon Seitzer, Diego Rodriguez, Gustavo Zelaya, Honduras. Elizabeth Fernandez Vargas, Colombia. Hay mucho calor, no? Yes, all of a sudden, very hot, huh? We like it. Turn on the heat. Edwin Adams, New York. Leonardo Violini, Panama. Big groups coming in. Peloton, Tim and Richard and Dan and Eichhardt. Francisco and Juliana, Brazil. Well done, Juliana Arantes. Danilo. Daniela. Very nice. Hey, Carlos, is that you? Welcome in from Chile. And Matthew Gontier, New York. Getting it done. Yeah. Papa! 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 Your boy is here. Yeah, there's Papa. Go to see your Papa. Oh. A little excited. Kevin Jones making it happen. Coming in from AZ, baby. We cranked up the heat for you, Kevin. Brought in a little humidity for you. So results should be posted a little bit later on today if they're not already on the GFNY.com homepage. Welcome in and up, Mariscal. GFNY.com for all the information about events around the world. Pack up your suitcase, pack the bike, travel the world and race GFNY. Oscar! Well done, Oscar. David Kowalski, Ohio. Luis Miguel, Mexico. Yeah, big smiles. Vitaly Bitnik. Fatashi from New York with Nicholas Dinchey. Bringing it in, John Perry, New York. Go. Wilson Rimachi, Abe Geiger, and Daniel Slotnick. Hey, Daniel. Gabriela and Carlos Puerto Rico. Scott Caddy, Connecticut. Bringing it home, well done, Scott. Yairo Marquez Castro. Colombia. Oh, muy guapo. Sí. Stéphane Claude, Canada. Luis Benny. Harry Molina from Puerto Rico. Don't forget to join us for the award ceremony. I know you're waiting for a lot of your friends and family. Award ceremony in about 30 minutes. Más o menos in the Finnish festival area. The main stage of the after party, the Finnish festival area, for the electric park. ¿Dónde está Ramón? Sí, Fernando, it's ready. Now from PA, Wolf Castro, Lina Chava, Colombia, with Carolina Arias. Yeah. Felicidades. Beautiful. Do some shopping, take home some GFNY official merchandise. Everything you need. From head to toe, helmets, sunglasses, socks, everything in between. Peter and Jose and Michael, the Walder boys. Peter and Michael Walder. Mauricio Fernandez, Alejandro Ospina from Peru, Peter Conde, Peter Bowen, USA. Charles Dunkley, the third from Massachusetts, Julian Castaneda, Stephen Bruno, Romulo Coronel, Britt and Knut Lund, Norway. We turned on the heat for you. Britt and Knut Lund, Rafael Lopez, Puerto Rico, William and Peter and Giuseppe. Yes, you can get excited for yourselves. Carlos, Jake Myers, Armando Murga, Virginia, Sebastiano Valesprieri. Oh! Hey, happy birthday, Sebastiano! Tomorrow! You did it! Whoa! How do we know that? We have a note from the family. Happy birthday, Sebastiano. Yes! It's a party. Sebastiano is here. Okay, we can get the party started. Whoop, whoop. Welcome in Bruce and Melvin and Reggie, Marvin and Julio, Diego Perez from Colombia. Nicolas Paz, Federico, Aichi, we got Florida, New York, New Jersey, Virginia. Unipay! Thanks to Kim and Dave, Kim and Dave Law Firm for opening up their parking facility. Kim and Dave, thank you very much. Big support for GFNY. Kim and Dave Law Firms right here based in Fort Lee, New Jersey. Herman and Juan Carlos from Colombia. Gilbert Shellum, we got PA, Maine, Virginia, and Florida, Arnold Rojas, Simon Martel from Canada, Andrea Martinez, Ams, Mexico. Oh yeah, Andrea. Hey, Gregory from Connecticut. Solo finisher, working the hill. Fernando Pavón. 70 años. Oh, tu esposa. Oh, I love you. Yes, Fernando Pavón. Mi amor. Oh, you amor. Okay, not for me. For you. That's your husband. But he. No problem. Santiago from Panama. Eric and Luis and Alvaro. So in just a few minutes, we're going to move over to the main stage in the festival area. I'll head over and get the awards going, hopefully around 3 o'clock. Steve Fleck, fellow commentator here at the Pit of GFNY. Steve, it's great to be back after a 2-year hiatus. Mark Driver, Marcio Fukuhara, Felipe, and Juan, Team Nogalinos. Rondell Soto, Jairo Castro, Nico, Luis Ulloa, New York, and David Punikar, New York. Nice finish for David. Dave Wilcox from Wisconsin, John Jacoby, NYPD cycling team. And thanks, by the way, to Fort Lee PD and our Fort Lee medical crew. Guys, I hope you're not busy, but we appreciate you being here, keeping it safe, making sure everybody's taken care of. We do know that Jason and Adam Rosenbaum are here. Jason and Adam. You guys know each other? Lucas Margoles from PA. Garrett Moss, New York. Vietron, Connecticut. Luis and Manuel and Peter. We got New York, Georgia, Connecticut, Maine, and Pennsylvania. And James Rader from Virginia. Welcome in, Carrie Moody from New Jersey. Daniel Strafford, Virginia. Michael Moe, New Jersey, Matthew Gross, Sarah Lippett from New York, Alvaro Hernandez, Colombia, Tatiana Somensi, Brazil, Miguel Loomis, Enrique Nesson from Florida. Many more to bring across the line here. May 15, 2022, our 10th year GFNY World Championship, New York City. Welcome in, Claudia, Andres Mauricio. We got Mexico, Colombia, Barbados, Oscar Betancourt, USA, Jared Bretas, Sam Knoptock, New York. Steve, take it away. I'm going to head over the awards. Hopefully we're on time for a 3 o'clock awards. Steve.
Thank you, Rick. Riders ladies heading to the award ceremony, as you just said, at 3 o'clock, getting underway in the Festival and Awards area. Just walk the little valley here and where the bike parking is. You'll find it. Top 3 overall, top 3 in each category. The his and hers and the team awards. The hardware and the loop will all be handed out at that time. Thank you, Rick. All right, back to finishers now. Liliana Diaz, there's Liliana, coming on in from Colombia. Felicidades, Giovanni Cortez, now coming across the line. Another finisher for Colombia. Felicidades, amigos.
Vamos, vamos, Colombia.
Nice one. Jorge Sandoval coming on in behind. Warren Algianillo, Jason Lerner, Mariana Marmo coming in there together. From Ecuador, Pedro Fernandez. From Brazil, Daniel Bradford. Nice work, Daniel. Melissa Garcia coming on in. Welcome to the finish line. Melissa, you're doing awesome. Three riders coming on up right now together. That is Jorge Sanchez, Sammy Batista, John Angulo, Andrew Potter, Miguel Montoya. Look at this hand in hand and arm in arm. Jorge Montoya. The Montoya's coming in together. Nicholas Robert Fry, Yuri Goran, Sebastian Roma says, Christian Escaneto, Pete Schweiger, Laura Diaz, wow, rider after rider after rider, GFNY 2022 World Championship, so awesome, Mary Lee was in there, Jamie Cruz, Joseph Shuskowitz, great job Joseph. Don't forget, entry for next year already open, 2023. May 21, I believe, is the date. The least expensive, least costly pricing for next year's event available to you right now for the next couple of weeks. Jeffrey O'Malley in there, Kevin Henning, Joshua Phelps, David Byrne, that's David Byrne, the cyclist, not the musician. James Jarrow, Bill Wells, Matthew Farrell, Gustavo Hernandez, and Fabricio Pita coming on in. Great job, Fabricio. Alfonso Rodriguez and Jimena Soto. I remember you two from the top of the ground up. You're back here in Fort Lee. Nice one, you two. That's awesome. They're from Mexico. Viva Mexico. Felicidades. Jimena and Alfonso. Fernanda Diaz is in. Richard Greenfield. Joaquin Ali. Jorge Mirasa. Scott Nielsen. Lexino Gomez. And Paul Schumann. Good job, Paul. Yeah, you are done, my friend. On the Fiji bike. Unique. It's on a specialized, so too many. I lost count of the specialized. You're on the unique, we'll take you credit. Hello, and Tunes, Luis Santiago Quintero, coming on through, Derek Leonard. Good job, Derek. Amiga Acaro. Pero Mesa, coming on through 60 years young, one of our super seniors, the 60 plus riders, going to give them a 7. Timothy Machafalia. Is that Tim right there? Yes, it is. Great job, Tim. Welcome to the finish line. Be a pro for a day. That's what we're doing. We're making sure each and every rider feels like a pro out on the race course. Mirko Consolaccio. Great job, Mirko. He looks happy to be done. Nelson Gomez coming on up to the line. There he is, waving his hand. Great job, Nelson. Robert Cross. Benedita Subero. Benedita. Yeah, Benedita is happy. Carlos Andres Aurelio. Maria Flores. Where's Maria? Flores across the line. She's from right here in New Jersey doing the hometown GFNY World Championship. You don't have to travel too far for a World Championship when you live right here in New Jersey like Maria Flores. Rafael Lozano coming on in. Good job. Nicholas Anderson, Richard Borkin, Kunikia Kagiyama, John Joyce, Kayam Mandelbaum. Great job, Kayam. Looking good on the parlay, the grapple parlay. Francesco Caminos across the line. Great job. Ricardo Saramanto. That is Ricardo right there. Hands up in the air, waving around like he just doesn't care. James Boland also across the line there. Alan Warner. Great job. Alan Warner, one of the 10-timers. 10 finishes where Alan Warner, yeah, there it is, confirming that. So thank you, Alan Warner, for your dedication to the GFNY World Championship, GFNY NYC. Alan Warner, 10 times he finished this race. Jenny Lynn is in. Henry Silva Mercado, Rafael Aponte, Kyle Mangini, Pavel Almonte, Patrick Viscano, Cesar Aguilar, Stephanie Lachance. There's Stephanie Lachance from Canada. Bravo, Stephanie. Felicitations.
Puerto Rico.
Felicitations. Wow, so many finishers coming on through. Frank Orlando, Miguel Valdez, Jessica Horini, Thomas Virguera, Matt Loverbaum, Brian Rod, Andres Lopez, Rodrigo Vasquez, Ivan Romero Obregon, Deborah Maldonado also in that finish coming in. This is Angel Romero coming across right now. Great job, he's from Ecuador. Felicidades. Another big group, my goodness. Groups just keep coming and coming and coming. Vadim Ospinatek, Rodrigo Schaefer, Stefan Bixby, Alfredo French, Adam Lotte, Jonathan Lindler, Stanislav Chenko, Cassandra Smithis, Runje O, Oscar Montevero, Rowan Abado, Carlos Balviano, Juan Montoya coming on in. Great job, Juan. Matthew Rosson. Great job, Matthew. Yesuro Spanier is across there on the red track. So reminder, the awards ceremony starting in 8 minutes time. The top 3 overall in their 5-year age categories are overall top 3. The his and hers competition and the team competition. Whit Raymond, my co-announcer, will be emceeing those ceremonies starting in 8 minutes time, right at the top of the hour at 3 o'clock. Jorge Saca, Matthew Cifuentes, or Martha Cifuentes, I'm sorry, Juan Luis Velez, Federico Anuengo, Jorge Duarte, Geraldo Pico Jr., Diana Sanchez, Javier Cortez, Kai Heinemann, Nicholas Garcia, Juan Ramirez, Enrico Shinohara, Hugo Tora coming across the finish line. Great job, Hugo, one of the super 60-plus senior riders. He's from Texas. I was just in Texas, in San Antonio, and in Dallas in the last month. The beautiful state of Texas. Juan Espita coming on through. Jeff Manlove right there with him. Good job, Jeff. Nice to see those two riding across. Steve Pritzelbeck, Salman Pompier. Oh, keep the rubber side down. There we go. Arm in arm in arm in arm across the GFNY finish line. Clifton King, Trevor Lewin, Richard Padilla, Jason Lee, Lydia Rodriguez, there's Lydia just in behind me, sneaking across, Patrick Kazaki, David Borrego, there's David across the finish line, great job David, welcome to the finish my friend, he's from Florida. Even Novi Williams across the finish line. Simon Heaton from Canada, welcome. Great to see you, Simon. Yeah, one of my Canadian friends coming in across 66 years young, Simon Heaton. Nicely done, sir. Was worried that he couldn't do the distance, but he did it, 102 miles. Congratulations, Simon Heaton. John Medina, Antonio Arias, Marcelo Ramirez, Joe Tiplinkin, John Ultimix. There's John right there. Great one, John. Bob Wade is just across. John Dart, Damian McConney, Walden Siu, Walram, Alex Gonzalez. Alex is from Bolivia, I believe. Is it Bolivia? Bolivia! Welcome. Felicidades. Viva Bolivia. David Pascareco, John Gigante, Mark Badley, and Gary Badley. Finishing up there together. I'm guessing you guys are brothers. You look like it. The Badley brothers riding together from New York and Great Britain. Wow, that's great. Coming together here at the GFNY World Championship, the Badley brothers. Juan Moreno, Romo Asper, Salo Navarrete from Brazil, and John Bonnet from New York. Daniel Cruz coming on up to the line. Great job, Daniel. Jonathan Allery, Jacqueline Thornton, Richard Backlund coming on up right now. Great job, Richard. 68 years young. Well done, Richard. Nicely done. You're never too old to ride 100 miles. Otello Wrigley, also 63. Phil McLean, Jorge Otero, Julian Morales, Bernardo Goya, Yensi Fernandez, all coming on up. There's Yensi Fernandez right there. Nice one. William Parra coming on up to the finish line. Great job, William. Antonio Guzman, Leonardo Cruz de Paula, Jose Miguel, Peter Schubert, Natalie Zulinga, Mary Cruz Ortiz, Marcel Schlumberger, Aaron White, Henry Vasconcelos, Alejandro Gomez from Colombia, coming across the line right now. Great job, Alejandro. Felicidades. Harry Ra, right into the cross. Great job, Harry. From New Jersey, right here in New Jersey, doing the hometown race event. How are the spectators on the sidelines doing? Everyone having a good time? You're too quiet. You need to make more noise. We need more enthusiasm. We need more yelling, shouting, jumping up and down, ringing cowbells, cheering these riders in. Almost 8 hours on the clock. 1 minute to get to 8 hours. Edmund Michon, Sebastian Hernandez, Stephanie Cortez coming on in. Stephen Cortez. My apologies, Stephen, not Stephanie. Stephen. Great job. Javier Cornadano. Where's Javier? Just pumping it in. Jorge. Gordon Duo. Logia. Waipe. 30 seconds to get under 8 hours. Come on. Push it in. You can do it. 15 seconds to get under 8 hours. Who's going to be the last one? I think it's going to be Anton Bomberbach is going to be the last under 8 hours unless these riders can get there. No, they're going to be just over 8 hours. That's okay. They did a great job. Maria Brinos, Angel Hidalgo, Michael Friedel, Luis Naranjo, Olga Guevara, Joni Chandra, Alcibiades Jimenez. Well done, congratulations to all the riders from all over the place. Nearly 100 countries represented in the world's largest international peloton. Over 5,000 riders taking on the challenge of the GFNY World Championship. Alexander Fang was in and done. Raimundo Guzman Gallen, Frederick Stallings, Amy and Alan Johnson. Yeah, the Johnsons finishing out there together. Trained together, rode together, finished together. Great work for the Johnsons. Amy and Alan Ernesto Unios, Killer Carlo, Mark Luna, Carlos Benton, Jose Roman, Claudia Avila, done, great job. Raj Tata. Olga, where's Olga? There's Olga. Yeah. Olga Fonseca. Great job, Olga. She's from Colombia. Olmedo Nino, also from Colombia. Viva Colombia. Felicidades, Olmedo and Olga. Andy Dizon is in. Chris Irick, Nelson Rojas, Enrique Maldonado from Mexico. Viva Mexico. Felicidades. Enrique, Mike Rodriguez, Thomas Dearborn, Marcus Costa coming on up. Great job, Marcus. Marcos, I should say. Balmar Martinez is in and done. Great job, Balmar. Alan Campos. Alan, you got the finish line all to yourself, my friend. It's all you at the finish, Alan. You're looking great. Thumbs up, great ride. Congratulations. Carlos Beauchamp coming on up to the finish line. Good job, Carlos. Grant Scott just in behind him. Andrew Afandashev. Great job, Andrew. David Martin in there with a finish as well. Francisco Becerra, Jan Torres, Alba Camaros, nice job, well done. John Lee Alameda, Oliver Nato, Christian Perez is also in there with the finish. Nicholas Sebastianos, great job, Nick. You did it. Congratulations. Addie Friedman in it done. Great job, Addie. Brett Clark. Carlos Vasquez making his way to the finish line. Great job, Carlos. Oscar Guerrero. And David Latour, both from Colombia. Viva Colombia. Felicidades. To all of our Colombian riders. The number 2 ranked country in terms of entries. Awesome country of Colombia. We have been super supportive of this event since day 1. The 10th running of the GFNY World Championship today. Pedro Enrique is in and done there, also from Colombia. Pedro Enrique Alonso. Alex Pontiac is from Illinois. Hector Venesco. David Latour as well. Thank you to all the friends, the fans, the family members, the spectators for sticking around. The riders who have finished early to come back and cheer their fellow riders on, maybe their teammates, their training partners. You're awesome for doing that. Juan Espita is in there. Great job, Juan. Julian Ju, Juan Sebastian Paneso, Holmes, Gomez, Manegas, Camilo Baez from Colombia, William Allison, Jinto Zhang, Arnold de Melo, Silvia Villegas. There's Silvia. Yes, nice job, Silvia. Silvia Villegas, welcome to the finish line. Arturo Franco is in behind Silvia. Leandro Chavez got the finish line all to himself. Great job. Armando Garcia. Great job, Armando. Christopher Tomaseros. Henry Garcia. Eric Laser. GFNY World Championship 2022. Over 5,000 riders making their way back here to Fort Lee. Catalina Giraldo. Well done, Catalina. Catalina. I see the Canadian flag flying down there, so we're waiting for some Canadians, obviously. Look at this guy sprinting it out. Up out of the saddle, pushing the big gear. Oh, slow it down, sir. He's got it under control. Nicely done. Marco Leona, Alberto Montisi, Murray Craig coming in. Great job, Murray. Congratulations, my friend. Jose Torres hitting it across. Great job. Dennis Bertadazzo. Great job, Dennis. You did it. Congratulations. Look at these guys battling it out right to the line. Got the photo finish equipment out for those two. Ella Dannon, Robert Chavez, and Carlo Ferrolino battling it out right to the very last few meters of the race and the ride. Finishing up here in fourth lead. Wow, what a scene here. Beautiful day. Started off rainy, misty, and foggy. But it's a beauty now. Paul Dewey. Great job, Paul. Three riders now going for it right at the line. Mark Azariski, Michael Go, Luis Velasquez. Joseph Godina. Great job, Joseph. Welcome to the finish line. Aiden Lobby now coming on up to the line. Great job, Aiden. You did it. Congratulations. Luis Ortega coming on in. Christopher Dunkley, John Landoni, Valentino Gallo, all from the United States, various states, New York, Virginia, Massachusetts, Frank Giamarino coming on through. Todd Jackson coming on up. Where's Todd? There's Todd. Great work. Moses Lee with a quick finish. Great job, Moses. Anthony Cruz cruising on across the finish line. Stefan Hartman with the fancy blue shoes on there. Great job, Stefan. Susan Pollack is in the dog. Great job, Susan. There's a smile on Susan's face. I can see that breaking out there. She rolls on across from Virginia, Tri-Power Cycling. Christian Munoz. Great job, Christian. Congratulations. Alexander Rabiro coming in. You did it safe and sound, Alexandro, at the finish. Nice work. Rodrigo Roncero, Stephen Arziski, and Carlos Blas, they're both from New Jersey, doing the hometown race. Joel Ortega, Ernesto Tullier. Great job, Ernesto. It's Ernest, not Ernesto. Ernest Tullier coming in. Wow, look at this rider coming. How tall are you, sir? How tall are you, sir? He can't hear. He's so tall, you can't hear me. He's like in a different sort of elevation. He's got to be the tallest rider out on the course. So I remember seeing him up at where did we go? Bear Mountain. I saw him up there. And, got to be the biggest guy on the course. 6'5", 6'6", maybe. Maybe even a little taller than that. Greg Lord was in and done. Felipe Toro. Carlos Covera. Great job, Carlos. Well done. Congratulations. More riders coming in. Look at this. Stefan Guibault, David Levine, Marcel Cantin, all from Canada. Bravo. Bravo, bravo. Carlos Banqueras, William Dwyer. Great job, William. Ronald Hank coming on in. Ronald Shell, Christopher Hank, Chris Hank, Ronald Shell, Freddy Valaderos, Alberto Solis, Daniel Weissfish, Jonathan Gottlieb, Jonathan from right here in New York. Welcome to the finish line, Jonathan. Congratulations, my friend. Alan Sullivan coming on up to the line. He's got the finish line all to himself. Yeah, celebrate that, Alan. You did it. Well done. Gregory Bombassi coming on in. And Laura Melville. Great job, Laura. Welcome to the finish line. Congratulations. You're awesome. Danny Barron. In and done. Kent Edwards. Carlos Toro. Carlos Hernandez. 2 Carloses in a row. What are the chances of that? Christian Martinez. Jay Inclin, Ricardo Toro, J.O. Halstrom, Anthony Lugo, Richard Yarno, Juan Espitia, Richard Barkin, Michael Fox, Mariano Mora, Peter Baxter, Klaus Geiger, Jonathan Plunkett. My goodness, look at all these riders coming on through. So awesome, so amazing. Dan Lilly, Noah Kagan, Chris Koenig-Morel, Morris Willikins, Jennifer Perez, Alan Garcia, Ronald Johnson, August Constantino, all coming on through with GFNY World Championship finishes. So awesome, so amazing here. The 10th running of this epic and iconic event. Ronald Johnson, August Constantino, David Knock, Oltiel Surumkum, Luca Naluzzi, Eduardo Fares, Mike Heel, Christopher Amados. Good job, Chris. You're done. And welcome to the finish line and congratulations to each and every one of our riders. Rodrigo Castro is coming on through. Marco Bonner is right there with him. Great job, you two. You're both 62 years old. I don't know if you do that. Those two finishing up there together. German Sanchez, Diego Ochoa. Great job, Diego. Michael Packer also in there with a finish. German Sanchez from Colombia. Viva Colombia. That is German. Opar Olinsky, that's Ofer coming up to the line with the red helmet on. Great job, Ofer. Vincent Girard from France. Is it France? Vincent from France? He's oblivious, he can't tell where he is. Linus Raguskas, Norman Shep, Sergio Valduma, Gustavo Santamaria. Gustavo Santamaria, there is Gustavo, walking to the finish line. Raymond Lee coming on up. Great job, Ray. Finishing up strong. Tenzin Taye. Bernardino Lopez. Erica Lantzman. There's Erica with the pink shoes on. Welcome to the finish line, Erica. I like your shoes. They're bright. Carlos Nera coming on through. Great job. Juan Reno. In Yi coming across. Great job, in. Christian Pineda just in behind. Victor Bonstein. Great job, Victor. Lee Richardson also in there with the finish. Luis Gonzalez. Great job, Lewis. Lee Richardson, 69 years young. Haven't seen anyone over 60. Lee Richardson's the oldest I've seen come across the finish line, so well done to Lee. Congratulations. He's from New York. John Carlos Munar. Casper DeVos from Texas. Angel Ravira, Kevin Lundstrom, Rene Belarus, John Werner, Pedro Garcia, Eric Negro, Ben Freer, Sean Pilgrim, all with finishes. Well done, congratulations to each and every one of you. There's Sean Pilgrim right there. They just keep coming, folks. Mark Jagir, Alan McIntosh, and Serge Vilou from Canada. The Canadian Cycling Club. Bravo, gentlemen. Bravo, bravo. Carlos Perez. Great job. Antonio Torres. Ignacio Alia. There's Ignacio with the camera on the top. The GoPro. Capturing it. Roman Vega is in there. Luis Ostos, Juan Pinto, Jose Montoro, Paulo Sosa, Gerson Guerrios, Anne Baez, James Klosik, all with finishes. Great job. Looking good, well done. The racers race, riders ride. 102 tough, grueling miles from the George Washington Bridge all the way up to Bear Mountain and back. Thomas Laberte, great job, Tom, you're done. Jonathan Ragels coming on through. Great job, John Giuseppe De Tola as well in there. Great job, Giuseppe. Kulun Chun coming across the line. Great job, Nelson Cruz. John Morales as well. Robert Stevens for the finish. Look at this big group coming in here right now. Arnaldo Delgado, Michael Cartwright, Lawrence Lustig, Bernie Jorge Diaz, Elkin Jorge Diaz, July Garcia, and Christopher Wilcox, the last of those riders coming in. Great job, Chris. From New Jersey, finishing up strongly there on the Hudson Terrace. New finish direction coming in from the opposite direction from years past, if you have been with us in the past. Giorgio Massetti. Nice job, Giorgio. Welcome to the finish line. Congratulations. Andrea Lovert coming on in with a big smile on her face. I hope that's a smile, Andrea. Congratulations. Richard Ernst, Jose Adonis, and Jamie Cruz all coming across the line. Great job. Freddie, fast Freddie Layton is in and done. Christopher Sinclair and Rayola Urgion, Brett Silcock, Monica Vilgas, Cesar Escudero, Rogelio Harnanan. Great job to all of our riders. Great job, Monica. You look awesome. Good job, Claudia. Well done, congratulations, Claudia, on the going age. And Stephen and Matt Downing, looks like the Downing brothers, riding together. Stephen and Matt, they're both from New York. Getting done, 61, 54 years old. Rael Parva from Mexico. Viva Mexico. Raul, felicidades, Raul. Family cheering him on from the sidelines. So give him a little extra love. Jose Tan was in there. Flavio Silva, Ernie Hershey, Eric Villaruz, Patrick Rundas. Ten-time finisher? Yes. Eric Villaruz, 10-time finisher. Well done, Eric. Thank you for your support of this race over the course of the 10 years. Eric Villaruz, 10-time finisher from right here in New York City. Patrick Vividas, Alexander Sofrito, John Caffrey, Marvin Valadares, Leonardo Nomiski. There's Leonardo. Yeah, you did it. Nicely done. Two more riders coming on into view. First of this group coming on in, Olivier Diodarian, Carlos Marca, Ryan Norwood, Chandra Little, Greg Miller. Great job. Where's Chandra? There's Chandra over there on the far side. She looks awesome. Nice work. Craig Levine also coming in this group. Bjorn Pedersen. Great job, Bjorn. Ryan Hernandez coming on up to the line. Great job, Ryan. Hans Harold Meyer Penning. Nice work. Gianna Jimenez and Gabriela Jimenez from Costa Rica. Adrian Villasnor from Mexico. Juan Espetita from Colombia. Cristobal de Santiago from Mexico. Ernesto Lizarraga from Mexico. Viva Mexico, felicidades, Ernesto. Octavia Uria, John Edwards. John's riding for the Gutbusters. There's going to be a story there. What are the Gutbusters all about, John? Come and tell me something. Fernando Ugarte coming across the line. Great job, Fernando. Viva Mexico, felicidades. There you go. Imran Halani, Carlos Crespo Massa, Stephen Talon, Greg Dells, Eddie Arcees coming on through, rider after rider after rider. It's so awesome, so amazing, so much energy, so much love, so much passion for the sport of cycling. Camila Cortez, Jose Ardila. There's Jose. He's doing something special at the finish line. Great job, Jose. Dave Feltenberger coming on by. Nice job, Jose. Welcome to the finish line, my friend. Special moment for Jose, right at the finish line. Andrew McPatty, Esteban Hurtado, Amando Caballero, Luis Romero, Maribel Mendez, Carlos Labadica, Ismael Alcaraz, Veronica Vargas coming on in. There's Veronica, there she is. Nice job, Veronica. That's the best smile I've seen coming across the finish line. On the face of Veronica Vargas. Joanne Banks and Chris Banks, the Banks, husband and wife, riding together from Jersey. Yeah. Nicely done. Welcome to New York City and the GFNY. And congratulations to the Banks. Richard Arziski, Ignacio Carrera, William Dillatore, Jordi Arno there coming on across with a big smile on his face. Great job. Jerome Lavalle coming on through. Great job, Jerome. Martin Grieve coming across. Great job, Martin. Congratulations. Federico Cotabaza, Adriana Urbina, Angelo Alessio, Francisco Monron, John Strassman, Leon Gao, Auriello Paca, Nicholas Mustaka, Ernesto Putaluga, Victor Ortiz, Luis Goffin, Andreas Tiraboki, Joel Rodriguez, Daniel Rossi, David Knott, Jessica Gomez, all in there together. Wow, big group, awesome group, riding it in here at the GFNY World Championships. Adrian Ariel and Andreas Sanchez and Brennan Cage all coming in there, the three riders together from New York, Arkansas, and Texas. Those three different states. Richard Lozada, great job, Richard. And next in is going to be Janine Bowden from the Gold Coast Triathlon Club. Welcome to the finish line, Janine. You look awesome. Welcome to the finish line. Good job. Small group, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 riders. Here's my friend with the whistle. Yes, my friend with the whistle from up on top of Bear Mountain. He's blowing the whistle again. Nice to see you again, sir. That's Marvin Avila, James Wimp, Kenji Kane, Luis Garcia also in there with finishes, Vernon Ballesteros as well. Great job, Vernon. Alexandre, Charles and Stéphane Troitier. Félicitations! Félicitations. Father and son there, the Troitiers finishing it up there together. Jose Reyes, Rossi Pani, Daniel Sabagal coming across. Eligio Cedino, Ayaxa Riescos, Javier Sanchez. Look at this group coming on in. Big smiles on the faces. So awesome. Paula Gonzalez was in there. Mary Jose Rodriguez, Margarita Chona. And here comes Rita Kim coming across the finish line right now. Rita Kim, you were a pro for a day. I hope it was good out there on the course for you. He says yes. Edmar Luskin and David Sandoval coming on in across the finish line. Nicely done, gentlemen. Rodrigo Pinos, 61 years young. Welcome to the finish line, Rodrigo. David Malucci and Diego Ugugaran. Great job, David. And Diego. Fabian Legland. Mark Lee coming on up to the line. May Nadine Salvagon. There's May Nadine. There is May. Nice to see you. Welcome to the finish line. I see Rochette as well in there. Jean-Pierre Bois. Welcome to the finish line, Jean-Pierre. Félicitations, mon ami. Declan Breslin. Also in there. Daniel Harris, Keith Emmer, Andreas Mata. Coming across, there's Andreas. Yeah, nicely done. Andrea Velasco and Jose Gomez from Colombia. Felicidades. Roland Sweets and Danielle Schindel rolling in there together. Welcome to the finish line, gentlemen. Sonny Raposo coming on in. Great job, Sonny. Benjamin Klein as well. Sean Kelly, Mariusz Milanarski, Jeremy Barkhouse, David Chan, Kevin Chang, Stephen Crowell. Next finisher is going to be Sean Hunt. Sean's got the finish line all to himself. Nice work, Sean. Congratulations. You did it, my friend. Stopping the watch, checking the time. Still got the banana hanging out of his back pocket. Little snack when he's done. Roland Embarquez, Luis Carrillo, Patricia Lubanco. Where is Patricia? There she is over on the far side. Welcome to the finish line, Patricia. You awesome. Yeah, I got some love from the sideline. Patricia Lubanco is. She's from Brazil. Good to see all our Brazilian friends here riding with us. Uriel Herrera coming across the finish line. Great job, Uriel. Sundi Magla. Where's Sundi? There he is. Looking good, my friend. Welcome to the finish line. Sundi Magla. Juan Espitia. Peter Kimmich, Joe Schaffer, Richard Wagner. That's Richard Wagner? Is it Wagner or Wagner? Which one do you like? Wagner, okay. Not the composer, Wagner. Wagner. Joe Proto, where's Joe? Already living. Where's that Joe? Back there. That's Joe right there. Scott Bosbury was in front of Joe Proto. Joe's from Connecticut. Gabriel Odas. Salvador Ocavia, Martin Regenkos, Adam Alves, Jorge Benito, Robert and Muruga, all coming in with GFNY World Championship, 100 finishes. Wendy Arias as well. Silviana Silguero. Great job, Silviana. I remember seeing you up at the top of Bear Mountain. Welcome back to Fort Lee. We both got back here. Except I drove here, you had to ride your bike. You're more awesome than I am. By a long shot. Rene Olmos. Where's Rene? There he is. Welcome to the finish line, Rene. You did it. Fucking awesome. Melanie Dubois, yeah, bravo, Melanie Dubois, félicitations. Liliana Pineros and Fergal Madrigan. Fergal's in first, that's Fergal right there. There is Liliana Pineros from Massachusetts. Marcelo Suarez, Fabio Tonorino, Lee Stringabat, John Carlos Ibanez, and Kurt Purser. There's Kurt right there. Last one of that group coming in across the finish line. Congratulations, Kurt. Great job, my friend. Lee Zendenbach, 71. It's the oldest finisher I've seen in this time that I've been here at the finish. So congratulations, Lee. Another group coming on in. Miguel Galvin, Francis Kim, Jessica Romero, Juan Pablo Duque, Althea Pineda, Alan Alvin, and Robert Clark. The last of that group across the line. Great job, Rob. Rob's from right here in New Jersey. Oh, look at this group. It's a big one. Maybe 10 riders in here. Yeah, look at this. You guys rode together. Looks like they're all from the same group. Some of our Canadians are in here. Strong Canadian contingent. Nicely done. Thank you to all the Canadians. Eric Ladossier, Jean-François Fortin, Luis Fournier, Alvaro Venegas, and Juan John Fournier. Félicitations et bravo. Paula Bosch coming in across the finish line. Walking to the finish line, Paula. Nicely done. Daniel Singer. Good job. Good job, Ken. Welcome to the finish line. Efrain Contreras, Charlie Papanariva, Bruce McMaster, James Topolowski, Maria Perez, Marisol Ruiz. Great job, Marisol. Augusto Quiros. Yeah, doing it up in style here at the finish line on the Hudson Terrace in Fort Lee, New Jersey, finishing up 102. Challenging miles of riding. Great work. Justin Weiss. That's Justin Weiss right there coming across the finish line. Great job, Justin. Danielle Dacko was already in. Asia in there, Jacqueline Derry, William Jimenez coming on through, great work. Thank you to our police, the many great police forces all up and down the Hudson Valley, in New Jersey, in New York, helping out today. Couldn't do it without them. Marlene Dunas coming on in. Great job, Marlene. Welcome to the finish line. Congratulations. That is awesome. Fernando Rulas is in. Fernando Rulas, I'm sorry. Alejandro Ramos, Taylor Slonowiski, Taylor Parra, Krista Holla, David Colucci. Great job, David. Thomas Matheson in with a finish. Great job, Thomas. Good ups and high fives behind in the finish chute. Alejandro Palacio across the finish line right now. Great job, Alejandro. Oh, he looks like he's going down. Look at that. Pattern, freeze, and walk into the finish line. Alejandro Palacio did. Well done. Eduardo de the Desert. In and done. Great job, Eduardo. Dennis Barr. Great job, Dennis. With the red helmet on. There he is coming across the finish line. 65 years young. Vince Reyes. There's Vince. Great job. Welcome to the finish line, Vince. Congratulations. Eight hours and 48 minutes since we started at 7 o'clock this morning on the George Washington Bridge, heading up all the way to Bear Mountain and back. Mario Mendez coming in. Great job, Mario. Walking to the finish line. Renato Pizzella, Christian Brenes, Eli Akari, Danielo and Juliana Ochoa finish on up there together. The Ochoas. Nice work. Karina Julio is in and done. Great job. Karina. Eugenio Alarcon coming across. Yeah, that's a big smile on her face. And Juan Espetita. Louis Diaz coming on through. Great job, Jordan. Malowitz, Ricardo Postani, Jamie Santamaria, Brian Miller, Catherine Guerrero, Camila and Natalia Franco. Yes, the Francos finishing on up there together from Colombia. Viva Colombia. Felicidades. Steven Schneider is in and done. Great job, Steven. Luis Enrique Simbana. Brian Berna coming on in. Great job, Brian. Aldrin Pata across. Great job, Aldrin. William Godfrey is in as well. Great job, Will. Great riding. Welcome to the finish line. Armando Salcido, great job, Armando. Megan Milkowski is in the done. Great job, Megan. Carlos Ramos, Juan Pablo Spinitsky, Rodrigo Isa, finishing on up there together, arm in arm. Well done. It was a tough battle up there on the race course. 8 hours, 52 minutes. Ricardo Madden, Leon Velez, Carlos Arias, Hilton Agayo, all with GFNY World Championship finishes there. Claude Lucci, great job, Claude. Welcome to the finish line, gentlemen. Congratulations, you did it. That is awesome. Yeah, just pumping it all the way through the line there. David Lucier, Ying Nan, Joe Welter, Richard Gordon, Joseph Yalowitz. Look at that. Ying Nan, David Lusher, hand in hand across the finish line. Well done, you two. David and Ying riding together as a team. Peter Cho coming up to the line. Hi there, how are you? Welcome to the finish line, Peter. You can stop now. John Charles Van Seis coming on in. Great job, John Charles. Jose Ramiro Welcome to the finish line, Jose. Viva Mexico. Felicidades. Well done. Juan Rendon. Great job, Juan. Tony Liu. In and done. Maria Sukanova in and done across the finish line. Merlano, great job, Lewis. That team Merlano running after their athlete. That's nice to see. John Cohen from New Jersey. I remember John up at the summit of Bear Mountain, and here we are together again, John, at the finish. Nice work. David Farber as well. Great job, Dave. Welcome to the finish line. You got it. All right, flying the flag. Well done. Watching the spokes. Doesn't get in the spokes. Yikes. David Wilson. Great job, Dave. Welcome to the finish line. You did it. David Wilson. Great job, Dave. Two riders coming on up. They battled it out for 102 miles, but they're going to go hand in hand and fist bump across the finish line. Daniel and Seth Brewer. You guys aren't twins, are you? Yeah, they are! The Brewer twins. That is awesome. Dan and Seth, they did it together. And also Jacqueline Molina coming in and across just behind those awesome Brewer twins, and Robert Morgan in there as well. Richard Masterson, Steve Ebanks coming on through. Nice one, welcome to the finish line. Everyone did fantastic out there. Gene Callahan, welcome to the finish line, Gene. Gene, you got the finish line on yourself. That's going to be an awesome picture. That's like you won the whole race. Way ahead, Gene. 63 years young, Gene Callahan, awesome finish for her, finishing up the 100 here at the 2022 GFNY World Championships. big group coming in right now. Who we got here? We have Simon Butt, Suzanne Clements, Timothy Burgos, Rodrigo Castro, Chad Selberg coming on through. Great job. Alejandro Liray. There's Alejandro. He's happy. Is this Lorena Sanchez? Lorena, is that you? Who are you? Liberada. Liberada. No, got the name wrong. We'll try a third one. We'll try this one. Eleonora. No, not that one either. Oh well. Date is all wrong. We'll never get that. Lama coming on in. Great job, John. Carlos Licon, Jasper Kurtz, Walter Neig. Great job. Look at that. Arm in arm across the finish line. Those two battle it out. Competitors, but compatriots. Right to the finish. Nice to see. Juan Espetita, Javier Hoyos, Kunali, Carlos Perez, Michael Obras, Pablo Ballaro, Lawrence Duffy, Carlos Checo, all coming in that little group. Irving Diaz, Ricardo Arizabal, Gonzalo Suarez, John Barron, coming on through, Andrea Cujar from Colombia. So many great Colombian riders riding with us. The country of Colombia has been fantastically supportive of this event since day one. Gregory Pickle, Greg from Washington. Welcome to the finish line, Greg. Nicely done, congratulations. Moreno Killicanian, Marlon Bassick, Luis Chavarro coming on through. Great job. Jose Serrano. Oh, look at this. A big group. Gordon Burns, Robert Mann, Christopher Legg, James Hart, George Everstock, Sam Thompson, Stephen Bush, the Beantown Clippers. Finishing them up there together. Nice work. Ken Nelson, Tim Greenfield, Ryan Foster, Eric Muti, Isabel Joutou coming on in. Nice job. Welcome to the finish line. Adio Rodriguez and Russell Gibson. Well done. Vincent Gourde, Luis Romero, Hila Pata. Davidson, yeah, Rex has got the finish line all to himself. Welcome to the finish line, sir. 64 years young, one of our super seniors, riding strongly. Just over 9 hours. We started at 7 o'clock this morning in the fog, in the murk, and a few spritzes of rain on the George Washington Bridge. up to the top of Bear Mountain and back near the Fort Lee. Louis Monaco, Leonard Cooper, and Justin Stalls all coming in there. Nice work. That's Justin Stalls right there at the back of that group. Jonathan Ralph is going to be the next rider across. Great job, John, from Ohio. Welcome to the finish line. Who's going to be next? This is someone from New Jersey. It's Camila Cortez doing a local race. Love that. Thank you for your support, Mikkel. John Hahn is in, and Moses Weichman coming on through. Great job, Moses. You're finished. Melissa Mertz and Charles O'Grady coming on through the finish. Great job, you two. Rob Cerna and Manuel Chacon, they're coming across. Oh, they're too happy finishing. Wow, we got some fans on the sideline. I love to see that. For Team Columbia finishing up there. Nice to see. Carlos Medellin, Alejandro Barrios. And this is Melissa Loyola coming on in. Great job, Melissa. She's from New York, 62 years young. Never too old to ride 102 miles. The bike. That's Jose De Jesus coming in and across the Lionel cyclocross mount. Practicing for cyclocross season. Oh, leg is very fast. Careful. Careful there. Moses Kahan coming on in. Great job, Moses. Welcome to the finish line. Look at that. Great ride from him. Great job. Pedro Hidilga. Great job. Juan Manuel Fragroso. Yeah! Andres Etsi coming on through. Great job. Andre. Eli Abbott coming in. Great job, Eli. Yeah. You did it, my friend. Marlon Abiad from the Philippines. This man has traveled a long way to be with us here today. And wide in the GFNY NYC. William Hornback from Pennsylvania. He's riding for the Cape Cod Geezers. And Nitsa Casillas coming across the line. Anitza from Puerto Rico, felicidades. Anitza, Max Roberts is in the done. Philip Cavallo. Julio Cesar Sarmiento. Where's Julio Cesar? There he is, right there.
Thank you, Julio Cesar.
Oh yes, Julio Cesar. Felicidades, amigo. Salvatore Porcello coming on in. Great job, Salvatore. Well done, my friend. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Lars Knudsen from Denmark, just across the finish line. And Lourdes Santa Ana coming on through from Mexico. Joseph Tebow, Matt Root in there with finishes. Ria Sandrani, Oran Orthan Welsh, Nicholas Foundry, Arnold Sanchez, and Yuri Birchwood Fuentes. Great job. There's Yuri. Is that Yuri with the blue shoes on? Yes, it is. Look at that. Matches your bike. Very stylish, Yuri. Love it. It's a good look. Cesar Vance and Andres Gaviria Figueroa coming on through with finishes. Well done, you too. Andreas from Washington, D.C. Cesar from Georgia. James Kim coming on in from New Jersey. Great job, James. Congratulations. David Brundage, Patrick Breslin, and Henry Holmes. Henry coming up to the finish line right now, just taking his time, getting his money's worth here over the 102-mile GFNY World Championship parcours. Nice work. Eric Schneider making his way towards the finish line. Great job, Eric. Gustavo Ciabato, German Ojeda, Paul Zaragoza, Sebastian and Andrea Trujillo. Welcome to the finish line, you two. Andrea, Sebastian, Trujillo. Viva Colombia. Felicidades. Going, keep it rolling, be a pro for a day. That's what we're making them feel like. We're making them feel like pros out there on the course. Yeah, cheering all on. Big group coming on in. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 riders rolling across the line, working it together. Excellent work. Well done. You did it. 102 miles complete. You faced it all today. Hills, the heat, the humidity, some greasy and slick roads to start this morning. But it's perfect now here in Fort Lee for the finish. Claudia Alvia Montaguer and Andres Cibato Pico from Colombia in there with finishes at the back end of that group. across the line. Great job, Matt. You did it, you finished. Wow, what a day it's been out there. Over 5,000 riders started in the middle of the George Washington Bridge at 7 o'clock this morning. And they've been working their way. Great job, Matt. Keep it going. Come on, let's get across this finish line and get it done. It's beer o'clock here in Fort Lee. The beer is cold. The food is great. Glenn, William, Brian, and Greg all coming across the line. Great job. Working as a team out there on the course. Teamwork makes the dream work. Never more so in the sport of cycling. Riding with other riders, drafting off other riders. Sharing the workload. Great job, Mark. Great job, Marco. What a day it has been. William is done. Great job, Will. Good job, Chris. Is that a cigar you have in your mouth? No, it's one of those meat sticks. Sport nutrition at its best. A meat stick. Camila Abbott is in and done. Great job, Pam. And Tony Dikshev just in behind. Here comes Lisette. Where is Lisette? There she is coming across the finish line. Welcome to the finish line, Lisette Montefusco from Mexico. Angel Velez across the line there. Great job, Angel. Jose Navarro is in that group. He's 69 years young. Etienne Brunet. Jean-François Thibault. Bravo, bravo. My Canadian friends. Ignacio Hassan. Oleg Balakirov. Kathleen Crowley. Great job, Kathleen. You look awesome. 64 years young, so much energy. That's amazing. Enoch Avera. Great job, Enoch. I remember you from up on top of Bear Mountain. There he is. Back here at the finish in Fort Lee. Michael Ram coming on up. William Ferrero. Great job. Michael's been down on the ground, but he got here to the finish line, ready it out. Stephen McCulloch is in. Daniel Limenick. Is this Jasic? Jasic, yes, there he is coming across. Serdica from New York. Welcome to the finish line, sir. Congratulations. Damaris Pagan coming across. There she is. Great finish. Look at that big smile on her face. She's loving it, taking in all the energy here. Guillermo Pinzon, 62 years young. Samuel Umparo was in first. And Martiza Jimenez Gutierrez in this little group coming in here right now. Martiza and Guillermo from Colombia. Viva Colombia. Felicidades. Amin Moba coming in. Great job, Amin. Nice work. Luisa Stefania Contreras. Stefania Contreras from Colombia. Viva Colombia. Felicidades. Letty Loizia, also from Colombia. Big thank you to the country of Colombia. 859 riders in total from Colombia. Number 2 after the United States. David Booth is in there. Great job, David. Juvenal Pineda. Lance Herman. Robert Santander coming on through. Where's Robert? There's Robert right there. He's pointing at the below. He wants to get that shot. Oh, there's Robert. There's Robert. I got the finishers mixed up. Hey, Robert, how you doing? Hey, look at these two guys. Andreas Christie and Ronaldo Betsier. You did it, gentlemen. 61 and 62 years old, riding 102K alone. Another hand-in-hand finish from some of my Canadian friends. Bravo, Mathieu Perrault and Jacques Laguerre. Felicitaciones. Christopher Poor. Great job, Chris. You look awesome. Got the full-on GFNY kit on. Looking styling here on Hudson Terrace at the finish line for the 2022 GFNY World Championships. Robin Rutkin is in. Paul Kilner. Diane Rendelator. Tofik Watkin. Hugo Bernal. Santiago Rivera. All done in just 102 miles to be precise. Welcome to the finish line. You did it. Congratulations. You look awesome. Angel Escalante coming across. Great job, Angel. Welcome to the finish line. Carlos Cordoba, welcome to the finish line, Carlos. And Neil Rohr, my goodness. Neil, how tall are you? 6'3". 6'3"? No way, you're taller than 6'3", it's gotta be. I'm 6'5". I'm 6'3". Thomas Frisch is coming in, yeah, he's gonna celebrate it at the finish line. Great job, Tom. From the United States. United States, #1 country for representation. 2,681 riders to be precise from the great US of A. Liz Lopez, there's Liz coming in, yes. Nice to see Liz. John Greco, Stacy Sapp, Sun Bang coming across. Jose Alonso Figueroa. All the GFNY finishes. Getting a love from the friends, the fans, the family members on the sidelines. Thank you everyone for coming on out to cheer the riders on. Thank you to riders who have finished, who are hanging around to cheer other finishers to the finish line. Most appreciated. Coming up to 9.5 hours on the race clock. Andres Parado across the finish line. Great job, Andres. Francis Kim and Yvonne Ramirez across the finish line. Michelin Michael Prestige. Mike Leahy. Great job, Mike. Welcome to the finish line. You look awesome, sir. You feel horrible. Well, at least he's being honest. It's beer o'clock, Mike. Beer's over there. Solo finish, got the finish line all to himself. That's Steven Sharabi. Welcome to the finish line, Steve. You did it. Congratulations. Done. You are done. Here comes James Petty. Nice work, James. Yeah. 102 miles finish. Looking awesome. Runners up, Marco Munoz, Jacqueline Wu coming across the finish line. Welcome to the finish line, you two. Jae-hee Sun in that group as well. Kim Ogwo, welcome to the finish line. Look at that. That's a big smile. I hope it's a smile. You're happy? Yes, I'm happy to be done. Laura Camila Chavez in and across. Good job, Laura. From Colombia. Viva Colombia. Abe Cohen coming across. Great job, Abe. Felix Rivera. Clarice Maca and William Figueroa in this little group that's just coming in. Jermaine Lewis across the finish line. Good job, Jermaine. Kyung-Soo Kim across the finish line. Great job, Kyung-Soo. From the United States. Franklin Pino with the red helmet on, coming on in. Nice work, Franklin. You did it. Congratulations. Young Sang Yoon across the finish line. Welcome to the finish line. Congratulations, Young Sang. Jeff Marshall coming on through. Ian Fergie. Great job, Ian. And Christian Ortiz just across the finish line. Welcome to the finish line, Christian. Congratulations. Oh, yeah, Lewis. Walking to the finish line. You look awesome. Rizal and Marquez across the finish line. She's from Connecticut. John. Gabriel Galago, Emmanuel Mangote, Cesar Babin, Joe Mondolosa coming on here. Great job, Joe. I'm going to welcome back Whit Raymond from the awards. Just took the award, handing out the hardware to our best of our best here at the GFNY World Championship. Back to you, Whit, for a few minutes.
Hey, thanks, Steve. Lena, you were up there winning your age category. Is that 35? Well, the award ceremony, very exciting. We celebrated 10 years here. Today we are celebrating, and still plenty to come across. This is Kurt. Is that you, Kurt? From Jersey. Kurt Callan. Welcome home, Kurt. And it's a big day in the saddle on what's turned out to be a very hot, humid day. Starting out in the fog. Whoa. And Kyle Schneider from Massachusetts. Bring it in, Kyle. Whoop, whoop. Crowd goes crazy. I said the crowd goes crazy with Kyle. Oh, thank you, thank you. You can pitch in too there, dude. Woo. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, he wants to hear it. Isidro. From the U.S. Icy Hot Tigers team, Archie Asunto. Archie. Yeah.
Hey, can they pass the bridge and turn around? Can they pass the bridge and turn around?
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Carlos Gomez, Colombia. Okay, what are the dogs' names? What's the name? Dolly? Oh, Dolly. Hi, Dolly. Hello, Dolly. Hey, Paul Beeksma, Wisconsin. Dan Wong from New York. Well done, gentlemen. Jimmy Kwan. David Domenico. New Jersey. NYPD cycling team, thank you for your service. And Sam Asare from Maryland. Hey, Sam. We got a group of 3. Tim Cabot, Beantown Clippers, Eduardo Melendez, Puerto Rico, Shay Carroll, PA. Thanks for coming out to enjoy a hot one today. Conrad Volkin, New York, Marcin Kulakowski, Rodrigo Galicia, Mexico, Jan Resler, New York. Well done. Jan's got a fan club. I said Jan Resler. There we go. Oh, we can get the party started. Jan is home. Congratulations. Cancer survivor, Jan Resler. Yes, he kicked cancer's butt. Carlo Borelli, Joe Stanley, Fabrizio Stupa, Christopher Etienne. We've got Brazil, Connecticut, Italy, and New York, and Grace Jensen, Connecticut. Well done, Grace. '54-year-old Eugene Jones, New Jersey. Working it to the finish, Hyun Kim. Oh yes. Fighting. Juan Camilo Gallego, Massachusetts. Michael Simic, USA. Oh, well done. Antonio Pedraza. Naren Ceja Arnaldo Luciano. Colombia. Here comes Michael Coward from New York. Sofia Escobar. David Mullen. Benjamin Schwartz from Massachusetts, Donald Smith. Well done, Donald. We still got beer, no worries. Beer, burgers, wine. Oh yeah. Close race. Barbecue, beer and wine garden. Benjamin Kim. Jacques Lagarde from Canada, Eric Olson, Massachusetts. Whoa! Pushing the bike. Ouch. Well done. Pushing the bike. That is Benjamin Kim. Well done, Eric Olson. Roy Barr from Massachusetts. Welcome in, Brandon Howard, Venkat Seshadri, Rodrigo Isa Saez, Chile. nice finish. Ronald Casario and Emmanuel Valdez, both 47 years of age, both Jersey boys. Well, we go until 5:30 on the clock. At some point, we have to get the streets back to Fort Lee, New Jersey here. Emmanuel Valdez, Benny De Vera, Artemio Cuquero, New Jersey. Paul Tesser, Missouri. John Hernandez Castro, Colombia. Oh yeah, group coming in now. Congratulations. Mark Young, New York. Timothy Van Hooser, Connecticut. Jeffrey Northport Bartolo. Amzavert Cycling. This is it, you did it! Oh, the final push! Jorge Nunez, Marilyn Pierre, Sharon Gitanich, Diane McNally. We've got New York, New York, New York, and New Mexico. Well done, Diane. Woo-hoo. This is Mark Gazierski, AZ Racing, 71 years young. Whoa. Yeah, we just had Ruben Sanchez, Team Happy Zone, Marco Correa, John David Posada, Geraldo, Colombia, Carlos Garces, South Carolina, Carolina Winston, Timothy Clear, and Luis Dizon, New York. Salvador Porfirio, Team Guerrero. Yeah, we just got Team Timothy and Louise and Timothy. Final push. I love the name of the team, Just for Giggles Cycling. Sarah Strassman, Just for Giggles. Jeffrey and Natalie, Natalie and Jeffrey Sears. Exxon Pagi, New York. Is that you, John? John Sulit, bringing it in. Oh, Philam Tri-Team. Filipino-American Philam Tri. Lots of good energy. Look at those guys. Damiano Sibrisa, New York. Carlos Gonzalez, New York. Welcome in, gentlemen. Coming in together, hands up in the air. Christian, Eduardo, Evandro, Carlos, Florida, USA. Yeah, Paul Williams just in. Yunmin Kim, Team SRCNY. Oscar Ramirez, Steven Pineda Porfirio, Luis Gabriel Parra, Colombia. Leticia Rivera, New York. Oh, look at the flag, Colombia. Well done, Leticia. Oh. Ice cold beer with oh, she's got an ice cold beer. She's on it. No more Red Bull. Just ice cold beer, please. Nelson Crespo, Canada. Dominic Nivicio from Connecticut. John Kim, 70 years young. Well done, John. Robert Radecki, Mike Ross, Steve Becker. Greg Harema, Paul Winkler, James Stepanik, huge group here. There's Leo Villavicencio and Alan Asuko. James Stepanik, 77 years young. Yes, sir. Getting it done today. Well done, James from Connecticut. A spry 77 years of age. There was Billy Debra. Billy from Connecticut. Marky Fletcher, 70 years young, from New Jersey with Team Crum Bum Party and Kenneth. Peter Harris Anthony Volgarides, Jeffrey O'Malley from Georgia. Wait, by way of South Africa, do we? Yeah. Welcome in from Canada, Dan Brisbois. And I believe this is Mark Terry, Gabby Cycling, 70 years young from Jersey. Yeah. Antanas Georgiev, New York. Welcome in, is that you, Claire? Claire Atkinson from Canada. Woo-hoo. Woo-hoo. Roberto Quesada from Jersey.
Finishers coming in. Look at that. Coming on through. You are awesome. Ricardo Vergara, Oscar David Minzo, Sun Bang, Guyon Kim, Kun Sun Kim. The Kims finishing up there together. Alexander Velenitskin coming on through the finish. Yeah, well done. Welcome to the finish line. Who's up next? The gentleman with the red helmet on. It's Hugo Lacero. Welcome to the finish, Hugo. From the United States. Over 5,000 riders in the 2022 GFNY World Championships coming back after a 2-year hiatus, on hold, but coming back stronger than ever. Through the New York City area, New Jersey, Paramount, and it's been an awesome day. We're winding it down here, the final hour of action. This is Murat Siver. Welcome to the finish line. Murat, you look fantastic. Thumbs up. Who's next in the finish line? This is German Sanchez, I believe. Is that German? No, it's not. Is it Felix? Carlos? None of them. Did I get any of those right? I'm going to have to talk to timing and data about what's going on here. finisher coming on in. Great job, Joel. And David Sheehan, is that David right there? Is that David? Are you David or are you Joel? You're Joel. Okay, that's David. David on the next up here. Great job. Eric Carenza and Stephen Pinak coming on through. Nice job, gentlemen. Welcome to the GFNY World Championship finish line. You look fantastic. Sweat's pouring off their brow. I'm sure cold beer will feel really good when you get back into the athlete area. We had 20 riders today. We called out a number of them at the finish line who have done all 10 editions of the GFNY. We want to recognize their awesome support of this epic and iconic event since day one. They did at every edition. Camila Berkeley coming on in. Great job, Pam. And Natasha Merlin. Fred Berkeley, is that Fred coming in? It is, yes. Well done, Fred. 62 years young from Rhode Island, just finishing up the GFNY World Championship 2022. Up out of the saddle, dancing on the pedals here, right up to the line. This is John Bader across the line with a fist pump. Loving it, John. You look awesome. Congratulations, my friend. Who's this next finisher? He looks fantastic. It's Alonzo Wilson. Welcome to the finish line, Alonzo. Yeah, you did it. 102 miles from the George Washington Bridge all the way back here to Hudson Terrace in Fort Lee, New Jersey. Angel Tejeda. Well done, Angel. Awesome. Country representation. United States, 2,681 participants. Colombia, 859. These are the top ones. Mexico, 529. Brazil, 329. Puerto Rico, 195. Canada, 195. Chile, 159. The top countries by participant representation. Gregorio Torres across the finish line. Welcome to the finish line, Gregorio. Violeta Vasquez, welcome to the finish line, yeah. There's Violeta. With Sebastian Pedreza in there ahead of this group. Evan Rousseau, is that Evan? Yes it is, Evan. Great job, my friend, you look awesome. How do you feel? He feels tired. No surprise, he's just ridden a very tough challenging 102 miles. Haven't been everything today. Stefan, welcome to the finish line, Will. For my Canadian friends, fellow Canadian, welcome to the finish line, Will. Nice to see you. Congratulations. Saddle dancing on the pedals. That is German Ospina. Welcome to the finish line, German. It's been awesome. If you want to visit an awesome place to ride in the world, there is a GFNY race there. I am sure they are all over the place. To find out more, go to the GFNY website. GFNY races are renowned for the scenery where the races are, the challenging terrain that they are found in, and some of the most famous landmarks in the sport of cycling you can do in one of the GFNY races somewhere around the world. It's become a worldwide phenomenon. Three riders coming on in here: Andrew Harry, Robert Korab, and Michael Harry, finishing on up there together. The Harry brothers and Michael with Robert Korab in the middle. What we call the GFNY World Championship, the most international peloton in the world. Nearly 100 countries represented on the start line this morning at 7 o'clock on the George Washington Bridge. And it's the United Nations of finish lines here in Fort Lee. Jose de Jesus Vargas across the finish line. Great job. He's from Colombia. Felicidades. All right, more riders coming in. Jose Najaro, Fidel Galeano, Neil Whitfield, Samantha Wheels, John Benoit, and Sophia Lee. They're all finishing for the United States from various states around the amazing US of A. New Jersey, Texas, New York, Maryland, and Nebraska. All right, another finisher coming in. He is from New Jersey doing the hometown race. This is Dere Abinuan. Nice job, Dere. You did it. Look at that. He gave it his all to get here to the finish line in Fort Lee. Eric Trinidad in and done. Sophia Lee as well. Alberto Leon, Alexander Coconut, Patrick Colt. Great job, Pat. You did it. Matt Jones coming on in. Great job, Matt. Welcome to the finish line. Looking good. Love your shoes. I got a pair of those Churro Empire shoes. Yesenia Vilore. Yeah, Yesenia. How do you feel? She feels awesome. Partying it up here, dancing with whips at the finish line. Living it up. She's from Florida. How'd you like those hills? All the Floridians were complaining in VIP about the hills here in New York. Todd Wexler, great job, Todd. Welcome to the finish. Two of our wonderful women coming on up to the finish line. Tina Gomez, there she is, hand up in there. Gobi Birch, one of our youngest finishers, just 20 years of age. She did the full 100 miles here at the GFNY World Championship on 20 years. That is amazing. Great job, Toby. Congratulations. Is that Donald Bell? Yes. Welcome to the finish line, Don. 68 years young. Just crushing it out there. Way to go, Don. He's from North Carolina. Welcome to the finish line, looking good. He already got his medal. Interesting. Is this Fernando Cortez coming across the finish line? Is that Fernando? I think it is. Yes, it is. Welcome to the finish line, Fernando. He's a local from New Jersey. Grant Johnson coming on in, representing the Major Taylor Cycling Club, very important cycling club. Major Taylor, very important person in the history of cycling in the United States. Welcome to the finish line, Grant. Looking awesome. All 10. A 10-time finisher. Okay, thank you for that, Uli. Yes, we're honoring our 10-time finishers. They have supported this race from day one. And Grant Johnson is one of those 10-time finishers, so we want to give extra special thank yous to Grant Johnson and the 20 other riders who have ridden all 10 editions of this awesome, epic, iconic and amazing event. And there are special medals this year for the 10-time finishers that they will be receiving after their 10th time across the GFNY NYC and World Championship finish line. Dave Hadid, is that Dave? Yes, it is. Welcome to the finish line, Dave. You're awesome. There it is. Are you taking a picture of me or are you taking a selfie? You're taking a picture of me, aren't you? I'll see that on Instagram tomorrow. Jai Cartridge, Stefan Bote, in there, one of our wonderful Canadians. Bravo, Stefan. Franco Cavallere. He's from Florida, Franco is. How are the hills up here in New York, Franco? You liking them? The Floridians, they don't, they're not up with the hills here in New York. Solomon Diaz Martin. Yeah. Look at those beautiful pink overshoes, very stylish. And Marino Honda, 66 years young, Marino Honda is. He's from New Jersey. Keeping it going until 5:30, the unofficial cutoff time for the 2022 GFNY World Championships. I'm going to hand it back to you, Will.
Well, great stuff, Steve. Yes, it has turned out to be one heck of a hot day as we welcome Laura Santos. Welcome in, Laura. You know, congratulations to everybody, the entire team, GFNY, the hardworking team. Of course, we gave away, we have the new Hall of Fame induction. We gave Machi the induction to the Hall of Fame, one of the hardest working guys on the crew. Craig, Roberts, Edward Wee, and Craig Roberts. Wait a second, I had to get my glasses on to make sure I'm seeing this correctly. Number 374, from Canada, Gerald Wimpiot, 81 years young. 81 years of age, yes sir. From Canada, Steve. Dexter Plaras, New Jersey. Dexter, you worked really hard. These guys are both big partners. It's getting down towards the end of the afternoon. What the heck, man? Whoops! Did I say that? Oh, yeah, well. Hey, everybody's working hard. Young, old, all shapes and sizes, all walks of life. Everybody welcome. Got to be 18 years of age to participate in our GFNY. And again, record numbers registered this year, over 6,500 registered. Steve, 90 plus countries, almost 100 countries. Absolutely amazing. Is that you, John? John Langevin, Massachusetts, competitive edge racing. Racer number 173, your name didn't pop up, but you know who you are. And you just finished GFNY World Championship, New York City. Penny Goldblatt, New York. Jorge Ballesteros, Colombia. Marcelo Orde, New York. Oh, look at this group coming in. Michael Orquinides, Samuel, and Benjamin Rubin. We've got New York, Massachusetts, New Jersey, and Colombia. Oh, Luis Soltero was in that group as well, representing Team SBNY. Martinez in this group. And your name is? Corel. Oh, did I miss Rafael Martinez? Rafael Martinez! Congratulations. Oh yeah, rocking the gravel bike. Vasil Ikop, New Jersey. Nice. Oh, it's a birthday? Birthday celebration? Oh, just for that. Oh, very nice. Every day is a celebration. Well, we started at 7 a.m. this morning on the bridge, celebrating 10 years of GFNY New York City World Championship. And we go for another about 12 minutes at 5:30. We give the athletes until 5:30 to complete the course. Christina and Gustavo, you're here. Well done. Christina Fernandez. Gustavo Manrique, 72 years young. Gustavo, you sure about that? No, not a day over 50. Cycling keeps you fit and healthy and young. We're very excited to be able to be back here in racing after 2 years of not being able to produce this event, of course, because of the coronavirus pandemic around the world. We hope to be able to say goodbye to that for good. Christina Fernandez, Gustavo Manrique. Oh, we just got it done. Congratulations. Luis De Leon, New York. Luis. And Viviana Alejandra Solis Meia, Colombia. Rafael Angel Gomez, Martin Grieve, Canada. Yep. 10 minutes to go until the official cutoff time. Of course, that finish line's not going anywhere very quickly. So, you know, riders will still be able to come across that finish line. We'll have to bring the music down and the announcing and start to pack things up. You're welcome, of course, to wait and cheer in your riders in. We want to encourage them in right now. A couple coming in now. Congrats! Your family is waiting! Oh, 905A and B. What was it? Semper! 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 Yes, Semper! La familia Semper! Jose Santiago, Colombia, Warriors for Life. Luis Garza, New York. I have 3072 John Bush Vogel, New Jersey. Hernando Cortez, New Jersey. Los Desafiantes. Pedro Alexander, Pinilla, Bermudez, Colombia. Ramon Pulgar, New Jersey. Sharko! That's John, otherwise known as Sharko! Yeah. Making it happen. Philippines! Neseli Michael Manuel. Philippines. Viviana Radcliffe from Oklahoma. And Pablo Garcia, New Jersey. Ah, Viviana, well done. Ice cold beer. Waiting. That sounds really good. Yes, please. Representing Puerto Rico, Daniel Andrade. And Lisa, is that you, Lisa? Lisa Perry. Whoop, whoop. 5 minutes until 5:30, the time of day on the clock that we have to turn the volume down and give the streets back to Fort Lee, New Jersey. But right now, from Puerto Rico, Team Happy Zone, Margarita Hernandez. Is that you, Margarita? Margarita! Look at the smiles. Beautiful smiling faces. Oh, and this guy on the hybrid bike for 100 miles, 160K, Ron Bloom. Yeah, baby. Team Ron Bloom. Is that you guys? Well done. And your name? Linda's here. She says you're awesome, Ron. Is that what you said? Yeah, all the time. All right. Congratulations, Linda. Congratulations, Ron Bloom. Oh, look, he is so happy to get off that saddle right there. He's got to get his walking limbs back. Yeah. Ooh. Yes, sir, you did it, John. believe that's John. John Cutter, Florida, USA. Dennis Kwan, Metro Community Church, New Jersey. Whoop, whoop.